Okay. Can you hear me okay? All right, we are on the record. It is 8:59. My name is Matthew Sagsveen, and I'm the hearing officer for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division for case number 28637. This is an application by Sinclair Oil and Gas Company and Missouri River Royalty Corporation requesting an order pursuant to NDCC section 38-08-08 to determine the proper costs for drilling and operation of all wells operated by Hess Bakken Investments Number 2 LLC located in a spacing unit described as section 27 and 34, Township 154 North, Range 93 West, Robinson Lake, Bakken Pool, Mountrail County, North Dakota, and such other relief as is appropriate. In this case, Sinclair Oil and Gas Company and Missouri River Royalty are seeking a determination of reasonable and actual costs of well operations. So before we begin, could each of you tell me who's appearing for the parties in this matter?
Mark Vivian, Your Honor, Mr. Hearing Examiner, along with Lawrence Bender and Spencer Potasic of the firm of Frederickson and Byron, on behalf of applicants.
And Wade Mann, Crowley Fleck, on behalf of Hess, and my co-counsel Dan Donovan.
All right, thank you. Are there any pending motions or other matters that we need to decide before we begin?
Before we get going on openings, I know Mr. Bender wanted to raise a procedural point.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Examiner. As I was coming in and bringing in the exhibits for today, a number of people stopped me and asked me if they would have an opportunity to testify. They're not my clients. They're not parties to the case. But I know in the past the commission has allowed the public an opportunity to speak. I think it might be appropriate if the hearing officer would explain to the public when they will have an opportunity to speak and add to things. Typically it's done at the end, but I know there are a number of people here, and if you can intersperse that testimony throughout, I think it'll be very convenient for the people who've come. I think it's also going to save time, because if they're not allowed to testify early, they will probably come up and ask questions. So I just wanted to point that out for the hearing officer.
Yes, the applicants are going first, is that correct? And how long do you think
Our case in total will be?
your witnesses, would it be appropriate to get through a couple of witnesses before we allow other parties to speak, or at what point, Mr. Bender, did you think it would fit and make sense?
I think what you suggested, Director Helms, is appropriate. They'd have an opportunity to hear what the case is about, and perhaps after a couple of witnesses might be a good time to take some of the public testimony. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and Dan Donovan for Hess. We talked with Mr. Bender. It'd be good to talk with these folks. First time we've heard of this. My guess is Mr. Bender probably knew these folks, so it'd be good to talk to them. They weren't disclosed. So maybe even tomorrow, Mr. Bender can give me their names. We can chat with
We're
them.
not calling them as witnesses. It's people from the public who just talked to me as I was coming in. They're not our witnesses.
No, I understand it happens.
Okay,
but
so I don't know how you want me to disclose public testimony.
I understand.
All right, so what we'll do is we'll hear a few witnesses, and after our first break and over the noon hour, I'll confer with commission staff, and we'll decide the appropriate time and place for the witnesses to provide their public testimony in favor of Sinclair Oil and Gas and Missouri River Royalties petition. And if there are witnesses who want to testify for Hess or provide public testimony, they will be provided the same opportunity when Hess presents its case. Are there any other items or stipulations that we need to enter into the record?
Not at this time.
Okay.
One thing I thought we should mention is, in previous cases that we've heard, there's been also litigation in district court, and if there is some action like that filed in this case, it would be nice to have that up front, just so we can become aware of it and maybe proceed.
Yeah, maybe I can address that. There isn't one. So all the issues are before you.
That's easy enough. Thank you.
So in my review of the record, I reviewed the joint hearing stipulation. It looks like the parties each wanted to make opening statements, at least, did
Yes.
declare 30 minutes each or
Correct.
something to that effect. Okay, well, so we can begin. Mr. Vivian, if you'd like to proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner, and I'm not going to take 30 minutes. As I mentioned before, I represent the applicants, Sinclair Oil and Gas Company, now known as SOGC, and Missouri River Royalty Corporation. In this case, as you mentioned, is about whether post-production costs and producing overhead rates charged by Hess are actual and reasonable as required by the Century Code. And this application covers 8 wells in Montreal County operated by Hess, in which my clients, the applicants, have non-operating working interests. In 2020, Hess's increasingly large deductions on gas settlements alerted my clients to an issue. And at first, my clients thought the amounts being charged by Hess were a mistake. So they requested information from Hess about the deductions and learned that it wasn't a mistake. It was intentional. And the limited information that Hess provided to my applicants was far from satisfactory. And as a result, the applicants were forced to file this application. And at the end of the hearing, the evidence will show the commission that Hess's post-production costs and producing overhead charges are not actual and reasonable, nor are they a reasonable charge for supervision. And therefore, they violate North Dakota Century Code Section 3808.082. Now, the commission will hear conflicting testimony. And while there may be some conflict in the testimony about whether some of Hess's charges may be actual, the evidence will show they're clearly not reasonable. And specifically, the evidence will show that Hess is charging more than any other operator in the Bakken. We plan to call 3 witnesses in applicant's case in chief. The first will be Ryan Kopsing of Missouri River Royalty Corporation. The second will be Craig McBeth of SOGC. And the third will be our expert witness, Todd Attella. I'll talk a little bit now about what each of those witnesses will talk about. Mr. Kopsing will discuss how the operator-non-operator relationship in North Dakota works, and he and Mr. McBeth will explain how the applicants identified these cost and revenue anomalies from the subject wells and how the costs charged by Hess compare to other operators. And Mr. Attella will provide expert testimony regarding why those costs are not actual and reasonable. A big part of this case and a big part of the reason why the charges are not actual and reasonable is Hess's contractual structure as well as their corporate structure. Now, Hess Bakken, it's Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC, which will probably be referred to by parties as either Hess Bakken, HIVIC, or maybe some other acronym, is wholly owned by Hess Corporation. And that entity sells the gas to Hess Trading, which is also wholly owned by Hess Corporation. Hess Trading, in turn, has an agreements with various Hess midstream entities. And the Hess Midstream LP is referred to as HESM, or HESM. Now, HESM was initially owned by Hess Corporation, and it's still controlled by Hess. And the agreements that Hess Trading has with the HESM entities are for gathering and processing services. So, as a result of this contractual structure, you have Hess entities deciding how much HESM should charge Hess Trading, and ultimately applicants and the other working interest owners in these wells. And to be clear, Hess made that decision about how much to charge without any input from applicants or the other working interest owners. They decided unilaterally how much they should make. And that's the driving reason behind the excessive post-production costs here. But before I talk more about post-production, I want to talk about Hess's excessive overhead costs. Now, overhead is intended to reimburse an operator for indirect costs. And industry guidelines provide that after the initial overhead rate is set on a well, there's an annual escalation of those costs pursuant to a guideline issued by COPUS, which is the Council of Petroleum Accountant Societies. Now, what the evidence will show here is that initially after setting its overhead rate on these wells, Hess complied with COPUS and escalated according to COPUS guidelines. But then in 2017, acting outside COPUS guidelines, Hess drastically recalculated its overhead, leading to large increases in that producing overhead. In fact, the evidence will show the producing overhead costs almost doubled. So after almost doubling the overhead costs, overhead rate, Hess went back to escalating that overhead rate each year according to COPUS. And the evidence shows that Hess follows industry guidelines and common practice when those things benefit Hess, but when they don't, Hess ignores them. And as a result of this recalculation, Hess charges significantly more than the other operators in the Bakken, and comparisons will show that. In addition, Hess's own expert, Ms. Adair, will testify that she's unaware of any other operator in the Bakken charging more for overhead than Hess. And at the end of the day, that evidence will show that Hess's producing overhead is not actual, nor is it reasonable. Now, I said I'd come back to post-production costs. And we talked about the contractual structure, but I want to talk now about Hessam and the midstream infrastructure. The gas from these wells is processed at the Tioga gas plant, which is owned by a Hessam entity. And Hessam was created in 2013 or 2014 by Hess Corporation with the intent to spin off and monetize Hess's midstream assets. And that's exactly what Hess did. After going public, Hessam sold about a 41% interest in Hess sold a 41% interest in Hessam to a company called Global Infrastructure Partners. And Hess got about $2.7 billion for that transaction. Now, Hess will argue that there's nothing to see here, and that because Global Infrastructure Partners, a third party, and the public now have an ownership interest in Hessam, that Hessam's independent, and that transactions that benefit Hessam don't necessarily benefit Hess. The flaw in that logic is the background of the transaction. Because Hess Midstream, Hessam, was originally owned by Hess Corp, and then sold off, Hess Corp has monetized its interest by getting the $2.7 billion from Global Infrastructure Partners. And importantly, the contracts at stake here that I'll talk about in a second were initially entered into at a time when Hessam was owned by Hess Corp and at a time when Hess Corp wished to sell those midstream assets. Now, the other thing that Hess will say is, well, gee, that sale was at book value, but the documents that we'll introduce into evidence say something different. And even if Hess was right about this book value aspect, the GIP transaction still allowed Hess to monetize the value of the contracts it had entered into with itself. And then Hess used the money from that transaction to drill new wells to benefit Hess. And not only did the applicants, my clients, and the other working interest owners not get any of that money, they don't benefit from the new wells. Now, specifically on the post-production costs, I want to talk about gathering and processing. The contracts that Hess entered into with itself create and impose a complex tariff rate model on the applicants and the other working interest owners. And the evidence will show that that formula was not intended to pass through actual costs. Instead, it was intended to designed to guarantee high rates of return to Hessam. And Hessam's own investor materials that you'll see in evidence make that very clear. Another thing that the formula does is it rewards Hessam for spending money on infrastructure. The more Hessam spends, the more money it makes. And essentially, at the end of the day, the non-operators, including my clients, fund Hessam's profits. Now, I mentioned that the tariff model's complex, and we'll get into some of the details. But at the end of the day, Hess charges significantly more for post-production costs than other operators. And again, the comparisons will show that. And again, Ms. Adair will testify that she's unaware of any other operator in the Bakken that charges more for post-production costs. But what else will she say? Well, her analysis on the actualness and reasonableness of these costs is dependent wholly on her analysis that those rates comply with the contracts. And again, the contracts that Hess entered into with itself. She doesn't provide or undertake any analysis to make sure that the rates are otherwise reasonable or reflect actual costs. She simply will opine that they comply with the agreements that my clients had no input into. And at the end of the day, those production costs are neither actual nor are they reasonable. So in conclusion, Hess has been and continues to overcharge its non-operators. Its producing overhead and post-production costs are not actual, they're not reasonable, and they violate North Dakota Century Code. And we respectfully request the Commission protect applicants and the other non-operators. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vivian.
Thank you. I'm Dan Donovan. I represent Hess in this matter. And before we start, on behalf of Hess, I want to thank you for your time and thank you for all you do to enable us to produce here and support the gas capture rules that we also are leading. Before I begin, I do have some slides. May I approach Mr. Alexander?
You may.
So good morning. Hess, as you know, is one of the top oil and gas producers here in North Dakota. And it prides itself on being a first-class producer. As you'll hear, it drills large, efficient, and superior wells here in the state. And it drills those wells with the environment and the health and safety of its workers and the residents of North Dakota in mind. You will hear Hess has spent billions on midstream infrastructure to support the drilling of the wells Mr. Vivian talked about. And it's proud of that. It's proud of the facilities and the hundreds of Hess employees that live and work here. Now, we're here today because two interest owners, Missouri River, Sinclair, they challenge certain costs that Hess incurs. Now, Missouri River and Sinclair, you'll hear, don't take their oil and gas in kind. Instead, they want Hess to produce and market it for them, but they don't want to pay their fair share. Or you're going to hear they would prefer that Hess cut corners, such as flaring the gas, rather than capturing it. But that's not the Hess way. Hess is here. It built the midstream infrastructure that's necessary to develop the Bakken the right way. And did that require substantial investment? It did, for sure. But it's the investment necessary, you'll hear, to drill and operate these wells and to do it for the long term and consistent with the state and this commission's rulings on gas capture. You're going to hear, I know we have several days, that these challenge costs, they are actual and they are reasonable. They're the result of actual costs, and you're going to hear those costs are reasonable for the reliable, firm service, not interruptible, high levels of service, and the commercial outlets that are available to Hess and when we market on behalf of the working interest owners. Now, the applicants bear the burden of showing they're not actual and reasonable, and I submit the evidence is not going to support that. And in fact, after our 2 to 3 days together, I submit you will see they are actual and they are reasonable. So turning to slide 2, I want to start in the beginning and address the opportunity Hess saw here in the Bakken. As you probably know, Hess has been producing oil and gas here since the 50s, and it plans to keep doing that for decades. It has a large office in Minot and Tioga and gathering, compression, and processing facilities across the state. But you'll hear in the late 2000s, Hess saw a new opportunity. It saw the opportunity to produce oil and gas through horizontal development in the Bakken. So it acquired a substantial net acreage position and was excited by the opportunity, and that's what we show on the left here. But to execute on that opportunity, substantial investment in midstream was needed. And as this commission knows well, probably better than anyone, the investment was necessary because the existing midstream at this time was not sufficient to support the level of development that was coming and has since come. So turning to slide 3, the Bakken. You will hear, and again, you probably know, the Bakken's an oil play. It's one of the leading oil producing areas in the entire United States, and one of the reasons why we're energy independent today. And you'll hear that the net revenue that's generated both for Hess and the working interest owners, it's driven by the oil production. But as we show here and you'll hear, that oil production comes with gas and water, and they both need to be addressed. You cannot responsibly produce the oil without a plan to capture the gas that comes with it. And the Bakken development required, you will hear, and it's going to continue to require substantial midstream investment to develop and produce these wells responsibly. Now on slide 4, you'll hear from our witnesses the midstream value chain. There's one for oil, one for gas, one for water. Important for our purposes, the gas that gets produced with the oil cannot be trucked or just flared. It needs to be gathered, compressed, dehydrated, and processed. And those services require investment. And the gas infrastructure among these three is especially important because if you can't capture and move the gas, you can't produce the oil unless you're just flaring it. But if you can't do that, then you're curtailed and you can't produce the oil, and we're going to hear that that happens to Sinclair. But Hess has made the substantial investment, not the working interest owners. And Hess has built this infrastructure for the long term, not the short term. And they built it, as you'll hear, to make sure they had sufficient capacity. And it was a substantial investment. You'll see the dollars and cents, billions of dollars actually spent here in North Dakota. And that benefits the working interest owners who choose to participate in Hess-operated wells and choose to have Hess market their hydrocarbons. The working interest owners like Sinclair and Missouri River share in the upside of the substantial oil and gas revenues, as they should, but they're also obligated to share in the actual and reasonable costs. Turning to slide 5, you will hear about this development, and this shows the midstream, at least some of the key parts. And again, I want to emphasize Missouri River and Sinclair from these wells, they don't take their oil and gas in kind. So that Hess has to handle it, and they do. To produce and market Hess and its working interest share of the oil and gas, as you'll hear and you see on this slide, Hess and Hessam have built over 450 million cubic feet per day gathering capacity, over 500 million cubic feet per day of processing capacity, and over 400 million cubic feet of compression capacity. That was built by Hess and Hessam. And to be sure, it costs money. It costs billions to invest in these midstream assets here in North Dakota. But the important point I submit you should remember, and you'll hear, is that these systems offer the reliable takeaway, they enable Hess to comply with North Dakota gas capture, and they offer more marketing opportunities than others. And in fact, all of this infrastructure is one of the key reasons you'll see why Hess wells come online so much quicker and are curtailed so much less than others. And again, it's not just Hess who saw this need. Going to slide 6. North Dakota's leaders also saw this. Hess stepped up and made that investment, and it was supported by North Dakota's leaders. The governor at the time, the top on page slide 6, he says, this was the expansion of Tioga. He said it's an example of what we need to see, which is more capturing of natural gas and more added value to the product. North Dakota senators, this new expansion more than doubles the plant's capacity, again, Tioga, to produce natural gas, more than triples the amount of propane available to North Dakota in the region, and at the same time significantly reduces flaring in the oil patch. The investment was made and it was supported. So turning to slide 7, Mr. Vivian mentioned this, and you will hear about this. These are on slide 7 are the 3 entities you'll hear about. First on the left, Hibic. They hold the leases, they produce the oil and gas. They are an entity wholly owned by Hess Corporation. The middle is Hess Trading Corporation. They're specialists. They're specialists in marketing the gas, and they take from the gas from the wellhead to the downstream location. Again, wholly owned by Hess. And the third on the right is Hessam. This is the midstream company, and it operates that midstream oil and gas gathering and gas processing. They're a public company. Now, Hess Midstream, as Mr. Vivian said, I agree, started out as a Hess subsidiary as the assets were developed. And after many years of investing in midstream assets, Hess looked to sell some of those midstream assets to have the funds to continue to drill the wells, like Mr. Vivian said. And that's because that upstream business also requires substantial monetary investment. So you'll hear in 2015, GIP approached Hess to partner with it and operate Hess Midstream Partners. Now, GIP is an investor in low-risk, consistent return projects. You're going to hear midstream, think of airports, think of turnpikes. That's what they invest in. And Hess Midstream Partners eventually became Hessam, and it's a public company at this point. Hess owns 38%, GIP owns 38%, and the public owns 24%. And Hess Midstream, like a lot of midstream companies, it doesn't want commodity risk. It provides capital, and it earns what you will hear, a reasonable rate of return. And what's important on this relationship is that the Hess Upstream and Hess Midstream, they work together to closely and efficiently detail Hess's development plans, the upstream, and make sure the midstream is there as soon as that drill bit is done and the oil and gas is ready to flow. The midstream, you will hear, needs the upstream to be successful, and the upstream needs the midstream to be successful. The more wells that get drilled, If midstream can help make them economic, that's better for midstream. And midstream needs to make sure their operations, their structure, will enable the drilling of the wells. And that benefits, I submit, Hess and the working interest owners. Turning to slide 8, I want to briefly introduce the witnesses you'll hear from Hess, probably tomorrow and maybe Friday. First, John Gatling. And if he looks familiar, that's because he was here about a month ago in your Vitesse hearing. But he's going to testify about the Hess upstream business and how they use the Hess midstream. The capacity and the services he'll talk about means wells come online faster and they stay online. That's in contrast to what you'll hear about wells from the applicant Sinclair that they operate in North Dakota. They're curtailed often, they're shut in, and they flare often. Mr. Gatling will also discuss Hess's gas capture plans. I know that's a big goal of this commission, and it's a big goal of Hess. But gas capture isn't free. You need to have infrastructure to move, compress, and get it to market. Otherwise, it's flared, and that's inconsistent with the goals of this state, this commission, and Hess. Next, you're going to hear from Michael Fraley. He's going to explain the role of the Hess entities in producing hydrocarbons and getting them to market. He's going to explain how these costs make their way back both to Hess and non-operating working interest owners. And as part of that, he will explain what Mr. Vivian and I are going to talk about, the cost of service contracts that generate the midstream cost that Hess pays the HESM for gathering, compression, processing, fractionation. He's going to explain that these costs are actual costs that HIBIC itself incurs. And he's going to explain how the tariff model uses those actual costs to generate tariff rates. Finally, he's going to talk about the commercial benefits of Hess Midstream versus others. Next, you're going to hear from Ram Gurikkumar. He was also a witness last month, you may remember. He's going to explain what costs working interest owners are responsible for and how they're charged on JIBs, joint interest billing statements, and revenue statements. He's going to explain how he calculates this producing overhead. And he's going to explain there's no markup in these JIB costs. They ensure the costs that are no more and no less than what Hess has incurred to operate these wells. And finally, you will hear from Ms. Adair. She'll explain the benefits of the integrated midstream provided by Hess and HESM, and based on she actually came and studied the assets. She's going to explain the cost of service models between Hess and Hess Midstream and explain that they're common in the industry and provide for formulaic tariff charges based on objective inputs. She's going to show that 12% and 14% return on invested capital in those models is reasonable, and if anything, it's a bit low compared to other agreements in the industry. She's going to explain that the cost for transportation and the other services are reasonable because they reflect real investment that was necessary, not just done, was necessary to provide that flow assurance for Hess to continue to drill and produce safely and limit gas flaring. And as you will hear, she brings this expertise from across the country in different basins she's worked in. Turning to slide now, I now want to turn to the applicants, Sinclair and Missouri River. Sinclair, they go by SOGC now, but when they filed this, it was Sinclair. They operate wells here in North Dakota. They have not invested in midstream assets to support operated wells. Instead, they contract for gathering and processing on an interruptible basis. Interruptible service is like having a standby ticket on an airplane. You have the ticket, you might get on the flight, you might not get on the flight, and you're going to hear more about that because that's critical. But this lower level of service that Sinclair operated wells, what they end up having is they're routinely curtailed, they can't produce, or they simply flare, as you'll see. And they certainly flare well in excess of North Dakota's gas capture goals. Missouri River is another applicant. The applicants are going to try to avoid some of these issues Sinclair has with flaring and avoiding their responsibilities by putting Missouri River in the lead. And Missouri River is basically a non-operating working interest owner here. And they're going to try to put them up front to say, well, those issues aren't ours, those are Sinclair's issues. But we're going to highlight them with both because I think they're important to your understanding. Because when we turn to slide 10, this is what the applicants would like Hess to do. They'd like Hess to operate these wells in a different way. The applicants would be fine with being curtailed by gathering systems and processing plants by only securing interruptible, cheaper service rather than firm service. They'd be okay if Hess would flare gas in excess of North Dakota's goals on gas capture to save the cost of gathering, compression, and processing. And you're going to hear they would charge royalty owners for working interest owner costs in those months when cost of gas exceeds the value of processing it from time to time, like happened in 2020. And that's not my word for it. On slide 11, this is from their depositions. We asked the Sinclair representative, with respect to any Sinclair-operated wells in North Dakota, has it had to curtail production? Answer, yes. When? I believe it's happening all the time. Missouri River's representative was asked, do you agree from the subject wells that gas cannot just be flared, correct? Answer, well, we'd actually prefer it to be flared. And the Sinclair representative, when he was asked, is it Sinclair's position that it would want Hess to take royalty owners negative rather than charge that excess to working interest owners? He said, if they don't have a clause that exempts them from those charges, then yeah, I do believe that would be the right position. Turning to slide 12, you're going to have here a real contrast. That's not the Hess way. Hess invests in North Dakota Midstream to maintain reliable and firm service. It operates at high standards, and they exceed this commission's goals on gas capture. And Hess does not take royalty owners negative when the cost of processing exceeds value. That's the Hess way. We submit that's consistent with North Dakota law and this commission's goals. And the applicants, I will show you, know this is the Hess way when they choose to participate in wells with Hess. So turning to slide 13, these are the 8 wells that the applicants are challenging, 8 wells. You're going to hear Sinclair and Missouri River own hundreds of working interest in Hess-operated wells in North Dakota. But they chose these 8 wells. And they're going to put up analyses that say these 8 wells, they haven't been profitable for them. But they're not going to put up those same analyses for other Hess-operated wells or wells for other operators. So let's spend one moment on these subject wells. First, what are these wells? Well, first, they're older wells. They were drilled in the early part of the play. They came online and had their largest production during very low commodity prices. I'm sure you'll remember 2015 and 16. And respectfully, I submit they're cherry-picked. They picked these wells to show analysis so they could say they didn't recover their money. But every time the applicants focus on analyses of these 8 wells, I'd submit you should ask yourself, why are they only focusing on these 8 wells when they own hundreds of other interests? Ask yourself that. Turning to slide 14, this is the order issued by the commission related to these wells. And as part of it, it provides that the working interest owners in the spacing unit shall pay their share of reasonable actual cost of drilling and operating the well, plus a reasonable charge for supervision. And that's what Hess maintains. Working interest owners shall pay their share, not try to avoid paying their fair share or seek to have operators cut corners. Now, turning to the challenge cost, I think Mr. Vivian previewed this. There's not really going to be a dispute that these are Hess's actual costs. The costs that Hess shares with working interest owners are actual costs it incurs for midstream. So I don't understand the applicants, or especially their expert, to really be challenging that. The applicant's primary challenge is that they say these costs are not reasonable. And to support their case, they've hired an expert, Todd Atala, who's a royalty auditor, and he was given access to Hess's confidential information, and lots of it. And turning to slide 15, after all of his work, his primary opinion is that Hess's midstream costs, primarily at Tioga, are not reasonable because they are higher than 2 other plants here in North Dakota, the Robinson Lake and Palermo plants. But you will hear those plants are nothing like Tioga. They're not comparable at all. You're going to hear that Robinson Lake is a much smaller plant, and in fact, they curtail Sinclair all the time on their wells. And in fact, gas from Robinson Lake is sent from time to time to Tioga in order to get it to be pipeline spec, because otherwise it can't get in many other interstate pipelines. And the Palermo plant, you're going to hear, is not even a processing plant. It's a conditioning plant. That output still needs to be sent further downstream. These plants are nothing like what you're going to hear about Tioga, that offers reliable processing with capacity, fractionation, and many commercial outlets. Turning to slide 16, I just want to make sure this isn't our word for it. We asked Mr. Atala just recently at a deposition. And we asked him, you're not offering an opinion in this case that Robinson Lake and Palermo provide services that are comparable to the services provided at Tioga. He agreed. So you're going to hear from applicants, they want you to compare TGP's costs to plants that even their own expert under oath won't opine are comparable. I submit that's simply apples and oranges, apples and oranges. Now, after Mr. Atala made this admission, the applicants looked for other options, and just recently they created several new exhibits from their own in-house data to argue that Hess's costs are higher. And on June 9th, that is 3 business days ago or so, applicants produced those summary exhibits to us. In less than 24 hours, actually yesterday morning sometime, we got some of the data that underlies these. Look, we're going to go through those. We only got the data yesterday, but I'd submit these are not expert-tested numbers, and Hess hasn't even had the time to really dig into it. But I will say, what was interesting to me in the few hours we've had to look at it, is that the data doesn't even sync up with their own expert. It's way off from their own expert, and we'll go through that. And again, the applicants still don't address these differences, which you will hear over and over, of firm, service, reliable takeaway. These last-minute analyses are unreliable, and I submit have the same apples and oranges problems their expert analysis has. And I want to show you some of those. That's slide 17. You'll hear in detail, but what this does is shows average days from well spud, as soon as that drill bit hits the ground, to first production. And what this shows is the efficiency of Hess midstream, and that the midstream doesn't delay upstream's production. And you'll see on the right, it's approximately 177 days from well spud to first production, and the time period is below 18 to 21. And that compares to some of the other peers, good companies, Marathon, Whiting, Continental. Hess is much, much faster. And when we look at Sinclair, it's light years ahead. Again, Hess's midstream infrastructure that applicants complain about allows for this. And I submit this is dollars and cents. It means from the time of investment, and working interest owners have to pay for some of that drilling, to sales time is much quicker. And that means faster sales, faster returns. And turning to slide 18, these benefits become more in focus when we compare to how long it takes Sinclair to get wells online, or at least get their first gas sales. The top of this slide shows the subject wells that applicants are challenging, and they got online pretty quick. The bottom are wells that Sinclair operates, and this shows first time to first gas sales production. And what this shows is, look how many months it takes Sinclair to get to first gas sales production. And in fact, one of these wells, the bottom one, the Sinclair State 536H, still has no reported gas sales after years and years of oil production. So what does that mean? That means they're just flaring it. They're just flaring it. They don't care. So remember the Sinclair State 536H, as we'll come back to it during the hearing. But this brings into focus the difference between having reliable, responsible midstream and not. And finally, on the benefits, slide 19, you're going to hear about this in detail. But the Hess midstream infrastructure allows many more commercial options. More options for residue gas, NGLs, and oil. And Mr. Fraley's going to talk about that. So over the couple days, you're going to hear from Mr. Vivian and myself. You're going to hear lots of analyses. But I'd submit, when you hear the applicant's comparisons, always think, is this apples to apples or apples to oranges? And what we've heard to date, I'd submit it's apples to oranges. Turning to slide 20, I now want to turn to the 6 issues that are up. This is from an NDIC order in November 2021. Applicants are not going to carry their burden of showing any of these costs are not actual or not reasonable, because we're going to show, I believe the evidence will show, that they are actual and reasonable. And before we get into these, I want to pause for a moment. The applicants are not challenging any of Hess's oil post-production costs. None. And I want to pause on that because, as I said before, and you'll hear, oil's the moneymaker here. Oil is what you want. The gas comes with it. The oil comes with gas, but you can't produce the oil, at least you can't responsibly, if you're ignoring the gas. So the first 2 of these 6 challenge costs are production costs, and they show up what you've heard about as JIBs, or joint interest billing. And turning to slide 21, this is the producing overhead Mr. Vivian talked about. You're going to hear that Hess calculates producing overhead based on its actual cost. Hess calculated the overhead based on its actual cost in 2017 and uses a COPUS factor to adjust it over time. And Hess's producing overhead is comparable to producing overhead of other leading producers in North Dakota, like Continental. To rule that producing overhead is unreasonable for Hess would be saying that Continental's producing overhead is unreasonable. And I'd submit the opposite is true. Hess and Continental, both leading producers here's overhead, are reasonable. The next challenge cost, at least pursuant to the order, is salaries and wages. Ram is going to explain how this is based on Hess's actual costs, no markup. These wells need supervision. They need attention from employees. And in fact, after all of his work, Mr. Atala, again, the applicant's expert, it's on the right of slide 22, after full investigation, it appears he has abandoned any opinion, because we asked him, do you have an opinion on salaries and wages? His testimony was, no, I was not offering an opinion on that. And I didn't hear about this from Mr. Vivian this morning, so my guess is this one has been abandoned after investigation. The remaining 4 costs that applicants challenge are post-production costs. They brought them here to this commission for you to decide, but these, Hess incurs these on behalf of applicants, again, because they don't take their oil and gas in kind. If they did, they would have to contract themselves for these services. Turning to slide 23, these post-production costs are based on actual costs from third parties and the Hess cost of service agreements with Hessam for gathering and processing. And the inputs to this model, you're going to hear about it. You're going to hear its actual capital investment and actual costs. The capital invested does earn a reasonable rate of return. And then you divide those costs by the volume to generate your tariff. It's objective, and it's pursuant to a formula. This tariff, you will hear, gets regenerated every year to account for any new capital investment, the operating cost, and the volumes coming through the system. But the key driver of this system, these contracts, is the billions of dollars of investment. Actual money spent here in North Dakota to build Tioga, to build south of the river. Importantly, the applicant's expert, I'm going to show you, doesn't challenge that the investment, the driver of this, is the actual amount. This is slide 24. He was asked, you have not to date offered any opinions about the appropriateness of Hess's build-out of any given gas gathering system, compression facility, or processing plants. True? Answer, I have not. And what we show below there is a call out from the tariff model itself. It's a big Excel, but that's the amount of capital at that time that was invested. And there's no dispute it was actually invested. It was invested here in North Dakota. So what will the expert say? Well, he's going to challenge the rate of return that is earned on that invested capital, and this is slide 25. The applicants will want other parties to invest billions in midstream infrastructure, but want to preclude that capital from earning a reasonable rate of return. That's not only wrong under the law, I submit it would be unfair, and it would certainly undermine investment in North Dakota midstream that is still needed. As I said earlier, the cost of service agreements you will hear provide for rates of return of 12% on gathering and 14% on processing. And as slide 25 and Ms. Adair will testify, the evidence will show these returns are right in the middle of the fairway of returns, comparable to other midstream companies. In fact, they might be a little low. Now, the final category on slide 26 that was challenged is the administrative cost category of the 4 costs that go on the revenue statement. This category includes modest marketing fees for oil and NGLs in certain instances. But the driver of this category is the cost in certain months when the cost of gathering and processing the gas exceeds its market value. And in those months, Hess does not take royalty owners negative. It doesn't do it. That's a cost it believes working interest owners must bear. And this isn't even addressing several leases that the applicants have that are state leases that do not permit any post-productions for gas, and the working interest owners bear those costs. Those costs for a long time were put into this category administrative, and I know Mr. Copsing and others said we didn't know what it is, but they now know what it is. So when you hear applicants complain about the administrative costs, what they're really saying is they want to charge royalty owners more and not bear that by the working interest owners. Now, you're going to hear about a lot of data, but on slide 27, I do want to address a common sense point. And that is the applicants come to the commission looking to lower their share of paying costs for Hess-operated wells. But even though they brought this case over 2.5 years ago, and they complained, they continue to join with Hess in drilling more wells and having Hess market their oil and gas. Just this year, Missouri River elected to participate in 7 new Hess wells. And that's their right. They're entitled to do that. But I'd submit that is evidence that they believe this is a value proposition that they want more of. They want more of the oil and gas play that Hess leads here in North Dakota. So after our couple days together on slide 28, the evidence will show that these costs are actual and reasonable. It's the only conclusion I submit that will match all of the evidence you'll hear. And such a ruling will encourage investment in North Dakota midstream infrastructure, because if investors cannot earn a reasonable return, they can't earn their actual cost, then investment's going to decrease. You're going to have less drilling, less jobs. So at the end of this hearing and briefing I know we have afterwards, Hess is going to ask this commission to find that the challenge costs are actual and reasonable, and the applicants have to continue to pay their share of those costs, rather than try to put those costs on others or cut corners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan. All right, Mr. Vivian, we'll proceed. You may, actually, are you okay to, okay, so Mr. Vivian, you can call your first witness.
We applicants call Ryan Kopsing. I just want to make sure that everyone has the exhibits.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Slides the same. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Kopsing, do you solemnly swear, or could you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kopsing. Could you tell the commission a little bit about your personal background?
I can. First of all, again, thank you all for taking the time to hear us out in this matter, and thanks, Mark. Thank you, Hess. And anyway, to get started, I'm Ryan Kopsing. I was born and raised in Bismarck. I went to high school down the street, a couple blocks at Century High School. I went to BSc, then I went to the University of North Dakota, graduated in '99 with a bachelor's degree in business administration. Since then, my dad put me to work, started me in accounting, worked my way up to what I do today, helped build our company into what it is today. And today I serve as the president of Missouri River Royalty Corporation, and I serve as the executive vice president of the parent company, United Energy Corporation. I'm also a director of several substantial subsidiaries, United Energy Trading being one. That company buys and sells crude oil, natural gas, refined products, NGLs from producers and gas plants like Tioga, for example, all over America, Canada. We're also involved in power marketing in a company called Rainbow Energy Marketing. We buy and sell between investor-owned utilities, power pools, independent power producers throughout the United States, Mexico, Canada, parts of Central America. And then
Do you have
also,
experience in the industry outside United Energy and the affiliates?
I do, I act as a special advisor to a company called Steel Reef Infrastructure. They're a gas gathering and processing company that has, I don't know, a dozen or so gas plants in Canada and in North Dakota, mainly Williston Basin.
And what does Steel Reef do?
They do kind of basically what Hess Infrastructure Partners would do, gather natural gas from producers and process it, try and make money, create the products, methane,
Have you ever served as an expert witness in any oil and gas matters?
I have,
What kind of issues?
various, mainly spacing hearings before this body, and then in court cases.
Are you active in any trade organizations?
I am, I'm a director of the North Dakota Petroleum Council.
We can share the slides. So I'm on the second page of the demonstratives, that
Okay.
one. If you could talk a little bit about the history of Missouri River and its assets.
All right, well, going back in time, my father, Lauren Kopsing, who many people know, it's a small town, became partners with a gentleman named Don Russell, who is the owner of a company called Cloverdale Foods in Mandan. My dad was broke, coming out of the early 80s, needed a capital partner, and Don had made a few bucks in the sausage business, and he backed my dad, and they started it by buying wells from the majors pulling out of the Williston Basin, and everybody was running away from the oil business, and it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
This was in the 1980s.
Yep. And then throughout time, gas deregulated, and they're able to make some money in gas marketing business, and as my dad says, the wells got better from there. But we're based in North Dakota.
So what does Missouri River own today?
Today we're in about 5,355 Bakken wells. You'll see we do have some relevant experience in this area. We're 1,936 wells in Montreal County, 161 wells in the Robinson Lake field where this dispute is occurring, and our production's about 5,800 net BOEs a day, a lot of which is gas. So, we like to think we know what it costs to process gas.
And if you could turn to the next slide.
Yes, sir.
If you could tell the commission a little bit about Missouri River's non-operated business model and how that model is present throughout the Bakken.
So, how the ownership of minerals evolved in the Williston Basin, after Amarada discovered oil, the minerals got fractionated, hundreds or thousands of ways. And, along came the Bakken, and the play was everywhere. So it became a land play, a big land grab. And, people like us, we didn't have the capital of a huge company to try and buy every oil and gas lease under the sun. So we got what we could, kind of humble beginnings, and, knew that with some blind faith, knew that it would hopefully get developed someday by, operators, and we felt we figured it out. So that's kind of how it went for us and many others, where a company like EOG or a company like Continental or a company like Hess would take over a spacing unit, drill it, and there'd be many smaller companies like us, or in some cases bigger companies, that participate in those wells.
And you could talk a little bit about the operator versus non-operator distinction and how that's come about. How it works.
Throughout time, it's become more of either you're an operator or a non-operator. And there's companies like, for example, like a Northern Oil and Gas, publicly traded entity, that's all they do. Riverbend, but it kind of, for circumstances that just how they were, we became a non-operator for most of our business. And we're spread out all over. We typically, if you look at the NDIC rig count, on any given day, we're probably in a quarter of the wells drilling, and maybe as many as a third with either a working interest or a override or a royalty. And
Sure. And if
kinda
you
what
could
we
turn
do.
to the next slide, Mr. Copsing.
Sure.
And the next slide talks a little bit about the steps in the operator-non-operator relationship. And we're going to talk about each of those, but if you could just briefly discuss those steps.
Okay, just, I think we're on the same slide, but, you know, very basically, once the leases are tied up, I think everybody knows this, I'm sorry if you do, and you have to relive through it, but, once the leases are, all tied up, there's this process that selects the operator. There's a process to determine the working interest and net revenue of all parties. There's an AFE process, and then from there, there's a well-known industry standard process of billing the actual cost of the well out, and a process of those that participated in the well receiving their equitable share of the revenue.
Okay. Let's turn to the next slide, which is titled Selection of an Operator. You could discuss that process, please.
You know, in my experience, it's typically the largest owner of working interest that is the operator, and occasionally we see it just because there's disputes that NDIC has to referee. Occasionally it'll be, just to pick on Hess because they're here, Hess versus EOG, and they'll ask, please support us. So in the case of a dispute, which is very rare, the NDIC will referee that dispute and decide based, I think the way decides working interest and other issues or other things in their decision.
What has MRRC's experience been with most operators?
And throughout time, our experience is that we're all very well aligned. We're all out for the same goal. We're going to produce oil and gas in sufficient quantities to make a financial return on our risk capital.
Have you felt that way about Hess?
No.
If you could turn to the next slide, titled Determination of Working Interest. You could just discuss that briefly.
This is a very interesting but important thing to point out. So a very simple thing to point out too. So, that once the operator is selected, they hire a good law firm like Frederickson or Crowley Fleck, and a good title attorney determines who owns what and makes sure there's, that there's not a break in the chain of title, and they determine your working interest. So going forward, that'll be your cost-bearing share of proposed wells in the drilling spacing unit.
And then is the net revenue interest determined on the next
It
slide?
is. The same attorney that's from a Crowley Fleck or Frederickson will also determine what the working interest share of the revenue will be. And, just for an easy example, if from the previous example, if a company like us had 10% working interest and there's a 20% landowner burden, we get 8% of the revenue after the state of North Dakota severance taxes.
In the next slide is titled Authority for Expenditure Process, AFE. Can you talk about AFEs?
So, after operator's selected, title opinions are done, the operator will stake and permit well or wells to be drilled, and regulatory agencies like the NDIC will approve those permits, and if there's federal ownership, the federal agencies will approve those too. And upon getting everything ready to go, they'll circulate a document known as an Authority for Expenditure, AFE, to each non-operated partner. And once the partner's in receipt of that, it'll have 30 days.
You're on the AFE process continued slide?
Correct. We'll have 30 days to decide to participate or non-consent the operation.
In his opening, Mr. Donovan talked about Missouri River consenting some wells with Hess recently.
Correct.
Can you talk about your thought process there?
You'd have to remind me which wells they are, but we're hoping to address some of these issues today, and it's not a geology problem.
Sure.
So,
And we'll get there in a minute.
yeah.
So after a operator elects to consent or non-consent, what happens next?
So for example, if you go non-consent, you'll be subject to penalty. It could be, if you have leasehold interest, one penalty. If you have open minerals, a different penalty. If you decide to participate, you're binding yourself to your share of the risk of the well, the cost. So should finish that example.
Sure.
So for example, if a well's $9.5 billion, Missouri River owns 10%, it's on the hook for $950,000 to get that well to first production, essentially.
And when you're a non-operator, are you relying on certain assumptions regarding?
You are,
process?
you're relying that, if an operator incurs $9.5 million in actual real expenses, you'll receive that. If there's made-up things or add-ons, there's no way to predict that. And you're also relying that you'll receive your share of production, equitable share of production at prevailing rates.
Is it easier for a non-operator on its own to evaluate the actuality of some of the costs you're seeing?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you do that?
Well, if you're looking at your joint interest billing and you're seeing things that are real, like, for example, electricity, pumper, Halliburton, those are real things. Paying the corporate G&A of a competitor, that's not a real thing.
Okay. And the next slide is titled JIB invoicing. Can you
Yes,
talk
sir.
a little bit about that process?
So, my examples, I apologize, they're pretty straightforward, but pretty simple. To just buttress the thought, if KLJ, who's located up the street, goes and stakes a well for a company like Hess, industry standard is if the cost was $25,000, we get our share of the bill, $2,500. Not anything else. That's what you get.
Okay. And if you could look at exhibits 15 through 22 in this book.
Yes, sir.
I think they're just examples of jibs. If you could take a look at those and just confirm that's what they. Yeah.
What number?
15. What is exhibit 15, Mr. Copsing?
So, this is a whole bunch of wells that are operated by Hess Bakken Investments. And this would be, the first page would be the summary of all the underlying wells that make up this invoice. And at the end of that, that would show what Missouri River share, well, I guess it's somewhere on here, what our share.
Brian, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry. Mark, I don't know that everybody's looking at the right book, so maybe you can direct.
Oh, sure.
folks' attention.
I'm looking at A15 in applicant's first book of exhibits.
Yeah, and is it in a black binder? Or
They are black binder, yes. Mine is white.
Everybody got it? All right. I think we're okay, Mom.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
This would be, the cover sheet of an invoice we'd receive from Hess.
Are the invoices longer than this?
They are, they're hundreds, if not over 1,000 pages.
Okay, so this is an excerpt of a JIB invoice.
Correct.
And if you could just look at 16 through 22 and these are just examples I would like to,
Correct. Yep.
okay. So I'd offer exhibits 15 through 22.
Any objection?
No objection other than to note, as Mr. Vivian and Mr. Copsing said, they're kind of excerpts. So if they're just being offered just to show that they get jibs, I have no objection for that offering. But they are incomplete, but I don't object otherwise.
All right. So noted and be admitted.
Thank you. If you could turn to the next slide, Mr. Copsing,
Yes, sir.
which is titled Revenue Disbursement. If you could talk about that process.
So when we decide to participate in Bakken wells, we also like to think that, other than getting our share of the cost, we get our share of the revenue. Why else would you do it? So, the Bakken, as we all know, is blessed in many ways, but it's particularly blessed in that it produces very high-quality crude oil that's highly coveted by refiners and downstream markets. So, once the operator, back to when you establish the operator, they take over responsibility for everything, including the marketing of the oil. So as as the operator of the well, you're responsible to find the best market for the well. From time to time, occasionally, the best market will be at the well. Other times, operators will move that oil downstream to markets where they can achieve more value for not only North Dakota taxing agencies, royalty owners, but non-operated partners like us and for themselves. So,
Let me interrupt you for 1 second. If you could turn to the next slide.
Yes, sir.
Just a sample document. What are we looking at there?
so this example is only meant to show how that would work. For example, if a company sold its oil to maybe like a Marathon Petroleum across the river, and Marathon picked the oil up at the well, you'd see working interest, and the only deduction is for the severance tax. That's very common. There's not a bunch of noise beyond that. The noise is something that doesn't do very well for us.
And you're just talking about oil right now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn to the next slide, Mr. Kopsing.
So,
You talked about this a little bit, but the
Yeah.
transportation issue?
everybody remembers Dakota Access, the big dispute south of Bismarck. It has a purpose to get oil to better markets. So from time to time, you'll see the operators move our oil to a place like Johnson's Corner near Watford City, put the oil on the pipeline, move it to Nederland, sell it to a refiner in the Gulf, or sell it for export, at which time you will see some noise.
Can you turn to the next slide?
Legitimate noise. In a case like that, you'll see the legitimate noise will be gathering or trucking, and then maybe a tariff on Dakota Access to get it to a better market for the benefit of the joint account.
And again, this slide is just a sample.
Correct.
Okay. And you're referring to the section in the middle that's the title is oil.
Correct.
And then on the last slide we looked at, there was working interest and a severance tax, and that was it, right?
Correct.
So how is this one different?
It would show two charges, probably, I'm assuming, a charge for gathering or trucking, and then a charge to get the oil to a better market.
If you could turn to the next slide, where you're referring to revenue disbursement on natural gas and NGLs.
So
How does that
nat-
process work?
Natural gas will be very similar to the oil, that we assume we're going to get our share of that very valuable natural gas and associated products. So,
And before we get there, how does the gas in the Bakken compare to gas in other places?
well, in my opinion, it's some of the best gas in America. It's 1,500 BTU gas, sweet, no CO2. It's a gas processor's dream and a producer's dream. A lot of my career and my dad's career, we spent producing high H2S, low GPM gas. This is totally the opposite. This is as good as it gets.
Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
North Dakota, the oil is very valuable, as is the gas. The methane was hitting this building last winter. That's basics of the wellhead gas.
So it's great gas, but it still requires processing, right?
does.
And
To
just talk a little bit about that.
So once it's processed, you get ethane to make this bottle of water. You'll get propane, which heats people's house. And, I think, I'm not familiar with anybody paying for having MDU pay for you to take it. It's highly valuable, but that'll be talked about later. Lawrence, in your house, you have propane. Did Cenex pay you to take it? Okay. So propane, ethane, methane, ethane, propane, butane, which is an octane additive, all highly valuable, highly coveted products. We're going to hear how they're worthless later, but I disagree. And the natural gasoline, of course, is like oil, used as a diluent to help the tar sands in Canada flow.
And is it typical for Missouri River to see natural gas gathering and processing agreements?
It is.
Okay. With third parties?
Yes, as an operator and a non-operator.
Okay. Are you familiar with operators that will build their own gathering and processing facilities?
I am, most typically we see operators entering into agreements with competitive third parties, your One Oaks, your Kinder Morgans, And they, hard trade them as best they can and get the best deal they can for everybody in the food chain, do a deal. But from time to time, we
When
see,
you say everybody in the food chain, who do you mean?
well, that'd be the operator, the non-operators, the state taxing agencies, and the royalty and overriding royalty interest owners.
Go ahead.
But from time to time, we do see where, in the best interest of those same people in the food chain, an operator builds a gathering processing facility.
And if you could skip to the actually 2 slides, we're looking at another sample there. What is that sample?
So that sample would be just a real, vanilla example of how we're paid our share of the gas and the natural gas liquids.
So the category on top titled gas sales, what is that discussing?
There's a cost of transportation, compression, and the North Dakota severance tax.
Okay. And there's a positive value on this one?
Correct.
Okay. How about the section called plant products? What is that?
So that's describing our share of the plant product value less some deductions.
And the plant products would be the NGLs we discussed?
Correct.
Okay. If you could turn to the next slide, please, titled overhead. What is overhead?
In my opinion, overhead was a term came up that was derived by COPUS, and it's intended to keep the operator of the spacing unit whole for the actual cost it incurs, for lack of a better term, babysitting the operation. And there's an accounting function, there's a regulatory function, there's a marketing function, and this is this is where they say it costs us $1,000, $1,500 a month. That's our actual cost. Missouri River, you're responsible for that, your share of that cost.
Do you think it's intended to keep the operator whole no matter the cost?
So there's 2 parts to my answer. So if there's costs that are not actual and reasonable, the answer would be no. The answer is, well, there's a reasonable, exception that we've had to increase our costs. I think a reasonable person would say, yeah, I see that. That's where they make billions of dollars.
What is in your opinion about what the Bakken is?
My opinion is that both, and I think throughout time, it'll be more one than the other, but the Bakken play is providing energy to households all over the Midwest, propane to farmers for grain drying, creating plastic, creating butane. It is a wonderful part of the Bakken play, as is the oil.
And obviously, Missouri River has non-operating interest in Hess Wells, right? That's why we're here.
Correct.
Does Missouri River have non-operating interest in wells operated by others,
Oh, yeah.
such as?
I would say, every operator other than, the real mom and pops that are one-offs.
We talked a little bit about the fact that Missouri River does operate a few wells. How does Missouri River charge overhead rates on those wells?
So, during a drilling or workover operation, it'd be a higher rate, maybe $5,000. During the ordinary course of operation, $1,000.
Okay. Does Missouri River have joint operating agreements on the wells it operates?
It does for the most part, I believe.
Okay, and what is a joint operating agreement?
So that's the standard treatise of the oil and gas industry that has been around longer than probably all of us. And this is the first time a dispute like this has happened, and JOA and the attached COPUS came about to prevent this dispute.
So on the wells that Missouri River operates, once the overhead rate is set, is it then escalated according to COPUS guidelines?
It is, but I don't think we do it. It's, it's cost of living type thing, and it's pretty small.
Okay. Has Missouri River ever negotiated for midstream services on the wells it operates?
It has.
And in all those circumstances, does Missouri River have a choice rather of midstream providers?
Generally not, in my experience.
Okay. And in those, so would you describe those as non-competitive situations?
Yeah, total monopoly versus a captive.
Okay. And in those total monopoly situations, how was Missouri River treated?
I think fairly. I think that the total monopoly, the incumbent asset owner, let's call them, realizes people like Missouri River there needs to be some meat on the bone. They need to survive. Or if we have to plug the well or go out of business, what do they make? Nothing. So, there's obviously some hard-fought negotiations between producers and natural gas processing companies. But at the end of the day, both parties probably walk away angry and it was a fair deal.
Were there negotiations on those
Oh, yeah.
non-competitive cases?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. What about the wells here? The subject wells?
What do I think about their gas deal?
Did
Oh,
Missouri
no.
River have any input on?
Zero. The opposite.
All right. Just heading back to the wells that Missouri River operates, with regard to post-production costs, how does Missouri River bill post-production costs to its non-ops on the wells it operates?
So for example, if, a One Elk or somebody charged $1 for gathering, processing, and 15 cents for power, it'd be a straight pass-through to our partners and royalty owners.
Any markup?
No,
Does Missouri River use affiliated companies for midstream?
no,
Does Missouri River buy its own oil?
no.
Okay. Let's talk now about Missouri River's working interest in the wells operated by Hess. And if you could go to the next slide, which is subject wells, you
Yes,
might already
sir.
be there. Mr. Donovan talked about, or used the term cherry pick. How did you pick the wells that are the subject of this application?
I could see why he says that, but, I'm under oath there, and I'm telling the truth. It was just a random coincidence that they're that bad. We picked them because we had high enough working interest where, when we prevail, it'll justify paying you and paying my great lawyers and, the cost of all of this. So it was size of working interest issue.
So in other words, if you had a very small working interest in a well, the economics.
Yeah. So if you're out to the fifth decimal, and I like to say you all work for free, but you don't. And that was the reason.
And you have a co-applicant in this case, right?
Correct.
And did that impact the selection of the wells?
Yes, because we could share legal costs with our friends at Sinclair.
So both Missouri River and SOGC are in these 8 wells.
Yes.
If you could turn to the next slide, please. And this one's titled, How Did Missouri River Catch the Problem? And if we're going to get into the details in a second, but if you could just talk generally about what the problem was.
So, there's a bunch of things I want to point out, but the biggest thing that hits you in the head like a 2x4 is back in 2020, and the exhibits are in here, we had approximately 1,100,000 net barrels a day of production, BOEs per day under Hess. We received our check and it was like 15 grand. You're like, what? So, that triggered some back and forth, and of course we weren't satisfied with the back and forth, and there's multiple things like, well, how can that be? Yeah, and that's why we're here.
How significant is Missouri River's investment in these wells? You can turn to the next slide.
To a company like Hess, it's small, but to us, it's a lot. I think we've got $7.6 million invested.
And if you could look at, the information on that slide is contained in Exhibit 10.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'd offer Exhibit 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit is admitted.
If you could turn to the next slide, please. Well, let's go back for a second. So you'd invested $7 million.
Yep.
Well, we'll talk about the payout in a minute. If you could go to the next slide, the monthly P&L slide. What is this slide?
So this is April of this year. It looks like, this is all information coming from Hess, just summarized by us. It shows those wells are making us, net to Missouri River, about $3,400 a month. And we've got another 2.3, undiscounted $2.3 million to go. So the writing's on the wall. We're never going to get our money back.
On the subject wells, just in general, what kind of communication do you receive from Hess?
Zero.
Okay. Do you get revenue statements?
We do.
All right. And when you get a revenue statement, what happens with it at Missouri River?
So it comes into the office out of a company called GibLink, and Hess submits the data to GibLink, comes out of GibLink into one of their affiliates called CDEX, I believe. CDEX downloads into us, and our interpretation software called OGSys integrates that into Excel. And from our oil and gas software, we go to Great Plains Dynamics, which is a Microsoft company.
And just to give us some idea, how much data is coming with these revenue statements?
Oh, it's voluminous. I don't know the exact amount, but huge amounts of data every month.
And that's why the software is necessary?
It is, that is.
I asked you a question about communication from Hess. If you could turn to the next slide.
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
That was meant to illustrate that, if lightning strikes and all the stars line up and we get our money back somehow on these wells. It's just a recent Hess P&A for another Bakken well in the basin, and it's $678,000.
Yeah, and if you could turn to, I'll show you Exhibit A9.
Yep.
Does that Exhibit A9 coincide with the slide?
Correct.
Okay.
So the point is, as a working interest owner, we're responsible for our share of the plugging in the end. And I think the commission's very familiar with the cost of plugging wells. And maybe there's a coded message there.
I'd offer Exhibit A9.
I object. I don't object to it for demonstrative purposes, but it's not one of the subject wells. It really has no relevance. So I don't object for demonstrative purposes.
But it affects the subject wells.
Objection is noted, and we'll receive the exhibit. Objection is overruled.
Just a few minutes ago, you talked about a problem that Missouri River caught in 2020. Did you start to have concerns on these wells?
We did.
Okay. And if you could turn to, I'm actually going to show you Exhibit A26.
Yes, sir.
And what is Exhibit A26?
That's our share of revenue derived from the Hess Investments LLC.
Okay. If you could turn to the last page of that. Yep. Yep. Is there a summary there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And again, is this the entire revenue statement?
No.
Okay. How long would the actual entire revenue statement be?
1,524 pages.
Okay. And you get how many of those from Hess every month?
This one.
Just one 1,500-page document.
Correct.
All right. And what does the summary show?
It shows our gross value at $470,000, Hess deductions at $456,000, and we had $12,000 left.
Okay. What was your reaction to that?
It wasn't positive.
Okay. And what month is this for?
June 2020.
I'd offer Exhibit A26.
No objection, just noting that it's not complete.
Objection is noted, and exhibit will be received.
Ultimately, what is your concern about whether these wells are economic or uneconomic?
Well, ultimately, say that a different way.
Sure. And I'll just flip to the next slide, which asks a question, which I'll ask you. Why are the subject wells uneconomic?
Well, that's a great question. That's why we're here today. But, we can eliminate the geology just based on neighborhood,
So let's flip to the next slide, which is titled, Is the Area Bad?
Yeah.
And what does this show?
This shows it's a collage of wells in the general area, probably billions of dollars worth of drilling. I didn't count them all up. Investment decisions made by not dumb people. Is it Fifth Avenue, New York real estate? No, but it's pretty close to downtown. So it's not a geologic reason.
And everyone here probably knows this, but I'll say it, ask for the record. What are all the lines?
Those are horizontal wellbores.
So there's a lot of wells drilled here.
Yeah.
All right. So do you think the area, the geology of the area is a problem?
Yeah, we can't blame it on that.
All right. If you could flip to the next slide, please.
Yep, I'm there.
Oh, it says, are the wells bad? So are the wells bad, Mr. Cow?
They're not the best looking gal at the prom, but they're pretty good. 1.6 million barrels of oil, 2.3 BCF of gas. You take that number times 50, or the bad pricing Mr. Donovan described, take it times 100. It's a lot of money. You'd think that we'd be getting close to payout.
And there's a column here, IP date. What does that mean?
That's when the wells came online.
All right. And Mr. Donovan talked about them being older wells. What are your thoughts on that?
So, I would agree with them if they were that '08 to '12, before the stage fracking was really bought into. But by then, Hess and the rest of the industry pretty well knew how to drill a well.
If you could turn to the next slide, please. So why are the wells uneconomic to Missouri River?
In my opinion, there's 3 reasons. The jib reasons that, we'll talk about, the things that are not actual or reasonable that we see on our jibs. Second reason is the check deductions that are, of course, the infamous admin fee and the infamous unlabeled deduct, and then marketing fees that, of course, involuntarily netted out of our oil and gas valuable NGL streams.
If you could turn to the next slide. Talks about jib issues. And what do you view as the jib issues?
I've asked this question. I asked him, Mr. Donovan, in my deposition, frankly. What are these things? We don't know. Anybody's guess, but all area miscellaneous, all area salaries with all area. I don't know, paying salaries in Houston, New York, no clue. But I know that they're not industry standard things. That's what I do know.
If you could turn to the next slide titled Revenue Deductions.
Yep.
And what do you want to tell the commission about the revenue deductions?
Well, it speaks for itself. The unlabeled deduct and the admin fee are probably the biggest reason we're here today.
What don't you like about the unlabeled deduct? The name?
I don't know what I don't know because I don't know how to not like it because it has no explanation.
And the next slide is titled
But
Marketing.
I don't like it.
Understood. The next slide is marketing fees that are involuntarily netted out of Missouri River's oil, gas, and NGLs.
So for example, when we talked about earlier, we pay the operator to market our product. We don't pay them to buy the oil from themselves for $90 and sell it to Marathon at the meter for $100. We need every penny back to these wells to reach payout, let alone a return.
If you could turn to the next slide, please. It's titled Jib Deductions.
Yes.
What does this refer to?
This is a litmus test to just make sure I'm not crazy and buttress the complaint and gripe. We ran through our accounting system. You can see the operators on the upper left side, well-known industry, operators that,
So the names are Conoco, Continental Resources, EOG Resources, Liberty Resources, Lime Rock Operating, Marathon Oil, Murex Petroleum, Oasis Petroleum, SOGC, Whiting Oil and Gas, and WPX, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what are the
well,
documents
the
showing
point
about
of this
those?
slide, not other than to determine I'm not crazy, is to determine and prove nobody else does it. It's not industry standard. And we go through the baskets. You will see in Continental, a couple of them. And then you move across, and the buckets of things I've got a problem with, you'll see a few. You get the real big issue, the real heartburn, admin fees, categorically no.
When you say admin fees categorically no,
And the revenue side, the weird thing is you see some credits out of some of those big operators, but not expense.
and you're referring to the other operators.
Correct.
Okay, and how does that compare to what Hess is doing?
Yeah, the numbers are right below. They speak for themselves.
Okay. And how was this document prepared?
The document was prepared by pulling data out of our OGSys system and looking at the category. The category doesn't exist. It's a 0.
I'd offer, and that information is contained at Exhibit A11.
Correct.
Yes. I'd offer Exhibit A11.
Can I have one moment, please, Mr. Hearing Officer?
You may. Council, while you're having your moment, Mr. Vivian, when do you think you're at a good time to take a break?
Time is it, 10:30? I would guess I have another 15, 20 minutes with this witness.
Yeah, go ahead, if I may. Based on the representation of counsel that the data was produced yesterday, I maintain our objections. We may need to supplement, but I don't object to the document itself. I do object to the timeliness of it, but based on that representation.
So you have no objection to Exhibit A11?
Correct.
All right, exhibit will be received.
Flip to the next slide. You're
Yes,
there.
sir.
It's titled Natural Gas Deducts per MCF. What is this intended to show?
Yeah, again, this is intended to show kind of what hit us in the head back in 2020, June. Something's wrong here, and it's not industry standard. It's wrong. We asked our accounting system to spit out, all the data it integrates, and it speaks for itself.
And when you say it speaks for itself, so it's comparing natural gas deducts of Hess versus other competitors?
Correct.
And based on the analysis that you ran through the software, what are the natural gas deducts for Hess?
Well, $10.17 is what the accounting system said.
And what was the time frame that you ran for this?
January 18th through December 22.
Okay. How did you choose those time periods?
Was subject time periods plus, yeah, I think that's the subject time periods.
Just a 4-year time period.
Or, yeah, excuse me.
So what is the next highest natural gas deduct from an operator that's not Hess?
Looks like Whiting,
And how much are they?
208.
Is it 209?
208, or 209, excuse me.
Okay. And this information is contained in Exhibit A12?
Correct.
Okay. I'd offer Exhibit A12.
On behalf of Hess, we do object. This was the basis of our motion. This case had a defined discovery period. It was the scheduling order in which discovery closed on January 14th, 2022. Each side has served 3 expert reports. It was only after their expert was deposed last month that suddenly we received these about less than, I think, 4 or 5 business days ago. So way after the discovery period closed. The data, as you could see, has existed, and we only received these for the first time. We received some of the data yesterday, so in a case with the discovery period waiting until days before the hearing, we do object. We don't believe the data's been provided, and we don't think there's prejudice, as we talked about, because they do have their experts, and I don't think the expert has been even provided this information. So to not provide your expert this information and then give it to us just days before, we do object. We don't think it complies with the rules.
Would you like me to respond?
Just one second.
Sure.
Counsel, you said you did or did not receive the data underlying exhibit?
We received some. We haven't had time to go through it. According to this document, it's 480,000 rows of data. So it's unclear. I'm not just, I know I've been told I have it. We looked through it. I don't know. I don't know what searches were done. I take Mr. Copsing's word that I don't know if it's like Siri, you just ask it or what, but he said he asked it. But look, the bigger point is, everyone's been professional in this case, but there was a discovery period. There's 3 expert reports. The experts, he doesn't have access to the confidential information. The experts do. And to get these, we just don't think it's an appropriate way to run this hearing when we've had an agreed discovery period and agreed expert reports. And obviously, getting these less than 24 hours ago kind of limits our ability, which we think this hearing is for, is to kind of join the issues. So on that grounds, we don't think it's consistent with the rules. It obviously definitely should go to the weight if it is admitted, but we do object.
Mr. Vivian?
I would incorporate the arguments we made in the hearing the other day. The document that we're trying to produce, or trying to introduce rather, offer into evidence, was actually exchanged on the 5th, so they've had it for more than a week. Rule 10,006 we discussed requires that the data be provided. We did provide the data. I think more of their concern is that they're not able to search the database, and we found a case last night that I'll cite, and I sent a copy to Mr. Donovan just this morning. U.S. versus Lewis, 594 F3rd 1270 out of the 10th Circuit, where the government in a criminal case had a database of bank account information and provided the underlying data. The criminal defendant wanted to be able to search the database, and the court said, as long as you have the data, you don't need to be able to search the database. So based on that, we think it should be admitted. And I would point out again, two things that I talked about during the motion hearing. One, maybe three. Hess has plenty of non-operating interests and has access to cost information from other operators, A. B, their expert has been very clear that there is no comparison between the services provided by Hess and other operators. And because of that, she's really made no effort, and I think Hess has made no effort, or if they have, they didn't like the answer, to compare the cost to other operators. So for all those reasons, we think the exhibit should be admitted.
May I respond briefly?
You may.
First, and I do thank Mr. Vivian, he sent me the case he referred to. And it's helpful because the government there did make the database, but they made the boxes that had the information 3 years before trial. It's a little different than 24 hours. And look, one of the issues we have here is what Mr. Vivian said. I don't think anyone here thinks Oasis is gathering, processing, compressing gas for 7 cents per MCF like this says. So our alarm bells went off that this is kind of funny data, but obviously getting it 24 hours before kind of makes our ability to kind of do that, which we thought this hearing was for, and we had experts do. So that's part of the issue, is our inability to really within 24 hours deal with it, because, well, I'll stop there.
All right, so actually, I think now's a good time. I'll take a short break, and I'll confer, and we'll come back on the record in about 10 minutes, and then I'll address the objection. couple housekeeping measures. If you are here to provide public testimony, I think we have a list. Just like to get an idea of how many people are here. If you'd put your name on the list so that we can plan out spreading out your testimony, that would be helpful. Also, since we have a court reporter here, I think at the request of the parties, I think the commission would benefit from the parties submitting a copy of the
sure.
transcript
We'll definitely do
for
that.
the commission's record when we review this case. And so with respect to the objection to A12, I'm going to note the objection, overrule the objection. We'll receive the exhibit, and we will give it the appropriate weight that the exhibit is due in light of the fact that Hess will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, but all of your arguments that you made in your motion will be noted in the evaluation of the case and the exhibit. So, Mr. Vivian, you can proceed.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Copson, when we left off, we were talking about Exhibit 12. And if you can flip to the next slide, which is titled CIG Differential Average. Is this something you prepared?
Yes.
And what is it intended to show?
So, like all oil and gas companies, we do a oil and gas reserve evaluation at the end of the year for many reasons, for tax and audit purposes, for banking purposes. So historically, we track a differential in oil, and then we track or positive, negative differential in oil. We came up with a way where we could try and get close to what the price of natural gas is at the wellhead. So what we do is
When you say a differential from what?
from the CIG index, Colorado Interstate Gas Index.
Okay, and why is that an appropriate index in your view?
Throughout my career, you'll hear from time to time, Ventura is another trading point, but CIG, it's kind of what gas in this part of the world's generally worth.
Okay, and what did you find?
So, when we started looking back at, of course, we saw the problem on the check, we see the problem, the problem's everywhere. Doing our reserves, the charts of operators, price versus CIG, and then boom, there stands out Hess again as the problem. So just another way we caught the issue and why we're all here today.
And there's a number of other operators listed on exhibit.
Correct.
And this is actually the same information is on exhibit A13.
I'm on CIG.
Yeah.
You're on the wrong one.
I may have. Oh, exhibit A12. Yes, I'm sorry.
Now that you're on A12, correct.
Yes. Okay. How did you pick those other operators?
The operators on this list, they're just random operators.
Okay. And what was the differential from CIG for Hess?
Let's see here, Hess was, $1.96 below the CIG index.
Okay. Was that the most below the index?
It is.
Were other operators above the index?
Looks like for the most part, yes.
Okay. I'd offer exhibit A12.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, may I, while you're the witness, just a couple questions on this one?
You may.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Copson. Did I hear your testimony that you do this CIG differential analysis every year as part of your reserve analysis?
We actually do it biannually.
Okay. So you would have done it at the end of December of '22?
Correct.
So you would have looked at this and said you would have seen this in December '22, correct?
I'd have seen something different, but similar.
But similar, okay. Your Honor, or excuse me,
Or
Mr.
is this through the end of 22?
Well,
Yeah,
did
it
you-
is through the end of 22. I had to see this exactly, sorry.
Yeah, so I would object. I mean, this was my point in the argument. He had this in December of '22, and we got this, whatever date you said, days ago. I think unlike the other one, that I think they just proved through direct testimony that they had this information. The standard is if you had it We asked through discovery that they would rely upon it, and we never got it. It's similar to the other one for the other arguments.
May I ask a question? Mr. Hearing Examiner? Is that all right? Or,
To respond to the voir dire?
yeah, just briefly.
Okay.
The document that's A12, when was the document prepared?
In the last couple of weeks.
That was all your, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Yeah, I mean, could you, sir, have done the same thing in January of '23?
As soon as we got the information from Hess, we could have made the graph. So you had it before I did.
Well, hold on, Mr. Copstein, let's be straight here. I don't have any of the Burlington information, correct?
I presume you do.
You think you think I have access to your data archive and I get to ask it questions?
So, counsel, let me just interrupt you. Why
Sure.
don't you preserve the remainder of this line of questioning for your
fair
cross-examination?
enough.
And all your objections are noted. We'll receive the exhibit.
And Mr. Examiner, I just want to make sure I did offer Exhibit 13. I may have interposed
Yeah, I think you
the
switched it
numbers.
before. The prior one was 13, this is 12.
Okay, so you're offering
12 and 13.
12 and 13. Objections are noted. We'll receive the exhibits.
You may have responded to this earlier, or it may be obvious. Who provides the midstream services on the subject wells?
I believe Hess and its affiliates.
Okay. Were you privy to any of the agreements between Hess and its affiliates?
No,
Did you have any impact or input on the negotiation of those agreements?
0.
If Hess had not built the midstream infrastructure, do you think a provider other than Hess would have?
I think if you,
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I think if you said, if somebody's willing to do it for a quarter what they're doing it, there'd be 100 private jets sitting at the airport today of midstream companies coming to do it.
And while we're on the topic of midstream, you're familiar with the Tioga gas plant.
I am.
Are there other gas plants in this area of the Bakken,
There are.
such as?
At Robinson Lake, XTO Nesson, Liberty, KMI.
And Mr. Donovan talked about a comparison between Tioga and I think it was Robinson Lake and Palermo being apples and oranges. Do you remember that?
Oh, I remember him saying that, yeah.
Yeah. What is your view on the apples and oranges analogy with regard to the gas plants?
Well, he's correct in that, I think he said Palermo doesn't do the full frac, but, there's an economic reason for that, where, who owns Palermo now, Plains?
Oxable, I think.
Oxable. They're saying, well, we could install the full frac, but it makes more sense to have Hess do it, or sell the BTUs as natural gas, or sell them into Alliance. There's an economic reason for it. It's not just that they're dumb.
And what is the economic, when you say an economic reason, what do you mean?
To increase the net back for everybody behind the plant.
If you could flip to the next slide, please,
Yes, sir?
which is a document prepared by Hess, correct?
Correct.
And it is, just so I don't screw up the number on this one, the next two slides are exhibits, or excerpts rather, from Exhibit A4.
That's the Hess midstream one. The first one's the Hess Corporation. There you
Exhibit A4 and A5. Okay. So the slide titled Bakken Competitively Advantaged Infrastructure Supports Bakken Development is page 20 of Exhibit A5, correct?
Correct.
And was this something you received from Hess Corp?
No, I pulled it off their website.
Okay. And when you saw it, what was your reaction?
Well, it was the same as it is today.
Which is?
Well, when we're screaming bloody poverty over on the non-operated working interest side, they're bragging about making $7 billion.
And the slide we're looking at now is from Hess Corp, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then if you flip to the next slide, that's a Hess Midstream.
It is.
Okay, and that is page 2 of Exhibit A4. And what stuck out to you about the leading midstream platform slide from Hess Midstream.
They must need a lot of armored cars to bring all the money they're making to the bank.
Okay. And specifically under the long-term commercial contracts with Hess, that section, what stuck out to you?
It basically says the risk's, reading between the lines, the risk has been shifted back to the wells, and they don't have a lot of risk. It's just cash checks.
And the phrase long-term commercial contracts, which contracts do you think that refers to?
I'd say it'd be the deal they did with themselves. That involves me, I guess.
I'd offer Exhibit A4 and A5.
No objection.
Exhibits are received.
And are you familiar, or at least generally, with the HESM Global Infrastructure Partners transaction I talked about in my opening?
Generally, yes.
Did Missouri River get any of the proceeds from that deal?
It did not.
Does the relationship between Hess Bakken and HESM concern you?
It does.
Why?
Well, again, those last two slides speak for themselves, but it lends itself to impropriety. It's same CEO, same address, same everything. They win, we lose.
Do you think an operator using an affiliated midstream provider is always bad? Is it inherently bad?
No.
Okay. What's different about this situation?
Well, this situation, a whole bunch of transactions happen behind closed doors, and the net result is a really bad deal to my company, people I represent and have to look out for.
Have you dealt with situations where an operator on a well did use an affiliated midstream provider?
I have
Any examples that come to mind?
EOG in Montreal County, Whiting in Montreal County, and Billings County. Continental, pretty much globally, before they sold their affiliate. Petro Hunt, Little Knife, True Companies at Red Wing Creek, Oasis, and Watford City Gas Plant.
How did those situations work out for Missouri River?
Searching my recollect, I don't have any heartburn at the moment on those transactions. I think that those were good, decent people that acted in the good faith of everybody, the royalty owners, the taxing agencies, and their non-operator partners, and they're ready, willing, and able to take scrutiny, and they didn't need scrutiny because everybody was treated fairly.
So you mentioned Whiting. Did Whiting keep the terms of its arrangement with its affiliated midstream provider a secret from Missouri River?
No, for the longest time, they would tell you the terms when you'd get an AFE, and they'd say, if you've got a problem, please speak up, and they'd go through the whole deal, very transparent, and they'd go through their rationale and their AFEs.
I want you to go back to late spring, summer of 2020. We talked about your concerns with Hess. What did you do about that?
Well, I talked to Sinclair, and I talked to my lawyer.
Did you have anyone at Missouri River reach out to Hess?
We did.
And if you could turn to, and I'll provide this copy to you, it's Exhibit A23.
And I talked to my lawyer after we sent these
Yes.
emails to correct the
So
record.
Exhibit A23 is an email string, right?
It is.
And if you could go back to the end of it, just generally talk about the conversation and the specifics that stick out to you.
Yeah, this is back to that 2x4 to the head wake-up call when we received our check. This is what the deductions were, and they totaled $465,000. So we emailed Hess, and they responded.
And there's a number on there that matches up with a revenue statement you got. If you could look at Exhibit A27. And go to the end. What is Exhibit A27?
That is a revenue statement for the month of May, check dated May 25th, 2020, for
Yeah.
April production month.
Okay, and at the end there should be a summary that has a number that ties out to the number in the email.
Let me get there. That is correct.
Okay, so I'd offer Exhibit A27.
No objection.
So the email that we're looking at, that's A23, is referencing that May 2020 revenue statement, right?
It is.
And who from Missouri River reached out to Hess?
Jessica Thomas.
And what response did she get?
There's a back and forth, of course, here, but if, you move towards the May 29th email, they basically
Yeah, and
gave us a Dear John response, like, times are tough and too bad for you.
Okay, and who was that response from?
A long vote
Okay.
at Hess.
And what in particular, what language stuck out to you in that response?
It says majority of the admin cost is the working interest burden. Very little of it is actual admin costs. This is in accordance with the wording that was issued by the state of North Dakota. So they blame the state of North Dakota. Working interest burden is a marketing expense that is shared between all working interest and expense shared of the royalty owners.
What'd you think about that?
I didn't understand it, but I didn't like it.
Were you copied on this email?
I was.
Okay. And did Ms. Thomas start copying you on this email string?
Yes, she did.
And who is Ms. Thomas?
She's, I believe her title is senior accountant for Missouri River Royalty.
And does the fact that she started copying on you have any significance?
It would, it'd be, you might want to start paying attention. Alarm bells are going off.
And did your father have a response to Mr. Vo's email?
In typical Lauren fashion, he said, unreal, bad answer, Lauren. Maybe he didn't intend to reply all, but he did.
So is it fair to say that you believe Hess is overcharging you?
Oh, yes.
In what, ultimately we ended up in this application, but what impacts does that have on Missouri River?
Oh, there are myriad of impacts.
Monetary?
Oh, yes.
In what way?
Well, we're a small company, so capital is sparse, but if we have capital, we can deploy it at high rates of return. But, that's hopefully something we're getting back. But the biggest thing is, like Mr. Donovan pointed out, we participate in wells, but when the price of oil gets low, it becomes difficult to participate in a Hess well because you're going to have these problems. And, you hope at the end of the day, I believe in the system, that these things will go away, but, there has been times where we've non-consented wells and forfeited our leasehold because this weighs heavy on us.
Are you saying that you lose money on every Hess-operated well?
I don't think so, but, there's probably some that are pretty good,
Do you think that,
that have overcome the obstacles.
right? Are you saying that you should be making more on some of those Hess-operated wells?
Yes, correct.
Are the subject wells, the 8 wells we're talking about here, going to pay out?
No.
Okay. And we looked at the analysis you did in Exhibit 10. It's already been offered. We talked about non-consenting wells. What impacts does the Hess overcharging have on others?
Well, I'd have to imagine it's the same exact thing, identical,
Okay. So non-operators lose?
correct?
What about royalty owners?
Well, there's only a certain amount of capital to go around, so if non-operators are non-consenting wells, it cuts into a stated drilling budget of a company like Hess, and less wells get drilled, and less jobs are created, less royalties created, less taxes created. Everybody loses, except for, who,
Do you think this will result in wells being prematurely abandoned?
for sure.
And why?
They'll reach their economic limit artificially.
And we talked a little bit about this earlier. Have you seen any Hess wells abandoned?
Yes,
Okay. I think it was Exhibit 9.
correct.
And how much were they asking Missouri River to pay for that?
$670-some thousand.
Is that more than you would expect?
Yes.
If you could turn to the next slide, and you might be there, Missouri River specific requests. What are you asking the commission to do here?
Basically, of course, I'm not an attorney, so I don't understand how to say this properly, but I'd like the commission to enforce its pooling order 13-720 and pay a particular attention to the wording. All owners of interest shall recover or receive without unnecessary expense their just and equitable share of production from said spacing unit in the proportion as their interest may appear in the spacing unit. If you all remember back to the net revenue example, That's what I'm talking about. And then further, the working interest owners shall reimburse the operator for the proportionate share of the reasonable actual cost of drilling and operating said well plus a reasonable charge for supervision.
If you flip the page, do you have any other specific requests?
So, to get to where I want to be, I'd ask the commission respectfully to rule that for the purposes of enforcing NDIC Order 13760, all Hess subsidiary special purpose entities of Hess Corporation are determined to be the same, including Hess Midstream, and disallow the use of an affiliate to circumvent NDIC 13760.
What else?
Further, review and review the drilling and producing overhead rates that Hess has charged us and others for the subject time for the subject wells, and make a determination if the same meets the definition of reasonable charge for supervision, or determine a drilling and producing well overhead rate that are reasonable in the opinion of the NDIC.
Anything else?
Once that's been determined, rule that said reasonable charge for supervision, or overhead rate, whatever you want to call it, is an all-inclusive rate, and all other forms of overhead and admin fees are not actual costs, and therefore rejected and must be remanded.
And number 4?
Rule that Hess Bakken Investments 2 LLC invoicing MRC and MRC tending payment for the reasonable charge of supervision. Hess has been compensated and kept whole for the marketing of all products produced by subject wells for the subject times. Further, reject the myriad of profit centers Hess has enjoyed through the use of alter ego affiliates that are currently circumventing NDIC Order 13760.
If you flip the page, you have 2 more, 5 and 6.
Identify for rejection all unnecessary expense that is reduced from MRRC's equitable share of production, and reject and order remand of the same. This includes, but is not limited to, the rejection of the admin fee, the unlabeled deduct, marketing fees, all other fees, tariffs, management fees, profits, unutilized firm transportation charges, tolls, basically any cost that reduces MRRC's reasonable share production must come from a bona fide third party that directly relates to these subject wells.
Okay. And the last thing you had on there?
We Dan brought it up earlier,
Yeah.
but of course, another thing ripe for a problem is SWD. There's no way I can dig in and determine. So I'd like, everything has been redacted or not shared with me.
Right.
So I'd like the NDIC to dig into those and make sure they're being done at prevailing rates.
I'll pass the witness.
Great, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning.
Can you look at the email you just covered with Mr. Vivian from Longbow? And
Which
you
exhibit
have
was
a
it?
response. I think it's A23.
That sounds right.
Yes, sir.
And if you go to, you went through Mr. Longbow's email that you were on as well. Your father responded unreal bad answers to Longbow. Can you read for the commission, what did Mr. Longbow of Hess respond to your father? Can you read that?
Good morning, or good afternoon. If you would like a more in-depth explanation or clarification, please point out what the misunderstanding is. If you disagree with the answer, then please let us know. Or you feel you are wrong in our statement, please let us know if there are any questions.
Okay. And then the next email above that is from who?
Lauren Copsing,
To you, right?
to everybody.
Correct. But there's no response to Mr. Vo or Hess, right?
That's the way it looks. I didn't print these out, but if what you're telling me is correct, yes.
Right, so Mr. Vo said, if you have any more questions, let us know. And all the folks, your dad, you, and the others at Missouri River did not follow up on this email chain. True?
Yeah, it almost looks like they did, and when he hit send, there's nothing in the body of it. I don't know. I can't recall.
Well, look at that top email. Let's just be sure we're all on the same page. That's your dad emailing you. I think is that your brother, Sander, and Jessica Thomas, not Mr. Vo, correct?
Oh, okay, now, you said it differently.
Okay, let me ask it again.
You said that Lauren responded to Mr. Vo.
Oh, well, then that's my bad. I apologize.
Yeah.
That's my point. Your father didn't respond to Mr. Vo here, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay, and let's go to the check you used that was the basis for this A27. This is applicant's A27 revenue statement from Hessen, May 25, 2020. And I'm on the page, because this is an excerpt, look at the bottom, it's page 1325 of 1850. Do you see that?
Say that again?
Sure, it's page 1325.
I'm seeing 1800.
Yeah. Do you want to show them? It's this one, because it's an excerpt.
Yeah. You got it, Spencer?
You might have to point it out.
Spencer.
Is this-
1325 or 24. We're getting close. Yeah, it's these two. One more. Yeah, 24 and 25.
Yes.
This is the revenue statement. Let's start at 1324. If you look towards the bottom, it's a well, the Uran H5 ND Montrail. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and that's one of the subject wells you brought this case on, right?
Correct?
Okay. And can you tell the commission on this statement, what was the price of gas in March 2020?
The net price or the price that,
The price that's listed there.
so there's gas, which product code are we talking about on the 162?
Yeah, let's just go to the first one, working interest. What's
So-
the price?
There's a BTU factor, and then there's a volume, and there's a price.
And what's the price listed as?
It shows at 162, but does that factor in the BTU factor?
It does.
Okay.
So it's actually $1.08, right? And then it's $1.62. And if we go to the
No,
next
it's
page.
it's not $1.08,
Oh,
it's
it's $1.62 with the BTU.
plus an 8% increase approximately.
Okay. So if you do the math, it's still under $2, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that's March of 20, we're under $2. Let's go to the next page and see what that price of oil was at in March of 2020. What's listed as the price of oil in March of 2020?
It shows as $16. $16.56.
That's per barrel, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's pretty low price environment. Fair?
You know, throughout my career, sadly, a lot of it's been below $20, but yeah,
Okay.
for today's standards, yes.
Let's go, before we get into other stuff, you went through with Mr. Vivian, if you look at your own slides, slide 38.
Which one is that? Can you show it to me? Yep.
And if you look at the long-term commercial contracts with Hess page, you see it lists four things. First, it says they're long-term commercial. Well, let me stop here. Are you still the small shareholder of Hess Midstream, like you were at the
You
deposition?
know, I forgot to check since my deposition, but I believe I am.
Okay. So as a Hessam shareholder, I think you told me during your deposition, you would review the investor presentations from time to time, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And on this one, but I think you told me you understand that the contracts, these cost of service contracts we're going to talk about, are actually attached to Hess Midstream's SEC public filings. You're aware of that, correct? With certain things redacted, to be
Yeah.
fair. Okay. And I think you told me at your deposition, you had never reviewed those contracts at that time, correct?
That's correct. They've never been shared with me.
Well, they're publicly available.
No, not the contracts.
The contracts are, so you're not aware that those contracts are actually attached to SEC filings?
So you're telling me that the contract between Hess and Hess Midstream is attached to an SEC filing?
It is.
The signed contract
Yeah,
that affects my gas?
correct.
That'd be news to me.
So, okay, well, we're making progress. That's good. Then let's look at what we have long-term commercial contracts with Hess here. The one is, do you see minimum volume commitments? I think you referenced that. Next to long-term commercial contracts, you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it your understanding that working interest owners pay the minimum volume commitments?
Based on information, belief, yes.
Okay. So it is Missouri River's belief, and they're telling the commission part of this case, is they believe they share in the cost of the minimum volume commitments paid to Hess Midstream, true?
No, I believe we're getting charged for that.
Okay, but you believe you're charged for minimum volume commitments, correct?
I believe that. Or I believe I'm being charged for all kinds of things, but that's one of them.
Okay. Would it surprise you to learn you're not charged for any of those? Hess eats all of that cost itself and doesn't pass it on to working interest owners? I think you said before, I mean, to be fair, I think you have concerns, but you said on a lot of this, you just don't know because you don't have the is that fair?
Yeah, I asked you
I
in my
know.
deposition
Yeah.
to tell me, and you wouldn't tell me.
Well, you have an expert, Mr. Atala, where is he?
And everything he sends over is blacked out, so.
But he was retained, just so we're clear, and he's the gentleman who got access to all the Hess confidential information, true?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right, let's go back to the beginning a little bit here. I'm trying not to repeat, but I'll probably fill in some of the gaps. You mentioned Missouri River, I think you said you had an exact number, over 5,000 interests in oil and gas wells in the Bakken, correct?
Correct.
Now, that relates to working interests, correct?
Yes,
Override interests?
correct.
Royalty interests, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But to be fair, I think you said most of the interests are working interests, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you testify Missouri River tracks the performance of its working interest, correct?
Yes, in multiple ways.
Okay. And I think you presented one with Mr. Vivian of the kind of investment, return investment or lack thereof of these 8 subject wells, correct?
Correct.
And that exhibit you used with Mr. Vivian, you could run on any well that is in your Missouri River portfolio,
We
correct?
could, yes.
The only one you produced in this case is on these 8 subject wells, correct?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about today.
Now, you referred earlier to this database that Missouri River has, and I think you said that's when you get revenue statements from Hess, Continental, Whiting, and the computer interprets all that and puts it in your database, correct?
Correct.
And does that database include working interest revenue statement information, override revenue statement information, and royalty information?
It does.
And Missouri River generates annual financial statements, correct?
It does.
Okay. And those were not produced to Hess in this case, correct?
They were not.
Missouri River receives JIBs, joint interest billings, from operators other than Hess in North Dakota.
Correct.
For example, Continental.
Correct.
And until yesterday, Missouri River had not produced any JIBs from operators other than Hess in this case, correct?
I'm not sure.
Missouri River receives revenue statements from other operators in North Dakota. I think you said that, correct?
Correct.
And those would identify the costs that other operators have in the Bakken, correct? On the revenue statements.
Correct.
And until yesterday, Missouri River hadn't produced any Missouri River revenue statements other than Hess, correct?
I'm not sure.
You mentioned Missouri River operates a few wells in North Dakota. I think it's 4, right?
Correct.
You mentioned, well, let me ask you, on the working interests that you have, a lot of them, I think you told me you have leases that you bought.
Correct.
Okay. And does Missouri River pay royalty directly, or does it have the operators pay?
In all of its non-operated cases, the operators or their crude oil purchasing agent pays.
And for your 4 that you operate, I think you told me you have the crude oil operator pay, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you,
The crude oil purchaser.
crude oil purchaser, thank you. Are you aware of how many state leases Missouri River has that it has contributed to these subject wells?
I am not.
You mentioned United Energy is the parent of Missouri River, correct?
Correct.
And it has United Energy Trading as well, correct?
Correct?
Rainbow Energy Marketing
Correct?
and Rainbow Gas, correct?
Correct.
And I think you told me United Energy has various other subsidiaries that own airplanes and vehicles for the company as well, correct?
Yeah, they're just, they have a purpose, but not really a purpose. To own, like the car I drive is in energy leasing, it's for whatever reason.
Okay. And United Energy Trading, I think you referenced, they buy and sell commodities for other folks, correct?
Correct.
And the commodities being crude oil and natural gas, right?
And other commodities too.
Other commodities. Can you go to slide 14 of your slides?
Which one is that?
Slide 14 of your slides. It's the,
I
it's the
didn't-
check stone, sorry. It's like
Yeah,
the
we
check
should have
stone.
numbered them, I
Yeah.
apologize.
I had somebody do that, I couldn't follow, so it's the, it's that.
Okay. Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
What's the slide after 14? Is it
Yeah.
the revenue industry standard?
It's right before this one.
Okay.
So let's look at slide 14, and if we start at the top, this is a call out from the revenue statement from Sinclair to Missouri River, correct?
Correct.
And it's the Nelson 2-26H, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it shows gas sales, oil sales, and plant products, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that's what these Bakken wells produce, right? Oil, gas, and NGLs?
correct.
Are you aware of any Bakken well that only produces oil without any wet gas stream?
Yes,
Are you aware of whether any of the subject wells or Sinclair wells produce only oil without any wet gas?
I like it all inclusively.
Yeah. Sinclair, or these subject wells?
I believe the subject wells all produce oil and gas, NGLs.
Okay.
As far as Sinclair, I think most of them would, yeah.
Okay, good. Now here, on this revenue statement, it's showing for the production date of gas products is March of '23 and oil is April, correct?
Correct.
And that's usually because the oil settles on financial terms before the gas, correct?
That, I'll take your interpretation for that.
So let's start with the oil for April of '23. And what is the price listed on Sinclair's check to Missouri River for oil sales?
76.48, or 46?
Okay.
48, excuse me.
And there's a deduction for the tax, right?
Correct.
And then on the far right, what does it show the total oil sales net revenue was for the Nelson 2-26H?
27.41.32.
Okay. Let's go to gas. What was the price per MCF listed by Sinclair for gas sales?
2.42.
Okay. And there's different deductions there, right? Transportation and compression.
Correct.
Okay. Can you calculate for me with that calculator, what is the rate for transportation per MCF on this gas?
I need the gross number, please.
You can't do it on this?
No,
Okay. Can you estimate it on this?
no.
Then we'll do it with someone else.
If you get the production from the state, I could do it.
Okay, let's look at the gas sales. After these deductions, what is the net revenue for gas for this well for the month?
To Missouri River,
Correct, Sinclair to Missouri River.
looks like about 16 cents.
And then let's do that for the NGLs, the plant products. What is the net revenue for plant products from the Nelson
17,
26.
17 bucks?
1755, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. So, and feel free to confirm, but if we look at this, for this month, we see that the oil, we take the oil 2741.32 divided by the total revenue Missouri received from this well for the month. How much of that is attributed to the net oil?
Very small.
No, how much of the net revenue to oil makes up the entirety of the total?
Oh, you're at beyond 99% oil.
It's 99.35%, correct?
Yeah.
You take my word.
Did it in my mouth. Did it in my head.
You're good. All right, and if we look at the gas, I did the math, but does it look like it would be 0.005% of the net revenue you received from the Nelson
I'll take-
2-26H was
I'll
the
take your
regular
word for
gas?
it.
Okay. And then we would have, for the plant product there, it would be 0.636%.
Correct.
Fair?
Now I'm begging you to go do the same exercise on the subject wells.
We're gonna get there. It's like you read my outline. But before we do that, let's spend more time with Sinclair. Can I have the Sinclair revenue statement? I'm gonna hand you what we marked as Hess Exhibit 104. It's the revenue statement you provided us yesterday. And this is the revenue statement that slide 14 came from, that we asked for, and your company or council provided yesterday. And first, to orient ourselves, if we look at the top, this is a operated Sinclair revenue statement to Missouri River with the check date dated of May 22nd, 2023, correct?
I believe it's correct.
And if we look at the bottom, it shows gas is, the unit of measure is MCF, plant products are gallons, and the oil is barrels, correct? It's at the bottom of the first page.
Oh, gotcha. Yep.
Okay? So then if you turn to page 6, and this is just to orient ourselves, that's the well that you listed on slide 14, the Nelson 2-26H. You see that?
It's upside down. Yep.
26H.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go to page 17 of 22 from Sinclair. And I want to look at the Sinclair State 4-36H. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And to do the same exercise, we can move this along. Maybe for oil sales, what was the net revenue for oil sales after deductions for Missouri River?
Approximately 14,892.
Okay. And what was the amount of net revenue for the Sinclair State 4-36H to Missouri River in gas sales that month?
The gas sales netted to minus $100.58.
So it was negative that month, correct?
Appears that way.
Okay. And then for the plant product, the NGLs for the Sinclair 4-36H, how much was the net revenue to Missouri River in plant products?
Negative $192.25.
Okay. So without having to do the math, I did it, but when we look at what is the net revenue for the entire well for that month?
I
for
could do
Missouri?
that one in my head too.
Yeah. But, well, let's for our record, what's the net revenue for the entire Sinclair State 4-36H to Missouri River that month?
$14,599.80.
Okay, and that's lower than the net revenue of oil because the gas and plant products were negative, correct?
Correct.
So as a percentage, the net revenue for oil in that well that month was actually 102% of the actual total net revenue.
Oh, I had
correct?
said 100, but I guess it's a semantics issue.
Yeah. Well, let's look down below the Sinclair 5-36H.
Yep.
That has oil sales of $11,724.78. Do you see that?
Say that again.
Sure. For the Sinclair State 5-36H for oil sales, the total net revenue of oil was $11,724.78.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. And if you turn to the next page, there's no gas or plant products for this one, correct?
I didn't look through the whole statement, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. at least if we go to the next page, you see that's another well. It just doesn't, there's nothing listed next to it on plant or gas sales, like the one above it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for the Sinclair 5-36H, again, 100% of the net revenue for that well was attributable to oil, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you understand there's no gas or plant products related to this well because Sinclair just flares the gas at this well, correct?
I can't speak to that well.
I should ask Sinclair.
That'd be great.
Okay. Let me hand you what we've marked as HX 103.
Do I give these?
No, you yeah. Thank you, Wade. So our HX 103 just summarizes what we went through with the numbers and the percentages showing for the Nelson 2-26H from Missouri River, approximately 99.35% of the net revenue was oil. For the Sinclair State 4-36H, the net revenue for oil was 102% of the total, and for Sinclair 5-36H, it was 100%. Do you see that? Okay. You have no disagreement with these numbers, do you?
I don't have any reason to believe that you made them up.
Okay, thank you. I'd move exhibits HX 103 and the revenue statement HX 104 into the record.
No objection.
All right, exhibits are received.
Let's turn to the subject wells. Oh, and before we do that, the Missouri River non-op interest, it doesn't take any of its oil or gas from any of its interest in kind, correct?
We've never been given the opportunity to.
Do you have that right under any of those JOAs you talked about?
Typically, yes. And then typically, industry standard is you receive a marketing election letter from the operator wherein they give you the opportunity.
Have you looked into whether or not if you were given the opportunity or took advantage of the opportunity with Hess, you would do that?
You know, if Hess played ball and you did it in a way where we could do it, absolutely.
Or do you mind sharing the copy from my opening? I just want to show them this. Yeah, sure. Which one is it? It's like 14 years of that. It's kind of in the middle there. There we go. Sir, I'm going to hand you, what number is it? What's the number on that slide, Mr. Cobbs?
13, I believe.
So I'm going to the opening slide, slide 13. And this shows the subject wells, and I think you had a slide on this too, the first month of production, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the typical decline curve for these wells?
For these subject wells,
Yeah.
I'd have to go study type curves and you'd have to give me some time to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. Is it true, or do you understand that these wells produce 40 to 50% of their total production within the first 2 years of their life?
You know, if you've studied it and you believe it, I'll believe you.
Okay. And, I mean, we could cut through this, but the 2 years after January 14 or September 14th, the price of oil and gas decreased precipitously. Fair?
I don't have a chart of the oil price in front of me.
You know what?
I don't have a graph of oil price in front of me.
Okay, I have those. Let me give them to you. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Hess Exhibit 105. which is a graph, and then the chart is behind it. It is the Cushing, Oklahoma WTI spot price for oil. And our first well on these subject wells was January 2014. What was the price of a barrel of oil at WTI spot in January of 2014?
Oh, you got that, so.
Yeah, it's easier.
Which month?
January 2014.
Your document says $94.62.
And how about 1 year later, January 15, when this well was producing, what was the price of oil at WTI spot?
$47.22.
And how about within 2 years of January of 16, what did the price of oil go to?
$31.68.
I'd move in HX 105.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
I'm going to hand you Hess Exhibit 106, which is the gas pricing. Mr. Copsing, in January 2014, what was the spot price at Henry Hub pursuant to Hess 106 in January 2014?
$4.71, it says.
Okay. And if we go to January 2015, what did the price drop to?
$2.99,
And then if we go to January 2016, what do we hit?
$2.28.
I'd move the admission of Hess 106.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
Can you go to your slide? It's 23, and it's summary of investment related to subject wells.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this chart summarizes, on the left till we get to total cost, I think is initial drilling cost, then well equipment, and then lease operating expenses, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So before we get to rev, what was the total cost at that point?
7.6 million approximately.
Okay. And what's the revenue attributable to that total cost?
That'd be the revenue before deductions.
Yes, sir. And what is the number on your chart?
That's 7.4 million.
Okay, so the revenue's less than the drilling, the well, and the LOE cost, correct? So even before we get to the.
Based on the
deductions.
information Hess sent us, yes.
Okay. And on the revenue and deducts, at least on here, it's not broken out by gas or oil, correct?
It is not.
And in the subject wells, I think based on the cost, you told me at your deposition, you'd prefer that the gas, prefer it to be flared, correct?
Can you read my deposition so I understand the context?
Sure, yeah, let me give you a copy. Mark.
Oh, you want me to get my own copy?
Here, you can have one.
Okay, thank you.
And my question to you, sir, is would you prefer, based on the cost, that the gas in the subject well be flared?
In what page was that on?
Let me find the page. Before we get there, is that true, that you would prefer, based on the cost, that the gas be flared?
Well, you know, if you're telling me, Ryan, I'm gonna charge you $100 at MCF to sell my gas to myself, the answer is yes. I stand by it.
Well, how about at the price that showed up on your revenue statement we looked at from Hess? Do you
Which
stand
one?
by it? The one that you showed with Mr. Vivian that we went through, where the price of gas was quite low, A27.
Which one?
A27.
Is that okay, let me look at it.
Sure, go for it.
What's
At
the
those,
question?
at those prices, would you
Oh,
prefer?
would
that
I rather
Hess-
have the 465 grand or have you flare?
Correct.
You know, as a business owner, that's a big decision, and that decision's probably beyond me. That's a decision from my board, but I think if you surveyed 100 people, they'd say flare it.
And how about if I surveyed you?
Ryan Copsing's
Yeah.
opinion? I'd say flare it. The circumstance we're in is so unbearable, that's the only choice.
In this case, you and Sinclair, I think you mentioned this, you retained Mr. Atala as your expert, correct?
Correct,
Okay. He's been given access to Hess confidential information,
as
correct?
far as I know.
And you've asked them to dig into these issues that you said on direct, you're just not sure, but they raise concerns for you, correct?
Correct.
And do you believe Mr. Atala's done a good job in digging into those issues?
I'd like to have to think so. I don't get any of the information, so I don't know.
Fair enough. One of your concerns was marketing fees, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is your understanding of what Hess charges Missouri River to market gas?
You know, it wasn't stated in your expert's report, it just says you do it.
Okay. Would it surprise you that Hess doesn't charge a marketing fee for gas at all?
So she's lying?
That's not what she didn't say that. So-
Yeah, she did.
No, she didn't. But let me ask you the question. Do you believe Hess is charging you a marketing fee for gas?
I don't know, you call it whatever you want, the money's going somewhere.
My question, sir, if you can answer it for the commission.
Yes, I do.
Do you believe Hess is charging an NGL fee to market NGLs that are sold by pipeline?
The same answer.
Has your expert told you what the marketing fee on oil is?
No.
Now, another charge you want to understand better is the Hess producing overhead charge, correct?
And not so much that one,
Which one is it then?
everything else.
Okay. So no problem with the producing overhead charge?
You know, I just asked the NDIC to review it, and whatever they determine, I'm fine with.
And did you confer or look at your reports to see that in 2017 and 18, Continental had an almost identical producing overhead charge as Hess?
I read that in your expert's report.
Now, you had a concern you raised today, and at your deposition, to be fair, about costs that you called unlabeled, correct?
Correct.
And you showed a chart with Mr. Vivian earlier, and you understand that since mid-2019, Hess has labeled all of its deductions pursuant to the NDIC guidance?
I'll take your word for it.
Well, let's not do that. Let's look at an exhibit. Let's look at exhibit applicant 14, which is one of your exhibits, which is a Hess-Bakken revenue statement to Missouri River.
Okay?
And my question to you, sir, is do you believe that there's any deductions in 2023 from Hess to Missouri River that were unlabeled?
I don't have the full check statement, so I can't answer that question.
Do you have any reason to dispute that since mid-2019, all of the unlabeled deductions have since been labeled going forward since mid-2019 on the Hess checks to you?
I don't recall the answer to that question.
On the administrative costs, have you been informed by your counsel that that category was used by Hess to have the working interest share when there's negative balances in certain months for transportation, processing, and compression for royalty owners?
Conversations with my counsel.
Let me make an objection.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get into, yeah.
I
That's
object
fair,
to
fair. Let me
sentencing
re-ask.
attorney-client information. I know what you're talking
Yeah,
about,
but
so
yeah,
there's a
let
way
me-
to ask
yeah.
it without asking for that.
You're absolutely right. Let me re-ask the question, please.
You're gonna
Big white,
re-ask the question?
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll re-ask it. Spencer, can you give him Hess 79, please? Thank you. This is also, I believe, as Mr. Vivian said, I think it's applicant's 56 as well.
We have to adjust that a little bit. Here we go. Okay.
And this is a letter from my partner, Raga Naresh, to your counsel, Spencer Potasic. And I'm going to direct your attention and the commission, again, it's Hess 79, to request number 1. My first question is, have you seen this letter before today?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Under Hess's response, it provides transportation, processing, and compression fees do not include any negative balances existing after subtracting transportation, processing, and/or compression costs from any revenue attributable to the owner's share of the combined gas stream, because only working interest owners, parentheses, and not royalty interest owners, parentheses, are charged negative balances for transportation, processing, and compression. Any negative balances are included as separate administrative fees. Hess includes such negative balances in the administrative fees category because, for consistency's sake, Hess formats check stubs issued to working interest owners similarly to check stubs issued to royalty owners. Do you see that?
No, I was just listening to you read.
Okay. Does that answer now? Do you understand what is now contained in the administrative fees category that you didn't previously understand?
So you're telling me today that the only thing in the admin fee is you don't want to lose your oil and gas leases, you don't want to jeopardize ours, so whatever the cost to keep those at zero is billed to me, is what you're saying?
So Hess does not believe it should take royalty owners negative.
To
I know
jeopardize
that's
the
different than
leases.
your position in Sinclair, but Hess, therefore, if there's a negative balance, shares that with the working interest
And
owners.
then deducts it out of the oil.
Well, if it's gas, it's gas. If it's oil, it's oil. If it's,
Well, yeah, I guess the net result is you take it out of the oil.
comes out of administrative. So,
So if you're telling me here today that that is the admin fee,
yeah, that's what
the
drove
light
those
bulbs,
to 20.
the light bulbs
You
turn.
both are talking at the same time.
I'm
That
sorry.
doesn't work.
Go ahead, sir. You were
So
talking.
if you're telling me today you don't want to jeopardize your own and our oil and gas leases, and you bill it back to us as the non-ops, I understand what you're doing.
It's not just billed to the non-ops. Hess eats its share too, but that's correct. I'd move Hess 79 into the record.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
And I presume it's identical to 856?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's the
then
same
we
one.
won't.
Yeah,
Okay.
they both get paid. Can you go to your exhibit A13?
Which one is that?
That's the one on natural gas deducts per MCF.
I would look in this book.
Okay. Yeah, this one. Thank you, Spencer.
Okay, applicant's 13 is a document that was originally created by Raina Cordnowy, I believe?
Cordnoy.
Cordnoy, okay. And she did that on June 2nd, 2023, correct?
That sounds right.
Okay. You then went into the file and made some changes, and the name of the file changed from natural gas deducts per MCF to natural gas deducts per MCF Ryan changed, correct?
Sounds like something I do.
Okay. And then finally, we got a version that took that out, and it's just called A13. What is the exact query that you asked the data archive to generate?
So like we've talked about, the data comes from the operator for the Hess sends us, we'll use Hess as the example. Comes from Hess to GibLink, then it goes to CDEX, then it comes into OGSys, and then it goes to Excel.
When you, I don't know this, I think it's like Siri, you wrote on this, you asked the accounting software, what are the words you asked?
So you can take all the revenue for the subject time or the time period that's stated. You can query it by gas or oil, and then it eliminates the noise of one or the other. And then you look at the net, gross, it shows everything, barrels. We asked total deductions. So like, for example, on the Hess check, if there's 1 million MCF on the check, and the deduction would be 10,175,000 attributable to gas. That's the way I asked it.
Okay. And the time period on A13 is January 2008 through December 22, correct?
Correct?
And how many Conoco wells does this involve?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
And where does Conoco sell this gas?
I don't know the answer to that. I presume One Oak.
Okay. Do they sell any of it downstream of the plant?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Do they have any POPs, percentage of proceeds agreements?
I don't know the answer to that.
Same thing, how about Oasis? Where does Oasis sell its gas?
They're, today, they're
They're core
cored,
today,
so all over,
Yeah.
but
Okay. In your analysis here, did Oasis sell any of this downstream of the plant?
I don't know the answer to that.
How many wells from Oasis does this involve?
And whatever's on the spreadsheet we sent you.
But it's not on Exhibit A13, correct?
Correct.
Are you suggesting or telling the commission that Oasis charges 7 cents per MCF to gather, compress, and process natural gas for all of your wells?
I don't believe the term should be suggesting.
What's that?
The term shouldn't be suggesting.
What should the term be?
That's what the computer said.
Okay. So if someone from Oasis came here, they'd say, we love it, 7 cents per MCF from Missouri River, that's always what we've charged in
No,
2018
that's a different question.
22.
This question is, what was the deduct per MCF?
Correct. And it's an average, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But it's your belief that when you asked your computer system, what does this do? You got 7 cents per MCF, and that was for the average over this entire period for Oasis. That's what they charged, right?
That's not what they charge. That's the average deduct per MCF.
Did you ever hear the story of the 6-foot man that drowned in a lake that only averaged 5 feet deep?
No.
Okay, you should. Kind of use this. But let's go to the Oasis check. So I have one of the Oasis checks you sent us. Now, admittedly, it's the same thing. It's an excerpt because it's huge. So we're just gonna. Okay, this is an Oasis check to Missouri River from December 28, 2018 that we received yesterday. We marked it as Hess 116. And it looks like there's a lot of prior period adjustments. So the first gas sale I could find on that page, Mr. Copsing, is at the bottom of, or the middle of page 7.
Okay.
If you look at that. And what are the deducts that Oasis provides as of October 2018 for the gas sale, in which the unit value was $6.86 and the quantity was $9,279.40.
You lost me. You're gonna have to start over. Sure. Started on page 7?
Yeah, it's for the sale date of 10/18, and it's gas. The unit value is $6.86. And you see there's a deduction for $39,140.
Just stand by.
Yeah,
sorry.
sure.
So you're on page, the check page 8 or check page 7?
It says
Check page 7.
Sorry about that. 7 of, it says that on the top.
So there's, yeah, I'm on page 7. Just to confirm, there's not a well listed. It's just a bunch of numbers.
Yeah, because it starts on page 1, it looks like the check you gave us, there's a bunch of prior period adjustments. So what I'm focused on is on the first sales date, 10/18, for a check of December of 18, as a gas of $6.86. And has the quantity and the value. And it has a deduction there, correct?
I'm not following it at all.
Okay. For the sales month of October 2018 for gas,
All I see is oil,
right above that, you see 1018?
see some gas, correct?
Okay. And it lists the unit value of $6.86, correct?
It does?
And a quantity of 9279.40 MCF, correct?
Looks that way.
Okay, and do you see a deduction, CMG, of 39,140.71 cents?
I don't know if that's a deduction. That's positive.
So you're not sure if in the deduction column, something marked 39,140, you're not sure if that's a deduction in the deduction column?
Oh, no, I see it now. It's a positive deduction. And then one below, it's a negative deduction.
Correct. As you'll see, there's a lot of prior period adjustments they were wiping out, it appears. But let's focus on this. So for this month in October, if we take the quantity divided by that, the deduction for gas for that month by Oasis was $4.22, correct?
I can't answer that without going through and seeing if there's a positive deduction that corresponds.
Well, let me give you the hypothetical, and let's assume that this is the only line, 1018.
And let's assume, what is the NGL deduction or positive?
Correct. But here for gas, would you agree with me, the math of 39,140.71 of deduction divided by the quantity is $4.22?
Yeah. If, for example, this was the only thing in this check, yeah, a person could do that same math and come up with the same number you came up with. But that's not the case because there's thousands of numbers here.
Well, I know I got these yesterday, but I actually am focused on the one that wasn't a prior period adjustment. But
To answer your question, I can't answer your question with the
Okay.
data you gave me.
let's move in Hess 116. We can have others do that.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
Now, if we stay on this exhibit, sir.
An Oasis exhibit?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. Your exhibit,
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
which is A13. And you have Hess down as $10.17. Are you aware that at least your expert calculated the average Hess price for gas to be $5.33?
I'm not, but that's not apples to apples.
So you haven't tried to have your expert reconcile his numbers with your numbers, correct?
No, the experts has confidential information, so first time we ever met was about 2 hours ago.
So the answer would be no, you haven't asked. him.
Correct.
And I think you answered this. But so far in 2023, Missouri River has participated or consented to participate in at least 7 Hess wells that have been or will be drilled, correct?
Yeah, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'll take your word for it.
One moment, please. I'll pass the witness. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, Mr. Vivian?
Let me just check my notes. Just a couple questions, Mr. Copson. Mr. Donovan had asked about when Missouri River had provided various documents in discovery. Do you remember those questions?
Generally, it kind of wore out here.
Yeah. And do you remember what you said in your deposition about what documents you had looked at to make a comparison of other operators' rates to Hess?
I think it was something to the effect of millions of pages, or millions of documents, and I corrected myself to say millions of pages, and I think he thought I was kidding.
That's close, but what you actually said was, every other operator in the basin and every piece of paper they generate, page 96. Do you know if Hess asked for any of those pieces of paper after your deposition?
My belief is that absolutely not.
You made a comment about taking in kind if Hess played ball. Remember that?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
So if they, they say, well, you're gonna have to build a new tank battery and a new treater for every well, and you're out to the 10th decimal point, that's just not practical. If they said, Missouri River will give you your 900 barrels a day at Ramberg Station or at some trading point, we'd love to. If they'd say, we'll give you your quantity of gas at some point where we could do a deal with somebody, to get relief, we'd absolutely do that.
Nothing further.
One moment, please. Sir, on take in kind, you have not approached Hess to take your oil in kind, correct?
We have not had the option to, or, no, we have not.
Okay. And Missouri River has not approached Hess to take its gas in kind, correct?
No, I think in my deposition, I told you I'd love to, and yet to hear anything.
My question was, have you reached out to Hess to ask?
No, I haven't, but typically you're given the option. We haven't been given the option.
And you're given the option when you have a JOA, correct?
No, that's not a requirement.
Just so our record's clear, and I understand your position, but Missouri River hasn't reached out to Hess to try to take in kind, correct?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Let me hand you what's marked as a Hess 100, which are your discovery responses. I'm going to start so you could orient yourself. Look at page 7 when we get there, and I'll wait till the commission has theirs. Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Page 7, Mr. Copsing, is a verification as to the answers to the interrogatories. And whose signature is that?
I believe it's mine.
Okay.
Hard to read.
And if you turn to page 5, there's an interrogatory that asks you to identify all documents you intend to introduce as exhibits in this case. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you go back to your signature date, you verified this on July 29, 2021, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Okay. And then the two documents we were talking about, A12 and A13, were produced to us in June of 2023, correct? After you created them.
They weren't created yet, yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else? Just have questions after lunch.
Do you want all this stuff?
You could just leave it there.
Okay. All right, so we'll go off the record and get back on the record about 1:15.
Okay, thank you.
Will the staff have questions for Mr. Copsing then, or, okay.
All right, it's 1:16. We'll go back on the record and we'll open up questioning to staff questions. So-
Can I raise one procedural point?
Sure.
I'm not sure if I offered Exhibit 23 into evidence or not. I intended to, but I'm not sure if I did. Which one? That's the email string with
Oh,
Longbow.
no objection. 823.
Exhibit 23 is received. So I will, again, open it up to staff questions.
Ryan, you indicated that there was a monopoly on the gas midstream operators. Are you talking about all operators in general, or just your company, or?
Talking about one.
Expand on that.
Oh, sorry. Were you done? Mr. Examiner, I was just talking about a particular situation where that's a one-time event or two-time event where, for example, in this particular case, it'd be One Oak, and we're at the end of a line. There's no competitive forces to make One Oak treat us fairly, and they did. That was the point I was trying to make.
Okay, and usually operators dedicate their gas in a certain area, right?
Correct.
So why is that done? Why is the dedication made? Is it so they would have a contract to try to connect those wells?
You know, in my opinion, an acreage dedication does, you know, the biggest thing it does is provide a midstream company the surety to get the volumes that are underlying the dedicated acreage is another form of surety. They will get their money back for the cost it required to run gathering and compression and all the things you need to do to get those wells to market.
Okay. And you also talked about the unlabeled deductions that Hess has on their jibs. How do they come in? Do they just say unlabeled deductions, or does it say deductions with no explanation of what they are?
And just, I think I know what you meant. They're not on the jibs, they're on the check statements, or on the
Okay.
check detail. But, it's just a deduction, and, we don't know what it is.
Okay, so it's not explained in any
Correct.
handout prior or on the check statement stub or anything?
That is correct.
Okay. There was also some comparison of working interest deductions where Hess, it appears, is trying to fit them in the 4 categories that the commission has labeled under the royalty statement information. Is that correct?
I believe so. I believe that admin is one of the potential deduction baskets under the NDIC rules.
Okay, and it appeared that was, I think you made the comment that they're blaming the commission for it, to put them under the admin. And my question is, the royalty statement is under the administrative code of the commission, and it has the 4 categories, including admin costs under it, and that's subject to the royalties, not the working interests.
Okay. Yeah, going back to search my recollect there, I was talking about the email from the gentleman at Hess blaming the situation put upon them by the commission, not the fact that the admin fee exists because of the commission. You following me?
Okay, well, my point is if that was a working interest cost that they were deducting, that's not a commission requirement because it's not a royalty. The royalty statement has to have that according to the regulation of the commission, not the working interest
Okay.
deductions.
Didn't know that.
It's kind of tough to go through your slides without numbers on the pages.
Yeah, I know.
But
I yelled at myself about
you
that
had
this morning.
talked about Exhibit A13. This is the natural gas deductions per MCF. And you list Conoco and Continental, EOG, and so forth. There was a couple of them Oasis's average natural gas deductions per MCF was 7 cents per MCF for deductions, and Sinclair's was 8 cents per MCF. Are those numbers that you typically would see? I mean, you're an accountant, right? I mean, you look at numbers all the time. Would you expect to have numbers that low?
Well, you'd have to go through the whole process to understand the whole number. It could be a percentage of proceeds, a 80-20 split plus 7 cents. It could be a lot of things. This slide's intended to show one thing: total deduct, MCF on check.
Okay. And most contracts out there today are not percent of proceeds, are they?
I think most of the midstreams are MLPs, so they're trying to shift over to a fee-based service. That's just my opinion. I don't know that for a fact.
So since these numbers appear very low, they appear extremely low to me, how was the calculation done? And I understand that you're getting the deductions, you're querying the information, but what are you dividing by? Are you dividing by the total gas produced by the well?
A total
Or
gas
are you,
statement.
hang on,
Okay.
or are you dividing by only the gas sold?
Correct. Only the gas sold.
Okay. Would there be any other costs that might be under a different deduction? I mean, how do you know that you obtained all of the costs for gas? Is it very clear on the statements you get from these operators that all these deductions are clearly marked as gas deductions then?
So, for example, when a revenue statement comes from Hess, it comes from Hess to GibLink, comes out of GibLink to CDEC. CDEC puts it into a format that's readable by OGSys. I'm sure there's a feed every step of the way. And then it goes into Excel. So once we have an Excel, we can switch it from all oil or all gas. So when we switch it to all gas, all deduct product codes relate to gas.
Are all operators using the same type of output so they can readily be inputted into these other systems and
I'd say
software?
about 90% or so.
Okay. And then on your next slide, it's labeled CIG differential average. This was the Colorado Interstate Gas Index that you compared them to. And we have, most of these operators have a negative differential. Are you insinuating that all of these operators that have a negative, in that case, that the value of the gas is less than zero?
No, so, what we do, let's say, looking out 4 years from now, we have a NYMEX gas price that everybody can look at. Let's say it's $4. Then we can go get a CIG price or differential and say that's minus 50 cents. So you'd have a $3.50 gas price, and then we go to our historical data and apply this deduct. So in the case of EOG, we'd add $1.31 to whatever the future strip is. It's a way to normalize the noise out of all the intricacies in our checks and everything, and look forward and have a reasonable thing that our auditors and Ryder Scott, or reserve auditors, will buy into.
Okay, and when I look at the information up on the first paragraph, it says the deduction calculated by taking the net amount received by Missouri Resources per wellhead MCF.
Correct.
And to me, wellhead MCF would mean the amount produced.
So wellhead MCF, the NDIC shows, and the MCF on a check from an operator, two different things. So we use the NDIC number that takes all the noise out of everything to net out a price. So we know what we really got.
But my question is wellhead gas the gas produced from the well or the amount sold?
Amount sold.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Ryan, this application is to requested the commission determine the proper costs for the drilling and operation of the wells. And is someone on your side gonna get into the costs that you're disputing specifically or not?
Well, we don't have those costs, but, or I don't at least. The expert might.
Because 3808 says that in the event of any dispute as to such costs, the commission shall determine the proper costs. So in order for us to determine those, we have to have the costs in front of us. So I was wondering if somebody on your side is gonna make those specific.
Well, I guess the way I see it is the NDIC will have to take it upon itself or appoint a special master to go determine what's real and what's not.
I'll just interject. In the past, the commission has not accepted the fact that somebody would come in and say, we think these costs are way too high, find out if they're okay. We do need specifics. We need to know what it is that's disputed, and, maybe you can do that in the post brief or something, but we need to know what it is that is gone awry in your eyes. Because the commission, we can't just, on a gut instinct or something, take somebody's word that they're wrong.
You want me
So
to
keep
answer?
that in mind.
Okay.
And on your recommended outline to enforce NDIC order number 13760, item number 1, I don't know that that's under the jurisdiction of the commission. Item number 2 talks about the reasonable charge for supervision. Again, that's a specific cost. Item number 3 says that asking us to determine that it's an all-inclusive rate. Item number 4 is kind of the same thing. Asking the commission in item number 5 to identify all unnecessary expense. Again, that, I don't know that we have to have some kind of a specifics to rule on. And again, the saltwater gathering and disposal fees. I think we would need to have some specifics on what they are and for us to make a determination if they're reasonable or not. So I don't know if any of your witnesses are gonna address that, but
I hope our expert does, but unfortunately, everything I received is redacted, so I don't know anything.
okay, thank you.
Few questions, Ryan. I labeled, this is page 32.
Okay?
It's right before natural gas deducts, so we've been there.
Found it.
In the top portion of that exhibit, there are some numbers that really stand out, and so I wanted to know if you had some explanation for the variations that we see there. So, for example, facility costs, Continental Resources and Marathon charge facility costs. Hess charges facility costs, but the other operators don't. Is there an explanation of how your operating companies bill that out? Is that a normal charge?
I would think,
And maybe these are things that your expert can get into if you, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Helms. You know, obviously in that example, 2 out of 10 are doing it. Is it right or wrong? Hard to say.
Okay. Well, you didn't list that as one of the items that you thought was an unnecessary expense. I think you gave us a list, sort of a list that included but was not limited to, see if I can find that now. I labeled that one page 39. I think it's the next to last page. So maybe we could just go there, page 39 of 40. Yeah. Identify unnecessary expenses. So are you stating, I just want to make sure, that the, this includes sentence, you consider all of these unnecessary expenses that are being billed to you as a non-operated working interest owner?
To clarify, once we state an overhead, that's all inclusive, and everything that, you know, is cited on that other slide we were just looking at would be eliminated once the overhead rate is nailed.
And then you go on to say in number 5, any cost that reduces your share of production must be a bona fide third-party cost. Is that term third-party cost, do you mean that to be equal to what's stated in 380808, which is drilling and operating expenses for a well?
I would add, for yes, like if a bill from Halliburton comes and it's $5 million, Missouri River wants to pay on 5, not another number. And then, in the case of the sales of the product, if, you know, there's a meter balance at the well and Marathon is the buyer, I don't need a bunch of subsidiaries between me, or between Hess Bach and the buyer, and a bunch of margin attached. So the bona fide transaction is the transaction with Marathon in that instance.
But you're not stating that in order to be a drilling or operating cost, it has to be third-party.
Well,
So, for example, could an operator consider the salary of its pumper an operating cost?
in my opinion, yes. But
Okay.
the salary of an executive in New York that sells stock for a living, no.
Okay. But it doesn't necessarily have to be third-party to
I
be
think
an
in
operating.
an operating agreement, it would say something to the effect of get 2 quotes and then do it for 10% less.
Sorry, I'm jumping around. Back to page 32. There were 2 other items, or actually 3 items that I found really curious, and I wondered if you had some background on them. There are some large negative numbers in the admin costs.
Yeah.
And so how do you end up with a negative 5.6 million admin costs from WPX?
I asked that very question myself, and, you know, nobody was really concerned when it's a benefits, of course, but
Okay.
I can't answer that.
Okay. Because there were actually three lines there that showed a negative admin cost.
I think it's maybe a way to deal with prior period adjustments, or, I'm not sure.
Okay. One more, on back to page 39. In your item number 5 there, would you categorize those costs that you've labeled as unnecessary expenses as post-production costs? Or are some of them actually operating costs, just unnecessary?
Both.
Some of each?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Ryan, on the slide that says, how did MRRC catch the problem? Just for my own knowledge, the first bullet in there says, in early 2020, we noticed our revenue dropped substantially. And it says reference to the GIB, check detail, and so on. Has there been any communication or any form of data provided to you from that time frame that would indicate what some of those changes were that took place to cause the drop?
You know, I think that only communication would be that email, and then, of course, the lawyers have had a lot of back and forth.
Are you aware if additional NGL units, stuff like that was placed, compressor station, stuff that would cause a working interest staff to pay more?
I don't know the answer to that.
All right, thank you.
That raised a question. Ryan, on that same page, are you aware of any event that occurred at the end of 2019 or in early 2020 that would have resulted in the revenue drop? Was there something that changed in
Yeah,
the information you were being provided?
Well, I think everybody knows that COVID happened, but I think that what you're talking about is the major deduction. You know, Mr. Donovan pointed out oil was low, but the big problem, everybody understands, we're all big boys. $16 oil is real. What we don't understand is the $465,000 deduct. And if that's your question, where it came from, we have no idea.
Did any one particular column increase at that time frame? So your admin costs
Admin.
substantially, or one of the other columns?
I think it's both admin and unlabeled deduct at that time.
They both were noted as climate? Okay.
Yep.
Staff have any additional questions? While staff is thinking, I just have a housekeeping matter I just thought of. I know, Mr. Vivian, that you are acting as counsel for Missouri River Royalty, but are you also speaking on behalf of Sinclair?
Yes, both applicants.
So I just want to make sure that there's not two separate presentations. Okay. Any additional questions? No. Hearing no additional questions, you may call your next witness.
We're going to call Craig Macbeth, and Mr. Potasek's going to do the exam, so he and I will switch.
Okay.
I'll be back, don't worry.
So, Mr. Macbeth will stay on the record while they're getting situated. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? Yes. All right. So, counsel, when you're ready.
I think I did already. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Macbeth. I think you have your slides in front of you. If you could turn to the first, what is the second page, but past the title page. Could you tell me about your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's in accounting from Brigham Young University and a master's of business administration from Utah State University.
Could you tell me a little bit about your work background?
Sure. After college, I accepted a position with Touche Ross, which later became Deloitte & Touche, which is now Deloitte, in their Los Angeles office, and was working in their Japanese practice, actually, auditing Japanese companies in the Southern California area. I was there for 3 years. Following that experience, I moved back to Utah and accepted a position as an audit manager for a small local accounting firm, Anderson Peterson, in Salt Lake for 4 years. And then I've been with Sinclair Oil, SOGC, now for 27 years in various positions. I initially started as an internal auditor, JV auditor for Sinclair, and then became a manager of the crude oil department, accounting department, and then eventually to the position I have now.
You mentioned that you worked for Deloitte. Who's Deloitte?
Deloitte is one of the, what we'd deem as one of the big four accounting firms now. Back when I was working for them, we were one of the big 8, but because of consolidations, it's now down to the big 4.
And what did you say your current position is with SOGC?
I'm the controller at SOGC.
And what do you do as controller?
I'm responsible for the preparation, or the processing and preparation of all of our financial records, our joint interest billings, our revenue receipts, our financial statements each month.
What professional accreditations do you hold?
So I'm a certified public accountant, and I'm also an accredited petroleum accountant, which is an accreditation offered from the COPUS, or from the Council of Petroleum Accountant Societies.
And I know you just explained the acronym, but what is COPUS?
Yeah, it's a group of societies. I happen to belong to the Rocky Mountain Society. And I believe there's 20 some odd societies that are united to come together and form standards for the oil and gas industry to follow with regards to accounting for oil and gas operations.
And you might have just touched on this. but what is your involvement with COPUS?
Yeah, I've been on the board of directors of the Rocky Mountain Society for over 20 years. I've been the president of the Rocky Mountain Society. I've been the chairman of the Small Oil and Gas Companies Committee on the national level for COPUS, and I'm currently a member of the Board of Examiners for the COPUS APA program.
So how does your involvement with COPUS relate to your work for SOGC?
You know, it's really helped me a lot. It's helped me understand my job because of the training I've received in preparation for taking their exam, but also when I attend national meetings, the continuing education that's offered there is relevant to my job and helps me perform it in a more appropriate manner. It also gives me the guidelines of the industry accepted standards to follow when I'm recording accounting entries on our side.
So we were talking about COPUS. Did you say there were any other professional organizations that you're involved with?
I'm a member of the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants as well.
Okay, Craig, if you'll go to the next slide, it says SOGC at the top. What is SOGC's business?
Our business is to produce and develop oil and gas wells, preferably at a profit.
And how long has SOGC been doing business in the Bakken?
As SOGC, not very long, but as Sinclair Oil and Gas Company, I believe we entered the Bakken area in 2007.
And why did SOGC file this application with the commission?
Well, as Ryan was mentioning, we noticed a number of our wells that had excessive deducts on our revenue statement. We were concerned, couldn't understand why we were being charged such a high administrative fee when administrative fees are typically reported through overhead on the JIB side. It appeared like we were getting double dipped, both on revenue and on the JIB side. And so we made inquiries to Hess. On our side, those never came back. We hired Martindale and Associates to perform an audit for us, and we're told that because we don't have a joint operating agreement in place, we are denied the opportunity to audit. And so there really was no other recourse for us to get in and to look at these expenses and understand them. We've kind of been treated as if we have no rights to understand our own expenses that we're paying. I heard his comment made that it's like taxation without representation. It's like deductions without representation. We haven't had a right to find out information. And even, as Ryan has alluded to, all the information that's been gleaned in this case has been redacted and kept from us, so we still don't have a really good understanding of what's happening.
Okay. And we'll talk about that stuff a little bit more later,
Right.
but let's think about when did you file this application?
We filed the application in the fall of 2020.
Okay. And what were SOGC's holdings at the time that it filed this application?
At the time of the filing, we had about 1,000 non-operated interests in the Bakken area and probably around 60 operated wells.
Any interests outside the Bakken?
We do have some interest in the East Rough Rider Madison unit, which is a different formation. I can't remember the formation name there.
Well, and anything outside of North Dakota?
Oh, outside of North Dakota, yes. We have operations that we participate in Montana, Oklahoma, Texas, Michigan, and in the Marcellus play of West Virginia and Pennsylvania.
So,
In Colorado.
I know you said that SOGC has operated a non-operated interest, or had in the Bakken. How many operated interests in November 2020?
I believe it was around 60.
Okay. And how many operated interests now?
Roughly around about 80 now.
And where are those located?
We're located in Montreal, McKenzie, and Dunn counties
Okay. Do you know how many wells are in Montreal County?
that we operate.
Yes.
I think it's probably 30, 40.
Okay. Now, with respect to non-operated interests, do you know how many non-operated interests SOGC had in
Not,
2020?
yeah, in 2020, we had 1,000 or more, and now we're down to around 700.
And where are those non-operated interests located?
Same areas, same 3 counties.
Who operates the wells that SOGC has non-op interests in?
Well, there's a variety. EOG, Hunt, Continental. We sold our interest in Continental. Whiting, we sold our interest to Whiting. We had prior, we were there with them. Hess, of course. Just a variety of operators.
So I think you testified a few moments ago that at the time of the application, SOGC had quite a bit more non-operated interest than it does now. Why is that?
In the fall of 2021, we made an attempt to sell our non-operated interest in North Dakota. This was done in an effort to collect more capital or cash to be able to drill some of our operations in Texas and more wells in North Dakota.
Which assets was SOGC able to sell?
So we were able to sell, we offered the package as a whole. We didn't have any interest in that, but Whiting purchased their interest from us, back from us. Continental did the same. Murex did, and so did Grayson Mill.
Were there any that you marketed that you weren't able to sell?
Our brokerage firm reached out to a number of different entities, including Hess, and they refused to purchase their piece back. They weren't interested in purchasing theirs.
You said their piece.
Their wells that they operate, that we have this non-operating interest in, we were trying to sell that back so they'd have a bigger piece of their own interest.
All right, Craig, if you'll flip to the next slide. At the top it says SOGC operated wells in Montreal County. What is SOGC's policy regarding JOAs for its operated wells?
Excuse me. SOGC believes in the operating agreements, joint operating agreements, and we issue a joint operating agreement in every well we operate.
You said you issue a joint operating agreement. How does SOGC go about drafting a JOA that it thinks will be agreeable to its partners?
Well, we use the AAPL Form 610 as the basis, and we produce that, use that document and put the information together, distribute it out to our non-operating working partners.
You said AAPL Form
AAPL
610.
610.
And what's that?
The standard joint operating agreement issued by the American Association of Professional Landmen.
What base rate did SOGC charge for producing overhead at the time of the application?
We've been using a $10,000 drilling overhead rate and a $1,000 a month producing overhead rate.
And actually, perhaps I should clarify, base rate, what does that mean to you?
So that's the rate we're starting out with. Of course, that rate can be escalated or de-escalated depending upon the COPUS adjustment each year in April.
And what base rate does SOGC charge now?
We're still charging the $10,000, $1,000.
And I think you alluded to the base rate changes over time. How does that happen?
Each April, COPUS issues a economic factor adjustment, and it's based on a wide study of economic issues and shows how much the rate should be increased or decreased depending upon the year.
In SOGC's mind, what is the purpose of charging producing overhead?
In our mind, it is to cover those costs that are not direct costs in the field, the cost of administering, or I liked Ryan's definition of babysitting the well from a distance. It's those costs that we are not able to charged directly, but that are necessary to operate our operations.
And how does SOGC charge its partners for producing overhead?
So it's just included as a line item on our joint interest billing each month.
Has SOGC been audited in connection with its overhead rates?
We've been audited through the years by various operators, and of course that overhead is part of the audit, but we've never had an exception for an overhead adjustment.
And you said you've been audited by operators?
Yeah, like for example, Whiting has generally every couple of years come in and audit us on our wells that we operate that they have a non-operating interest in.
So who provides midstream services on the SOGC wells?
So in Montreal County, it's Endeavor, and in Mackenzie and Dunn County, we use One Oak.
And I guess everyone probably knows what this is, but when I say midstream services, what does that mean to you?
Gas gathering and processing facilities.
And how does SOGC charge its partners for midstream services?
We just pass the costs that we're charged directly on to our non-operating working partners.
And you said Endeavor does midstream services in Montreal County?
Yes,
Okay. And no affiliation between SOGC?
no affiliation.
Has SOGC ever been audited in connection with its post-production costs?
No.
So let's actually flip to the next slide in your presentation. Hess-operated wells in Montreal County. How many of SOGC's non-op wells in Montreal County are operated by Hess?
We have an interest in over 100 of their wells.
And how many of those wells have JOAs?
To my knowledge, 2.
Okay. I want you to take a look. Do you have Applicant's Exhibit A31 in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Exhibit A31?
831 is this Model 610 that I was referring to, operating agreement produced by the American Association of Professional Landmen.
And what's the date on that agreement?
January 1st, 2008.
And who's party to that agreement?
Hess Corporation and whoever else signed the agreement at the back here. I'm not sure I have all this. All I have is our signature on there, but Brigham Oil, Whiting Oil, Missouri River, and COG Oil and Gas would have been parties to it.
And we'd offer Exhibit A31.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
Okay, and we might get back to that in a bit, but I want you to also take a look at, do you have Exhibit A32?
Yes.
And what is Exhibit A32?
Again, a model form operating agreement dated September 1st, 2008 from Hess Corporation for wells located in Township 154 North, 93 West, Sections 4 and 9 of Montreal County.
And we'd offer Exhibit A32 as well.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
So on the first page of both of these, there's a reference to some lands. What is that?
On the contract area here? or-
Yep.
That's the location of the area covered by the joint operating agreement, so any wells that Hess drilled in that area would be covered under this agreement.
So where are these spacing units that are covered by these two agreements located in relation to the application wells?
They're about 2 sections away from our wells.
Talked about SOGC's use of JOAs for its operated wells. Does SOGC have any particular policy with respect to JOAs on non-op wells?
Well, we would prefer to receive them, and if we received them, we would definitely review them and try to negotiate a agreement with them and sign them.
And why is that?
We feel that the joint operating agreement provides both the operator and the non-operator with a number of protections that are important. Had there been a JOA in this case, we wouldn't be here today.
What's the producing overhead rate for Hess's wells in Montreal County, specifically the wells that SOG is a non-op owner in?
Based
I'm
on
gonna
the,
I'm gonna object. My objection is I'm gonna request it be more specific. I think it's too broad.
yeah, I'm asking too, is it the ones covered by the JOA or the ones covered not by a JOA?
So you mentioned earlier that SOGC is a non-op owner in over 100 Hess wells in Montreal
Correct.
County. I'm just asking, what's Hess's producing overhead rate for those wells?
Well, currently it's over $2,400. It might be even higher, $2,700 or $2,800 per well. These operated wells, the ones covered by the JOA are much lower. They're in the $1,000 range, somewhere in thousands. I've got a schedule that we can look at that and see what those numbers are.
Sure, we'll look at that in a moment. I want you first to turn to take a look at Applicant's Exhibit 828, if you have that.
Okay.
And what is Exhibit 828?
This is a joint interest invoice or a joint interest statement dated November of 2018 from Hess Bakken Investments to Sinclair Oil and Gas Company.
And this is a JIB.
This is referred to as a JIB, yes.
And is this the complete document, or is this an excerpt?
No, it's definitely an excerpt because it's only a few pages long.
What wells are shown on this excerpt?
So the first one is the Ann Horst H1, which is a well covered by our joint operating agreement with Hess.
And any other wells shown on the excerpt?
Sorry. And then the subject wells are included here, the N Rude and the NKMJ Uran wells.
Okay. So just looking at this, what's the producing head overhead rate for these wells specifically?
Yeah, for November of 2018, the N Horst had a producing overhead rate of $1,257.43, and the subject wells, $2,164.14.
And we're gonna offer Exhibit 828.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
Craig, I want you to take a look at Exhibit 829 as well.
Okay.
And what is Exhibit 829?
829 is again a joint interest invoice. This one's dated November of 2019, and it appears we've got the same wells included in the exhibit.
Okay, so this is a year later.
A year later, yes.
And what's the producing overhead rate that we see here?
So for the N Horst, it's $1,316.53, and for the subject wells, $2,265.85.
Okay, and I think you might have answered this with your earlier testimony, but where are these wells in relation to one another?
They're within two sections of each other in the same township and range.
We'd offer Exhibit 829.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
One more document along these lines I want you to look at, Exhibit A30. Do you have that?
Yes.
And what is A30?
830 is a joint interest invoice dated November of 2020 from Hess again.
Okay. And what wells are on this, Jim?
The same wells are included in this exhibit.
And what's the producing overhead rate?
For the N Horst, it's $1,384.99, and for the subject wells, $2,383.67.
Okay. And I think we might get to this later, but I want to just clear it up now. These are each just for 1 month, correct?
That's correct.
So how would the producing overhead rate change over the course of a year?
Over the course of the year, the only time we should see a change is in April 1st of each year, when that COPUS rate comes out and the escalation or de-escalation is calculated.
Okay, and we'd offer Exhibit A30.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
So these wells that we're looking at on this Exhibit A30, for example, who provides midstream services on these wells?
These would be part of the Hess midstream operations.
Okay. So we talked about JOAs earlier. What do SOGC's JOAs say about services provided by affiliates?
Well, there's standard language in the Exhibit C, which is the COPUS accounting standards that talks about affiliates. It mentions that if certain costs exceed a certain dollar amount, that all of the non-operators need to be contacted and addressed on the issue before it can go forward.
Just by way of example, I think Exhibit A31 we looked at earlier was
Yeah,
JOA.
can I turn to that section?
Yeah, sure.
So on A31, I'm looking at page 8.
And what do you see on page 8?
Page 8, paragraph 7 discusses affiliates. It talks about the charges for their goods and service, requiring an AFE, the amount of $100,000. If those total costs for an affiliate's good or services are charged, they need to be approved by an AFE to the non-operators.
And
Sorry?
you said page 8. Are you talking about page 8 of the JOA
Yes.
or a specific portion
No,
of the
page
JOA?
8 of the JOA, section 7. Maybe it's Exhibit C, that's why.
Okay.
Exhibit C, page 8.
And what is Exhibit C?
Exhibit C is the COPUS accounting procedure.
So I'm just making sure I follow you. Turn to Exhibit C, which looks like it's on the 34th page of the exhibit. And then I go to page 8 of Exhibit C. And now I'm there. Hopefully everybody else is. But what specifically is the provision that you're thinking of?
So it's section 7, affiliates, and it lays out guidelines for when affiliates are involved in an operation. Operators' affiliates are involved here. Subcategory C talks that they shall not exceed average commercial rates prevailing in the area for the joint property unless the operator obtains the non-operator's approval of such rates.
Okay. So you talked about a JOA earlier, Form 610, I think you said that's a form document. Exhibit C, is that commonly included in a JOA?
Yes, Exhibit C is always included in the joint operating agreement, along with the other exhibits that are attached.
Okay. I want to talk about, shift your focus a little bit to revenue statements for these Hess-operated wells that we've been talking about. If you could take a look at Applicant's Exhibit A33. What is Exhibit A33?
So Exhibit A33 is a revenue disbursement statement produced by Hess. The date of the deposit is 3/25/2019, and the check amount or the detail totals $532,283.37.
And again, is this the entire check? Is this an excerpt?
No, this is an excerpt. It looks like the entire check would be 46 pages long.
Okay. What wells are shown on this?
Well, the first well listed here is the Ann Horst, which we just talked about, the well that's covered by the joint operating agreement. And then on the other pages are the subject wells.
What deductions are taken from SOGC's revenue?
You know what, the subject wells aren't included here. I think I'm missing some pages. Is everybody else?
I'm sorry, if you could say that again.
I don't see the subject wells on this detail, so, but it may be that with a copy we made, I didn't get the full set. I don't know what everybody else has.
Okay. I see the, en route, 154, 93, 27, 34. I'm looking at the bottom of, SOGC 117.
SOGC 117.
Yeah, the second page of the exhibit.
Okay, yes, there is the subject well there.
So is that one of the application
That
wells?
is one of the, okay, yes.
Okay. So what deductions do you see for that well?
I just see other deductions.
Okay, so they're not labeled.
They're not labeled
Okay.
at all.
And as we've mentioned, this is just one of the application wells. Would you expect to see materially different deductions on the other wells in the unit?
No, I think we would see similar deductions to what we're seeing here. And probably the reason the other wells are not here is because of the time and the fact that they weren't producing yet. I don't know.
Okay. So if you could take a look at and we'll offer Exhibit A33.
I have no objection to it, but I would request that council that we have the, at least for the record, the full revenue statement used. I think there were some issues raised, and the check is for $532,000, and we only have a couple wells on here, so.
Sure, the full revenue statement be offered into evidence?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. But no objection otherwise.
So Council, are you gonna offer another exhibit as the full
We
revenue?
can work together and do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to stop them.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with doing that.
Okay, just make sure you offer that separate or submit it into the record at some point. Exhibit is received.
Okay, Craig. If you want to take a look at Exhibit A34.
Okay.
And what is Exhibit A34?
This is the, again, the revenue royalty distribution statement provided by Hess for July 25th of 2019. The amount of this check or detail is $523,433.25.
Okay. And is this the complete check statement?
No, this is an excerpt again that the total would be over 100 pages long.
Okay. What wells are shown on this excerpt?
So again, we have the N Horst, which is listed first, and then on the next page is the N Rudwell, which is one of the subject wells, and then you can see the N KMJ Uran on the next couple of pages, several pages here, which are the subject wells.
Okay. And so what deductions are taken from SOGC's revenue on this statement?
So there's 4 different types of deducts that are taken off of this statement, and according to the back page of the detail here, you can see Hess has provided what the deduction codes are, 10 transportation, 20 processing, 30 compression, and 40 admin costs.
Okay. And what was the date of this?
This was July of 2019? Yes, July 25th of 2019.
And does your excerpt have the final page of the revenue statement
does.
on it? Okay. And so what's the total revenue breakdown?
Total revenue of $877,438.61 with deductions of $282,664 and taxes of $71,000 for a net of $523,000.
Okay, thank you. I want you to look at another similar exhibit. If you could turn to, and we'll offer Exhibit A34.
It'd be the same. No objection, provided the full statement is submitted.
Exhibit is received.
So if you turn to A35,
Okay.
what is Exhibit A35?
A35 is, again, another revenue redistribution check from Hess Bakken dated July 25th of 2020 for $134,040.43.
Okay. And you probably guessed some of the questions that I'm going to be asking, but what wells do you see?
Oh, I was gonna say it's an excerpt because this would be 464
Thank
pages
you.
long. In the listings here, I'm seeing the N Horst on page 1 and the N Root on page 2, and then others of the subject wells in the following pages.
And so just to the extent it was not already clear from your testimony, these 3 revenue statements that we've looked at have the application wells on them?
Yes.
Correct, okay. And so what deductions do we see taken from SOGC's revenue here?
So again, we have the same numbering of 10, 20, 30, and 40, as we talked about earlier, the transportation, compression, processing, and admin costs.
And you flip to the front page of the exhibit there, what were you looking at?
Well, which is actually, I think, the back of the page, but yeah, it's the second page of the revenue check detail that has the description of showing what each deduction is and interest types, product codes, and such.
Okay. And what's the total revenue breakdown for this month?
So the revenue breakdown for this month is $850,000 with $681,000 in owner deducts and $45,000 in taxes for a net check of $134,000.
And we'd offer Exhibit A35.
No objection, provided it's complete.
Exhibit is received.
All right, Mr. Macbeth, if you'll turn to the next slide, which is just titled Application Wells. What was SOGC's response to the revenue statement that it received in July of 2020?
Yeah, our response was that it seemed improper. Like I mentioned earlier, we've never seen administrative costs deducted from a check before. And so we were concerned again that we were being double charged both on the joint interest billing side and then some other administrative costs that didn't make any sense on the revenue side.
Okay. What steps did SOGC take internally in response to this revenue statement?
Well, we prepared some analysis to determine what we were seeing from other operators. We just never noticed an administrative cost from another operator before. We just did a lot of different analysis of that information.
Okay. I want you to take a look at, if you have Applicant's Exhibit A37. Everyone's changing binders, so we'll give them a minute or two. All right, Mr. Macbeth, what is Exhibit A37?
So this is an internal analysis I did. We had spoken with Missouri River, and well, they had actually reached out to us and asked us if we were seeing similar information. So we took a look at units, larger percentage units that we were involved in together. And in this statement, you can see we were looking at the URAN, the NLEO, the NVPNR, the NFRIDA, the BWR Peterson, and the BW Johnson units. And I actually have a schedule that goes for each and every one of those units, looking at them on a unit-by-unit basis, and then this is a summary of those charges.
Okay. And so it looks like there's sort of two tables here, one gas and plant products and one oil. Could you explain what the gas and plant products table reflects?
Yes, so we took the volume that we were being paid on for gas, the value that we were being paid on for gas from each unit. We took out the deduction for transportation, the deduction for processing fees, the deduction for compression, and the deduction for administration fee and taxes, and arrived at what our net information, our net check detail was for each of these months.
All right. And if you could explain what the oil table is.
Same thing, looking at the volume and the value for oil with the deductions that Hess is taking out for them of transportation and administration and taxes to arrive at the net revenue.
And I think I know what this is, but In the top table, the gas and plant products, there are 4 columns that look like they correspond to the deductions. Is that right?
Yes.
And there are percentages in those columns. Could you explain what that?
Those percentages are a percentage of the total value
Okay. When you say the total value, what do you mean?
for that particular month. So on the first line of July of 19, the transportation cost of $12,626 divided by 75,000 for value is 17%.
I see. Thank you. So what concerned SOGC most about the information on Exhibit A37?
The thing that concerned us the most was prior to July 19, we had never seen an administration fee deduct. In fact, we didn't know what the deducts were because they weren't labeled prior to July of 19. But when we break these out, you start to see that the administration fee is costing us 135% of our revenue stream. And then we get into 2020, it's 353%, 371%. And it's just, there was no rhyme or reason to what this was, why this was happening, why we were being charged such a high fee that we could not get an answer for.
Thank you. We'd offer Exhibit A37.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
Mr. Macbeth, I'd like you to turn to Exhibit A36, if you have it. What is Exhibit A36?
So Exhibit A36 is comparing the same charges and deducts by different operators to see how those deducts line up with the study that I'd done on Exhibit A37.
And why did you prepare Exhibit A36?
Well, we wanted to see if, is compression really out of line? Is processing out of line? Is treating out of line? What is it that's, is it just the administrative fee that's out of line? What is it that's so different from what Hess is charging us?
I see there's a column that says Hess minus admin. What is the significance?
Yes, so that we've taken out the administrative deduction and tried to just compare it with the normal deductions we're used to seeing of treating, compression, and processing.
Okay. So what concerned SOGC the most about what we're looking at on Exhibit A36?
Well, no other operator was deducting, and for example, if you look at the range there, 466% of our revenue being taken away from us as a deduct. Even in the lowest prices, Continental was 220, Whiting was in the 100%, Oasis 100%. The other operators, we realized the price of gas was low, but none of them were taking us to the negative to the levels that Hess was.
And I see, there's on the third page, there are some tables. What are those?
The third page is just, again, a graphic representation of the information shown there.
Oh, okay. We'd offer Exhibit A36.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
So I think you've said this a few times, but you seem like SOGC was caught off guard by this admin cost deduction. Did SOGC ever find out what that deduction was for?
Despite multiple requests to find out, the first I heard of it was at my deposition.
In this case?
In this case.
Okay. So what is the admin cost deduction comprised of?
Well, to my understanding, based on the letter that's included in the exhibits here, it's when a royalty owner is going negative, that Hess is charging that back to the working interest owners.
So if you want to take a look, do you happen to have, I think it's Hess's Exhibit 79.
I know what you're referring to. I don't know the number offhand, but yeah.
I think it was previously introduced into evidence. It's Applicant's Exhibit A56, HX079.
Yeah. That's right.
So, Mr. Macbeth, is this a document that you've seen before?
In preparation for the, actually during my deposition, I was presented with this document.
All right, give me one moment. So, Mr. Macbeth, I'm looking at page 5 of the exhibit. In particular, there's a request 3F, provide a schedule showing the accumulation of all costs, including the administrative fee deduction, and then Hess's response. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Everybody has a copy of it. I just want to ask, so there's 3 subparts here. There appears to be 3 components, correct?
Correct.
This first component, negative balances existing after subtracting these midstream costs from revenues. How many other operators are you aware of that you make a similar admin cost deduction from revenue?
I'm not aware of any other operator that's doing that.
Okay. Subpart 2 refers to costs associated with royalty owners, and there was discussion of that earlier. How many other operators are you aware of that allocate a portion of royalty owners' post-production costs like this?
Well, not in this manner. If a royalty owner has a specific clause in their lease that exempts them from paying any of those processing, compression, or transportation costs, then it's typical that those are borne by the working interest owners or the other parties in the group. I don't know that it's necessarily just the working interest owners. It could be other royalty owners that are bearing that cost as well.
Okay. So in those instances, the royalty interest owner is not paying any of the costs.
Yeah, they have a clause in their lease that says that. That's correct.
Did Hess consult with SOGC at all before making this allocation?
No, they did not. Can I also point out that there's another third area here?
Sure.
I think it's interesting that there's a per barrel marketing fee for plant products transported by rail or truck, or a per barrel marketing fee for oil that could also be included in there.
Okay. So there's a marketing fee component of the admin.
Yeah,
cost
marketing
deduction.
fee, yeah.
So I think going back a few minutes in your testimony, you alluded to the admin cost deduction raising concerns because you thought maybe there was an error, or double dipping, and specifically that you were concerned about overhead. Why exactly were you concerned about overhead as a result of seeing this deduction?
Because overhead is generally what's covering administrative costs. So to have an administrative cost appear on the revenue statement just seemed inappropriate.
Did SOGC look into overhead costs then at all in response to seeing this?
Yes, we went back and looked at our overhead costs as they were being charged to us through the period of this period as well.
Okay. I'd like you to take a look if you have Exhibit A38 in front of you. I hope everybody's got a big enough copy because I see Craig's is pretty small.
And thanks to Mr. Atala here for lending me his glasses.
So, Mr. Macbeth, what is Exhibit A38?
So this is an exhibit where we've gone through and looked at and I'm going to call them the original wells that we were looking at with Missouri River, that were not the ones subject wells, but the original 8 units that we were looking at. And then a comparison showing at the bottom different operators, including Hess, where there was a joint operating agreement in place or where there wasn't a joint operating agreement in place. And then showing how that overhead has increased over time.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I may, We do object to this. I think I know which way the winds are blowing, but this was the fourth of the late disclosed or just recently disclosed documents, of which we received some data yesterday. I'll state my objection. I expect the same ruling, but I wanted to state that for the record.
Okay, your objection is noted. While I was reading this, did you offer this? Then I didn't.
We haven't offered it yet, but
Okay.
we'll offer it now, I guess.
Okay, your objection is noted, it's overruled, and exhibit will be received. And given the appropriate weight.
And Craig, or Mr. Macbeth, I'll just ask, the information on Exhibit A38, where does this information come from?
Well, the top section is from Hess joint interest statements, and the lower section would be Hess, and the other operators' joint interest statements is noted.
So the larger table on top, that's all Hess data.
Yes.
Okay. So what concerns SOGC most about the information presented on Exhibit A38?
Well, the most concerning thing is that Hess has gone along and accepted the COPUS rate as an adjustment factor in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, and then in January and February of 2017, they completely changed every single rate that was out there to $1,717 across the board. Then on March of 17, they decided that 1717 wasn't a big enough hit, so they took it up to $2,629. And then it starts going back, I believe off of the 1717 percentage rate, it increases back up again to where we are currently.
Okay. And go ahead.
And then on the bottom, if you look at a well that's covered by the joint operating agreement, I'm not using the N Horse now, I'm using the ND Kevin Cara here, also in the same area. That well didn't get the $1,717 adjustment or the $2,629 adjustment because it was bound by a joint operating agreement.
And I just want to clarify, there are a number of Hess wells listed in the above table. Are any of those the subject wells?
Yes. The first 8 wells are the subject wells, the Enroute and the NKMJ Urand.
Okay. So to the extent that SOGC is challenging Hess's producing overhead rate costs, these are those costs.
Those are the costs we would be challenging, yes.
Okay. Also, just to be clear, this is a gross charge.
Correct. This is the gross charge. I'll also make a point that the other operators, you'll see I've got an instance where there's a joint operating agreement in place. There's an instance where there's not a joint operating agreement in place. And under both scenarios, all the other operators continue to follow the COPUS adjustment rate through the entire period.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Macbeth, we're going to flip to the next slide, which is titled Response to Costs.
Okay.
So we've talked about producing overhead, we've talked about post-production costs, revenue deductions, midstream service fees, et cetera. And how those first came to SOGC's attention in 2020. What communications did SOGC have with Hess about the revenue deductions it started seeing in 2020?
Sure. We reached out to Hess on their askhess.com email account and received no response.
And why did you go through Ask Hess?
That's the only way they'll answer a response generally is through their owner relations line.
And I think you actually just said this, but did you get a response?
No, we did not.
Okay. I think you've alluded to this much earlier towards the beginning of your testimony, but did SOGC do anything else?
Well, we reached out to Martindale and Associates in an effort to have them request an audit on our behalf.
Request an audit of Hess?
Yes.
Okay. For the application well specifically?
Correct, for the 8 application well specifically.
So, in response to seeing these deductions, did SOGC consider taking its gas in kind from the application wells?
No, we have not generally taken in our products in kind. The subject wells here in question, we have a rather large interest in, but if you look across the board, our interest in Hess wells is so small that economically it doesn't make any sense for us to try to lay additional gas lines or figure out different methods to do that with. Also, we believe that the operator acting in their own best interest is going to get us the best price that we can get out there.
And did that happen in this case?
Well, I think it's getting a good price. I don't know that it's getting a good net price after its deducts.
All right, Mr. McBeth, if you'll turn to the last slide. That's titled Application to the Commission. I think this issue came up earlier in the day. How were the 8 application wells selected?
Yeah, so we looked at it. I showed you the schedule that had all of the other units that we were involved with Hess and with Missouri River. We narrowed it down. One, if we had included every well that we were looking at, the volume of paper that would be in this room would be even more significant than it is today and require a lot more attention. But our experience has been we wanted to do an audit. That was the whole purpose of this, is we wanted to perform an audit. We generally will not lead an audit unless we have a relatively significant ownership amount in a well, because we feel that's the responsibility of a higher joint interest, non-operated interest owner to do so. So we went with the largest percentages we had. One, it demonstrates our complaint with larger numbers, of course, because our percentage is higher, but it's also something that we felt comfortable. We would have taken that 8 wells and then gone and pursued the other non-operating working interest owners to participate in the audit with us.
And obviously, this application was filed jointly between SOGC and Missouri River Royalty Corp.
Yes.
Why is that?
We've had a really good working relationship with Missouri River, I believe for about 23 years, where both companies have offered each other an opportunity to share the risk in drilling in different plays that we're involved in. So we'll share what we have to see if they want to buy in and have a piece of ours, and they'll likewise do so with us as well. And of course, the cost of this is astronomical, and so for 2 small companies, it helps to be able to share the cost with other people.
So, one more question, hopefully. What would SOGC like the commission to do?
Well, we would like the commission to help us in determining the reasonableness and the accuracy of the amounts that are reflected in the joint interest billings and the revenue statements. I think we can adequately determine what the misstatement is in the overhead area because we have access to that information. The processing fees and the other deducts, we have never had any access to that. Everything has been redacted from our eyes and from Missouri River, so for us to determine an actual total, we can't do that. Hopefully our expert can. But at a minimum, we would request that the commission grant us the right to have Hess comply with an audit and allow us to go in and look at our costs and determine their reasonableness and their accuracy.
And I know I said one more, but of
Okay,
course
one more.
I still have more. And this is just to clarify. I think you said we can accurately determine overhead. I just want you to elaborate a little bit what you mean by that.
Well, we can determine how much of the overhead we believe is misstated just because the amounts are reflected on our joint interest billings each month.
So how do you think the overhead should have been?
I think the overhead should have been applied consistently across the entire period using the COPUS rates. Like I said, it's interesting that they use them at the beginning of the period, then randomly select some new number, and then go back to using the COPUS rates again. Industry standards are that the COPUS adjustment rate would be used consistently throughout the entire period.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I think the last time I saw you was July 2022 for your deposition. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the letter you referred to from my partner that explained administrative fees, applicant 10, what's the date of that letter from my partner to your lawyer?
January 4th of 2022.
Okay. So for 6 months, your lawyer had a letter explaining administrative fees he did not share with you. Is that your testimony, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Second, you said you emailed Hess asking for an audit. What?
No, we did not ask for an audit.
You said you emailed them?
I emailed Hess asking them what the other deducts were in the
And
administrative
what is the
costs.
exhibit number of that email?
I don't have that with me. I don't have a copy of the email.
Didn't send a letter after that, right?
No.
Okay. With that behind us, let's start. At the time you filed this application, SOGC was known as Sinclair Oil and Gas, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at the time you filed this application, Sinclair Oil and Gas was owned by Sinclair Oil Corporation, correct?
Yes.
And in March 2022, SOGC became a separate entity from Sinclair Oil Corporation because it was sold, correct?
Sinclair Oil Corporation divested itself of the company that was Sinclair Oil Corporation divested itself of its refineries, its transportation, midstream assets, and its marketing and logo and brand.
The dinosaur.
The dinosaur. They sold that to Holly Frontier.
And they sold that for a profit, correct?
They did.
And there was nothing wrong with them selling their assets for a profit, right?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. And there's no changes, as I understand, to your financial reporting on these kind of issues when you became an independent company, correct?
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah, sure. When you were divested, Sinclair became SOGC, I don't think your financial reporting changed at all on these oil and gas issues, right?
We're the same company that we were before the divestiture.
Better
18 people operating, same 18 people operating today.
Okay. Before separating, there was a company called Sinclair Services Company, correct?
Yes.
And that was in which everyone who worked, you said these 18 for SOGC, actually were employees not of Sinclair, but of Sinclair Services Company, correct?
Yes.
And that means they were actually employed by an affiliate, correct?
Yes.
And I think you told me there's nothing inappropriate with parent company using affiliates, correct?
Yeah, there's nothing inappropriate with that.
Okay. So SOGC, you're incorporated in Wyoming, correct?
Yes.
Your offices, I believe, we were Salt Lake City, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you do not have, SOGC does not have an office here in North Dakota?
No, we don't.
Okay. You have one employee in North Dakota, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Halverson, he oversees operations here in North Dakota for you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. SOGC does not have any employees in North Dakota that operate wells directly, correct?
That's correct.
You use contractors.
We
correct?
use contractors.
And you're aware that your labor costs are higher than Hess's because you use contractors, true?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, we'll show it later. I believe you said you own working and non-working interest owners in Texas, Oklahoma, and here in the Bakken, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you operate, if I heard correctly, about 80 wells?
About 80 wells currently.
Okay. SOGC does not own any midstream assets here in North Dakota to support its operations, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. SOGC or its parent has not invested or spent any money in North Dakota to build gathering systems, correct?
That's correct.
They haven't spent any money building compression, correct?
No.
And they haven't spent any money to build processing plants, correct?
No.
Okay. Instead, I believe you said you rely on two. One is Endeavor, formerly Whiting, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. I believe Endeavor was Whiting, yeah.
Okay. And you have a gas processing agreement with One Oak, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, we're going to go through it. You produced to me the agreement with Endeavor, correct?
I believe we did.
Okay. You did not produce to me the agreement with One Oak, correct?
I don't think we did, yeah.
So the commission won't know what those cost fees are under that agreement, correct?
Without the agreement, I guess they won't.
And I know you wear both hats as an operator and a working interest owner, but your company issues joint interest billings, correct?
We do.
And you issue revenue statements, correct?
We do.
And then as a working interest owner, you receive JIBs
Yes.
and you receive revenue statements, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn now first with the operated wells, okay? The Sinclair
Okay.
operated wells. And when I use Sinclair, forgive me, I know it's SOGC, but I go back and forth.
It's a hard transition for all of us.
So the customer, you have an agreement that's to sell the gas that comes from your wells in Montreal County to Andover, correct?
Yes.
And that is a sales agreement, but it's also a gathering and processing agreement, correct?
It's a percentage of proceeds gathering agreement. Yes.
Referred sometimes as a POP, correct?
POP. Yes.
And let me just hand this to you. I think we have a binder of some documents. So just so everyone knows, and Mr. Macbeth, there's some exhibits in here that we'll use potentially. The first exhibit is Exhibit 80, and that is in the white binder there, maybe Mr. Vivian has.
I think it's underneath.
So just so everyone knows, we're going to the white binder, Hess Exhibit 80.
Oh yeah, that's only 35.
No, I think there might be one back behind you, Craig, one of those on the staff there. Or is this applicant's 80?
No,
or-
it's Hess 80.
Oh,
Hess
Hess
80.
80, okay.
Please, 80. All set, Mr. Macbeth?
Yes.
Okay. This is the gas purchase, gathering, and processing agreement between Whiting and Sinclair, correct?
That's what it looks like. Yes.
And for current purposes, we can substitute Andover for Whiting, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this was entered in 2008, correct? If you look at what is page 3 of the agreement, October 2008.
Yes.
Okay.
First day of October 2008.
And there were amendments that were entered into from time to time, correct?
I believe there were. Yes.
Okay. And this agreement is still in place today?
Yes.
Okay. And under this agreement, Andover gathers and processes gas for Sinclair-operated wells in Montreal County, correct?
Correct.
And the gas is processed at a plant called Robinson Lake, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And you mentioned, but just for our record, this is what's referred to as a POP or percentage of proceeds contract, correct?
Correct.
So Sinclair gets a percentage of the residue gas and the liquids at the end of the tailgate of the gas plant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on page 3, let's walk through some of this. Under this agreement, Sinclair is the seller and Whiting, or Andover, is the buyer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we look at the bottom of page 3, Sinclair committed all of the gas that is produced from these areas to Robinson Lake to secure this agreement, correct?
Where are you reading that at?
Sure, section 2.1.
2.1. Yes.
Okay. And it's your view there's nothing wrong with the geographic commitment of gas to one processor, correct?
No, it's usually it allows you to get the price you need.
Let's turn to page 4. Page 4 in sections 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 are provisions in which Sinclair is providing Andover a minimum volume commitment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the minimum volume commitment provides that Sinclair is required to provide so much in sales, and if Sinclair does not meet that sales requirement, then there are additional fees, correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, there's nothing improper about a processing agreement having a minimum volume guarantee, correct?
I don't believe so, or we wouldn't have signed it.
Okay, let's go to page 5 of the agreement. Article 6 on page 5 is the price and revenue distribution section, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and this section says Sinclair gets 75% of the allocated residue and plant products, right?
yes,
Okay. And that 25% is to cover Whiting's costs and any reasonable profit, right?
correct.
And there's under Article 6, there could be some additional fees, such as electricity, correct?
Yes,
But in essence, the POP contract, the important part is as the commodity price goes up, the effective price of gathering and processing goes up, correct?
I read that in my deposition because you used that before and I had to think about it here. So as the price of the gas goes up, then the cost of the deducts go up?
The effective cost of the
Well, the
gathering and
effective
processing.
cost, the net effective cost would go up.
That's fair. I'll use your term, net effective cost, correct?
Yes.
And
Net effective, well, as the price goes up, the amount we're getting at the end of the pipeline should come up as well, correct?
sure, yeah, let's do it this way, little example. If it was $100, right, and you got 75% of that, you would get $75 and Whiting would keep 25, correct?
Correct.
But if the price goes down to $10, you'd get $7.50 and they get $2.50.
That's correct.
And they'd have to gather that gas for that much lower amount. That's the agreement, correct?
That's the agreement, yes.
Let's go forward to page 12 of this agreement. This is Exhibit 80. Now, at the bottom of page 12, there's something called a quantity restriction. Do you see that?
I do.
And Exhibit B provides that Whiting or Andover is agreeing to gather and process the wet gas stream, provided it has sufficient capacity at the Robinson Lake plant, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And it provides that Whiting or Andover may curtail the processing of Sinclair's gas in its sole judgment as it deems appropriate, correct?
Yeah, does it use the word curtail there? Because we've been using, I use that word interchangeably and I want to be careful with that.
Okay. Is that what happens, though?
It's curtailed, but yes, it's restricted
I'll use your word.
production.
That's fine.
So
And if they're going to restrict, they have to give Sinclair notice, correct?
they do,
And Andover does give Sinclair notices of restriction, correct?
yes,
And they're currently restricting Sinclair, correct?
yes,
And they have been for years, correct?
yes,
Okay. And also, beyond this, Whiting can terminate this agreement if processing becomes uneconomic, correct?
Do you want to tell me where that says that?
Sure.
Oh, in paragraph 3 of the next page.
Yeah, sure, take your time.
Highlighted in yellow,
Okay.
okay?
Let's put this to one side. Then if you go to the next exhibit, it's Hess Exhibit 81. And I apologize, I want to go back for a second. When Andover is restricting Sinclair, can you tell the commission, what does that mean they're doing to you?
Well, they could be telling us that they don't have capacity to take our gas. They could be telling us that they're have an event that's preventing them from taking the gas, such as a turnaround or a pipeline issue that could prevent us from shipping our product down their line.
Okay. And since your deposition in July of 22 till now, it's your understanding they're restricting you because they lack capacity at Robinson Lake, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go to Exhibit 81. This is the ratification and second amendment of gas purchase agreement. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And I think we covered this at your deposition, but Sinclair didn't produce the first amendment, or you're not aware of what it is, correct?
Right.
Okay. So this is a second amendment. This is now dated not 08, but we're in 2016. Do you see that in the first paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to paragraph B of the recitals, it says by letter dated January 29, 2016, Whiting notified Sinclair that operations at the gas plant had become unprofitable and that the gas purchase agreement would expire within 3 months, and then it goes on. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
There's then another paragraph that I won't read it all, it's paragraph C, but they sum that up calling these the unprofitable letters. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. And were you here this morning when we went through the price of gas in the 2015, 2016 timeframe?
I was.
Okay, it was quite low, correct?
I can't remember, but I'm sure it was.
Okay.
That time, yes.
And due to the demands, and also it appears in negotiations, which we don't have, the agreement was amended in part, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, for gas sold to One Oak, that's for Sinclair-operated wells, not in Montreal County, correct?
Correct.
And that's a fee-based contract.
It's a fee-based contract.
And there's a written agreement between Sinclair and One Oak, correct?
Yes, we just don't have a copy of it.
Now, Sinclair has had to restrict or curtail production from its Sinclair-operated wells here in North Dakota due to lack of gathering and processing availability, true?
Due to lack of gas and processing, yes, we've had to do that.
Okay. And in your words, you believe it's happening all the time, correct?
It's happening on a regular basis.
And it's happening all the time because Sinclair doesn't have the ability to sell gas down pipelines, so you're required to curtail production or in some cases flare, correct?
Correct.
And you know that many of Sinclair-operated wells are curtailed off and on, correct?
So can we use the word curtail again?
If you want to use restricted, I apologize.
Yeah, are we restricted or are we curtailed? Because I'm going to take the curtailment to being what is the commission is curtailing us for.
Okay.
So yes, regularly that we are being restricted by pipelines and
I'll use
companies.
the word restricted.
Thank you.
And if one wanted to find out for which wells and for how long Sinclair was restricted, you could check with the NDIC where you file reports on a monthly basis.
Yes.
Okay. And those would report the number of days that production was online or not online.
I don't, well, it'll report the number of days that are online, but also you would see whether we are, how much we are being restricted by the pipeline
system.
company.
Okay. Now, Sinclair has needed to delay initial production of wells it drilled due to lack of capacity of processing, true?
That's true.
Okay. And Andeavor or One Oak lack the processing to process all of the gas that comes off Sinclair-operated wells, true?
Yes.
And in parlance, the agreements with Andeavor and One Oak are what's called interruptible service.
They're interruptible service, yes.
That means other operators generally take precedence over Sinclair's products, right?
That's correct.
And Sinclair has tried to alleviate that requirement that its production is restricted.
Right.
And Sinclair has tried to get One Oak to lay additional lines to Sinclair wells so Sinclair can produce, correct?
We've attempted to have One Oak, yes, do that.
And One Oak has not been willing to do that, correct?
That's correct.
And One Oak has told you it's not willing to do that because it's very costly and Sinclair didn't generate enough production, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's what they've said.
And Sinclair tried the same thing with Andeavor to alleviate the interruptions, correct?
Ask them to make new lines?
Correct.
Well, it's interesting that in today's earlier testimony, we were talking about the Sinclair State 5 and 8. And those 4 wells have been ready to go, have had production lines laid almost to them, but Andeavor has not completed them until just about a week or 2 ago.
Okay. And until that date, have they been producing by just flaring the gas?
Yes, with an exemption from the state.
And when Sinclair is required to restrict wells it operates in North Dakota due to lack of processing, it's not able to just produce the oil but keep the gas in the ground, correct?
Without flaring, we
Without
cannot.
flaring. So the option is either have the availability and move the gas downstream or flare it if you still want to produce the oil, correct?
Right.
And I think you went to where I was before. Sinclair has gotten exceptions from the state to alleviate some of these production, or, gathering and processing issues.
Force majeures by the processors.
And you've been filing those letters, I think, on a monthly basis, you told me?
Yes,
And you've been getting grants.
we've been granted them this.
For Sinclair-operated wells, Sinclair sells the produced oil to United Energy or I believe Devlar.
That's correct.
Okay. And you sell the oil at the wellhead to them?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a written agreement with United Energy, correct?
Yes.
And it provides that the oil is sold at the wellhead, I believe you told me WTI price with a differential, correct?
Yes.
Sinclair does not deal with transportation for its oil because it sells it at the wellhead, right?
That's right.
So when it pays working interest owners for sales under the Robinson Lake contract, do you have any costs to report?
There should be no deducts coming off of the revenue check unless there are those fees that were outlined in the agreement.
And that's because it's a POP, right?
Because it's a POP, so we're just getting the percentage of the proceeds of the residue gas.
Sinclair issues, I believe you said as well, JIBs or joint interest billings to working interest owners, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the charges that Sinclair charges other working interest owners, and you mentioned with Mr. Potasic, is something called producing overhead, correct?
Administrative overhead, yes.
Okay. And you charge, I think you say when you start each well, $1,000, correct?
Correct.
And that producing overhead is a cost that Sinclair has determined to help offset its costs that are incurred in the office and the like.
Right.
Okay. Now, that's an estimate, correct?
Yeah, it's an estimate. It's not an actual cost.
Okay. And although it's not an actual charge that you charge, you believe you're complying with the commission's order to charge reasonable actual costs, correct?
We believe we're charging a reasonable cost. I mean, it's not an actual cost, it's a reasonable cost. It's a reasonable, I don't want to get caught up with the word actual, because it's not actual. It's a estimated number designed to cover the actual costs.
And do you believe you're complying with the NDIC regulations to only charge reasonable actual charges by doing that?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please.
I hate to interrupt your flow, but we've been going for quite
Yeah,
a
sure, this
while.
would be a good time. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break and come back on the record at 3:20. Okay, so we'll come back on the record a little early here. Before we begin, I just want to remind anyone in the gallery that if they want to provide public comment, there's a sign-up sheet over there. As far as I know, no one has signed up as of right now to present any public testimony. We'll keep that sheet here for at least tomorrow and as long as the hearing goes. The other item I want to talk to you about now, so then you have an opportunity to think about it, is that there's obviously been some discussion about late disclosed information, the information that was produced yesterday. And I had thought that I'd want to give you the opportunity to address that in the post-hearing brief, and I still do, except I want to make sure that what you're addressing is in the record. What I don't want is 600 additional files produced with a whole bunch of data submitted to the record. So if you can confer with council to figure out a way to do that without overloading the docket, that would be my preference.
We'll talk.
Does that sound fair?
Yeah, we'll talk. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And how much longer do you anticipate going today with your cross?
15 minutes, 15, 20.
Okay, and then is your plan to call your next witness this afternoon?
Yeah.
You have another witness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
And then do you have an idea how long that direct will take?
I'm going to be doing the direct of Mr. Attella. We would not finish this afternoon.
Okay, and you're okay with splitting?
What time does the commission generally go to? 4:30 or?
So generally 4:30 or 5.
Yeah, I think depending on how long this goes, you go to 4:30 or 4:45 or 5.
Okay, then just find a convenient time to stop your direct, and then if that's okay, we can continue it tomorrow. Okay,
Okay.
council, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Macbeth, at the break, now I want to turn to the subject wells.
Okay.
And Sinclair is a working interest owner in those wells, correct?
We are.
And Sinclair acquired its interest by acquiring leases in the area, correct?
That's correct.
And it acquired those leases back in 2004 or 2005, to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge, that sounds right.
And Sinclair owned interest in this area at the time these wells were drilled?
Yes.
Okay. And Sinclair consented to participating in the drilling of these wells, correct?
Yes.
And Sinclair is not challenging any of the drilling costs related to these wells, correct?
No.
And at the time Sinclair it consented to the drilling of these wells, Sinclair was a working interest owner in other Hess-operated wells, correct?
I would believe so.
Okay. Have you looked at the leases you own that make up your interest in these subject wells?
I have not.
Okay. So you're not aware that more than 50% of your working interests are from state leases?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you have an understanding that leases with the state generally do not permit deductions of costs related to gas?
I believe that there's exemptions for the state for different deductions.
So as your working interest, a higher percentage is with the state, you would bear all of those deductions as well, correct?
We would be responsible for those, yes.
Okay. I know you did an analysis saying these wells haven't paid out yet, or I believe maybe Mr. Copsing. Sinclair has other wells in North Dakota that haven't paid out yet as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It's not just these 8, correct?
But also different time frames.
Sure.
Some are more current vintage that haven't paid out, others are older.
Older, okay. Now, with respect to these 8 wells, there is no joint operating agreement covering them, correct?
Sadly, no.
Okay. And in fact, I believe you told me there's very few JOAs in North Dakota, true?
Yeah, we don't receive a lot of JOAs from operators.
Okay. And I think your words is North Dakota is unique in that way, correct?
Yeah, we operate in Texas. We don't have that issue.
Yeah. But here in North Dakota, fair to say a joint operating agreement, for whatever reason, is more the exception than the rule.
Yeah, although we continue to issue them.
Yeah. You try to, I think you also told me you send them out, but you don't always get people to sign and send them back.
They
Right?
don't always come back completed and signed.
So even on the Sinclair operated wells that you talked about earlier, although you send the JOA out, you don't always get a signed version back, correct?
Not from all the parties.
Okay. Can you turn to Applicant's Exhibit 31? It's the joint operating agreement you went through with Mr. Patak.
Okay.
Okay? And this joint operating agreement was entered into in January 2008, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you turn to page 8 of Applicant's 31, the joint operating agreement.
So are we on page 8 of the joint
Yeah,
operating agreement or
yeah,
8
yeah,
of the?
8, actually,
Okay.
page 8. Under employees, the joint operating agreement provides that the number of employees used by operator in conducting hereunder, their selection and the hours of labor and the compensation for their services performed shall be determined by operator, and all employees shall be employees of operator, correct?
Yes,
So that provides, it's up to the operator to choose the employees and how much they get paid, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you're fine with that under the joint operating agreement, correct?
Yes.
Let's turn to page 13 of the joint operating agreement. Now, under this joint operating agreement, folks in this have the non-working interest owners, have the opportunity, well, withdrawn. Under this joint operating agreement, Sinclair would have the right to take in kind, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go down to the third paragraph, it tells us how that party, if they don't take their gas, gets paid, right? That's the third paragraph?
Yes.
Okay. In the event any party shall fail to make arrangements necessary to take in kind or separately dispose of the oil and/or gas produced from the contract area, operator shall have the right, subject to the revocation at will by the party owning it, but not the obligation, to purchase such oil and/or gas or sell it to others at any time and from time to time, and shall account to such party for the actual net proceeds received for such production if sold, or the current market price if purchased by the operator for the account of the non-taking party. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And what that means is if Sinclair does not take its oil or gas under this joint operating agreement, Hess can sell it, and Sinclair is entitled to the net proceeds, correct?
Right. At the
Net-
current market price.
Or the current market price if it sells on its own account, correct?
Right.
Okay, but if it sells for Sinclair, Sinclair is entitled to the actual net proceeds, correct?
Yes.
And what that means is they're entitled to get the ultimate sales price less the deducts, often called the net back, correct?
We're allowed to get the net less the deducts. Well, we
You
get
want me to start over?
Well, we get the net. We get the proceeds net of deducts
Correct.
already, right?
Correct.
So I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, sure. That's what this joint operating agreement says. If you don't take your gas in kind, you're entitled to the actual net proceeds received for such production if sold. My point is, net proceeds means ultimate sales price less deducts, correct?
Fair enough.
Okay. Now I want to go to the page, this gets a little bit hard. It's page 1 of Exhibit A, or the page right after page 23. And what is Sinclair's interest in this well that has a joint operating agreement?
0.195203%.
Could you now turn, I want to go through some documents you went through with Mr. Patak, which first, if you go to Exhibit A28,
Okay.
and I believe you went through this to show on page 2 that the operating overhead for the Rude unit which doesn't have a JOA, was $2,164.14, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware, because you gave it to your expert, that Continental in Wells charged Sinclair a year earlier than this even, $2,114.97 per well.
You know, I don't have an exception with what Continental's charging. I don't have an exception with this amount being charged if it was consistently allocated from the COPUS agreement through the period of time. So while Continental's is the same area, it was applied consistently through the time. There was no random adjustment midstream.
Okay, so I think I understand. You're fine with the charge today, but what you take objection to was it started out of a different number and then it changed. Is that fair?
It started at one number, it was escalated, and then it just randomly got changed to some out of the blue number, and then changed again, and then back to escalation again. That's what I have an exception with.
And have you heard from your expert, do you have an understanding that in 2017, Hess looked at its actual 2016 operating overhead and set that as the rate, and has since only used COPUS to inflate that cost? Similar to what?
That's what it appears, that they've readjusted the rate. I don't know why, in 2017.
Well, you'll hear, but.
Okay, I'll
but-
hear.
But if I hear you, and I just want to, maybe we can move forward, you don't have any objection to Hess's operating overhead of 2164 compared to 2114.97 of Continental, fair?
If Continental agreed to a starting position of $2,000 and it's upped it to that point, then that's what we're at.
You also use an exhibit with Mr. Potasic, A38. It was that kind of hard-to-read spreadsheet. I had to blow mine up so I could read it, but you got the
I
glasses.
get the
Okay.
glasses back out.
If we look at the bottom here, you don't list Continental on here, correct?
No, and that was an error on my part.
All right, fair enough. At the bottom, the Hess, Oasis, and Hunt ones that have dates, those are joint operating agreements, correct?
In the JOA date, if
Yes.
there's a JOA date, there's a JOA involved.
And if there's not a date, there's not.
And not
one that you're aware of.
applicable, there's no JOA,
Okay.
yes.
And let's take EOG, where it says NA, not available.
Correct.
Their charge is $2,313.19 currently, or about currently, correct?
Yes.
And that would be close to the $2,414.74, correct?
That Hess was charging on its
Correct.
statement, it'd be in the same range, yes.
Okay, and just so we're on the same page, this charge is $2,414.74, but that's for the well, correct?
That's for each well.
Okay. So if you have a 10% interest in the well, you would pay $241, not the whole amount, correct?
That's right.
So Hess, if they have, like they do in some of these, a 75% interest, they're paying 70 to 75% of that, and then the other non-ops are paying the rest, correct?
Yeah, although I have a hard time saying that even with the ones we operate, that we're paying our own overhead. I mean, yes, in essence we are, but we're paying ourselves.
Yeah. Well, you have people doing work, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay, so we should have listed Continental. They would be similar to Hess, and EOG is similar to Hess on here, correct?
Yes, and I wished I'd listed Whiting as well, but I didn't do them either, so.
Okay. And fair to say in the wells, those two you identified where Hess signed a contract to a lower operating overhead, they're honoring that, correct?
Yes.
I want to turn to the checks now. You talked about the unlabeled, and you went through with Mr. Potasic. And let me start at first. You agree that all of the deductions that Hess is providing you today and has since around 19 are labeled, correct?
They, for the most, yeah, I believe, I don't know that I've seen any case where they're not, that I can remember.
And you understand that this unlabeling is a relic of Hess's old computer systems, correct?
I wasn't aware that's the real reason, but I now do.
But at least as of today, so the commission's clear, there's no, you don't have a complaint that Hess is not labeling the deductions today?
I don't recall not seeing any that are not labeled.
Now, I understood, and I heard you said, you know, look, one of your complaints is you wanted to be able to audit, and the auditor you would have hired is Mr. Atala, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Atala is your expert in this case, correct?
yes.
And he's gotten access to lots and lots of Hess confidential information, correct?
I guess I haven't seen any of that.
Well, you think that happened?
I,
Good
I
lawyers.
believe that's
Okay.
what's happened, yes.
And the reason you are the lawyer is because, like at the deposition, you told me Sinclair had questions, but they haven't actually been able to determine whether any Hess costs are not actual, correct?
We haven't been able to audit, yes.
Okay. And for the same reason you hired Mr. Atala, Sinclair itself has not been able to determine that any of Hess's costs are not reasonable, correct?
We haven't, well, other than I find the overhead to be unreasonable.
Yeah. And we talked about that. It's
Right.
that procedural issue. Okay. Oh, could you look at, I believe it's applicants 37?
Okay,
And you created this chart and you showed deductions for 2019 and 2020, correct?
right.
And I asked you at your deposition, you didn't update this to show what it would look like for the last 2.5 years, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And if you did, it would show very small administration costs, correct?
I believe the administrative cost has gone down significantly.
Yeah, okay. And as we look here, the gas and plant products, as you calculate for this period, is negative, but even in this low price period, the net revenue on oil was positive, correct?
Yes,
4.9 million for oil, correct?
yes, 4.9 million,
And negative 1.4 million for the NGLs and the gas, correct?
right.
Okay. Thank you. So I think it's in our big white binder, Hess 36, and it's a Hess revenue statement. You have this one, sir? I'll wait till everybody does. It's Hess 36. Okay. This is a Hess revenue check with a deposit date of June 25th, 2022 to Sinclair, correct?
Yes,
And the amount of the deposit is $570,694.82, correct?
yes,
And just like the other ones, which I'm happy to supplement as well, this is an excerpt. It'd be a lot longer, correct?
several pages longer.
And if we turn to page 1, and if you look down along the left, under product code, there's a sale of May for 2022 with the product code 100.
So page 1 being page 58?
That's a fair point, yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So if you look on, and this is the Rude unit, correct?
Yes,
It's one of the subject wells?
yes,
Okay. And here, for May 2022, the code is 100, that means oil, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And the volume, look, it's in the 500s, and the price was $112, and you go across, correct?
Yes,
And then the deduction codes for oil, it shows two codes, number 10 and number 40, correct?
Yes.
And it might, if you
Number
need to, you
10
can
is
look.
transportation.
Yep, there you go. It's transportation and admin. And there, that 40 admin, I believe the only thing there is the marketing cost for oil. You see that?
I see that it's 73 cents, yes.
Okay. And if you go further down, gas is usually a month behind. If you look 422 for the product code 204, the volume's about 305. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this was the opposite. This was a higher price time, $5.92, correct?
On the the price, yes, $5.92 for gas, yes.
And if we go across for gas for this month or for this sale, we can look at others, but the charges are 10, 20, and 30. There's no 40 at all, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so there's no admin on gas on this check, correct?
That's right.
For this sale, at least.
So, which makes me wonder why, if we're being charged back our amounts from our state leases or for other royalty owners, why aren't we having a fee there?
Because it's in your transportation, compression, and gathering charge.
Why is it there then and not in the earlier months?
It is in the earlier months.
No, you said in the administrative fee is where it is, according to.
No, just the excess, right? You bear that cost generally, but in those months in 20, when everybody was over in excess, basically it cost more to process the gas. That then went into the administrative charge. And when you have state leases, it makes it even worse because they don't even have to bear anything. So that's why it's different there. But this lease, and you know, I do this just as a contrast, is different. You produced 19 and 20. This is from 2022,
Right.
correct?
Right. Which is subsequent to this hearing being scheduled.
For sure, yeah,
So-
for sure. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you have anything, excuse me, do you have anything else, Mr. Potasic?
Yes, I do. One moment. Mr. Macbeth, you were asked early on about SOGC selling some of its assets and
Yes.
that it sold them for a profit.
Yes.
And you said you took no issue with that.
No issue.
When SOGC sold those assets, did it retain control of those assets?
No, it did not.
Did any of those assets include long-term midstream agreements with affiliates?
No.
You were also asked about POP contracts. I think specifically it was Hess Exhibit 80. We don't need to look at the exhibit. I just had a question. Mr. Donovan indicated, and I don't remember if you agreed with it or not, that when the price of gas goes up, the effective cost of gathering and processing goes up. Do you remember discussing that?
I do remember that.
Okay. So is it your understanding that the actual underlying cost to gather and process gas changes with the price of gas?
No, I don't believe that. I think the margin changes for the operator and for the net amount that's going to happen, and it changes, but just because the price goes up or down shouldn't affect the prices of the costs in between.
You said the margin. What do you mean by that?
The net amount that we're receiving, the net amount that's being received, or for the operator or for us, would go up proportionally because the price has gone up. But I don't believe that the costs themselves would necessarily go up.
So are you talking about the margin for the well operator or the margin for the midstream provider?
Well, our margin is going to stay at 75% or whatever. We're going to get whatever that is of the proceeds, right?
Okay.
So.
You also talked about restriction and curtailment, and I just want to be clear. When you said restriction, you're referring to restriction by the midstream provider.
Yes.
And when you were talking about curtailment, you used the word in different senses, but I think you said you wanted to use that to refer to restriction by the industrial
By the
commission.
Industrial Commission, yes.
So when Endeavor, for example, restricts or curtails SOGC's gas, how does that impact oil production?
When Endeavor does?
Yeah.
Well, because we're able to get an exemption from the state, then we are able to continue to produce the oil and continue to make money on the well.
And I know you alluded to exemptions from the state earlier. Has SOGC ever failed to comply with the commission's flaring regulations
No, we've complied with their regulations
and their gas capture?
and their gas
regulations?
capture risk.
There was a discussion, I think it was Hess Exhibit 81, the second amendment to the agreement between Endeavor and SOGC. And specifically, there was a discussion of some letters indicating that the midstream services had become unprofitable.
Yes.
Do you think the commission should allow a midstream service provider the opportunity to make a profit?
Yeah, I believe they should be able to make a profit. They shouldn't be guaranteed a profit, but they should be able to make a profit, or at least have the opportunity to make a profit. Sometimes they might have a loss, but they should be able to be profitable if they can, like any of us.
Going back to this restriction curtailment issue, sort of it seems related to, but it's not quite the same thing. You also talked about delays with respect to initial production. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think you explained this, but just to be clear, when initial production of gas is delayed due to lack of infrastructure, how does that impact oil production?
Well, again, the NDIC allows for an exemption for the first production, as long as it's that production on the first well in the unit. They allow that production to be exempt, so we're able to produce the oil and have that gas be exempt from our recapturing calculation.
Thank you. And you talked a little bit about overhead, and I know you said for SOGC, its producing overhead rate that it charges is estimated. Is it also a negotiated rate?
Yeah, it's a negotiated rate. That's one difference between, and I think as I think about what Mr. Donovan asked me there, it's a negotiated rate. It's part of the joint operating agreement, and so it's reasonable as far as that's concerned, but it wouldn't have to comply with the state, I guess, because it's a negotiated rate in the contract.
Well, and I want to ask about that too. You said it wouldn't have to comply with the state. I know Mr. Donovan asked you about whether you think overhead is a reasonable actual cost. Section 3808 also talks about a reasonable charge for supervision. Which of those two buckets do you think overhead falls into?
Be more in the reasonable supervision rate.
This may be stating the obvious, but you were asked about and you indicated that that SOGC had elected to participate in these application wells. What's the alternative?
Well, the alternative is that we are required to go non-consent or be penalized, risk penalty assessed against us. So we would not participate until the well recaptures a certain percentage of its revenue.
Thank you. You were also asked about SOGC's state leases or leases with the state of North Dakota that SOG has an interest in. And I think you said it was your understanding that those leases don't allow the lessee to pass on post-production costs to the owner.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay.
Right.
SOGC doesn't take issue with that.
No.
Correct. What does SOGC take issue with?
I think we take issue with this going negative as a whole and being charged just to the operators or the non-operators.
Either you charge a royalty owner their costs or you don't.
Right.
You were also asked about JOAs for SOGC wells, and you indicate SOGC sends them out, but not everybody signs them and sends them back. SOGC is bound by a JOA, though, for all of its wells.
Right. We treat them as if we're bound there completely by them.
also asked about the current producing overhead rate that Hess is charging on these application wells, the non-JOA wells. And I was a little bit confused, so I want to clarify. You were asked if you were fine with that charge today. Do you remember that?
If I said I was fine with, I'm not fine with the rate today. That makes clarity, or?
Do you recall what you asked the commission to do at the end of your directive?
Yeah, I want them to allow us to look at those rates and apply the COPUS rate equitably, I mean, consistently across the overhead rates through the period of time, not allow for such a random adjustment as was made.
And I think you were asked about a producing overhead rate charged by Continental. There's also on your exhibit A37, or excuse me, A38, producing overhead rate charged by maybe EOG that's over 2,000. You have information on here about Hess wells. Do you feel you have enough information at this point to determine whether the Continental rate or the EOG rate are reasonable?
Yeah, reasonable is a good question. I don't know that we have all the information we'd need to make a fair assessment. Again, I think would be great to be able to audit and look at that.
So it's your understanding, and I think maybe based on either what you've heard today or Mr. Donovan's representations, that for non-JOA wells, Hess determines what its actual costs are for producing overhead, and that's what it passes on.
I guess I don't know that I've been told that or heard that.
Well, and does Sinclair have an opportunity to audit these actual costs on non-JOA wells?
No.
Okay. If any working interest owner had questions about Hess or Hibbik specifically, their actual charges for overhead, they'd have to file an application with the commission.
That's correct.
I don't have anything further.
Just a couple questions. Have you audited Continental's overhead?
No, I haven't.
Have you audited EOG's overhead?
No, I haven't.
Nothing further.
Again, sorry, can I just add to that? Again, because we are such a small player in that compared to other non-operators.
All right, thank you. You can call your next witness if you'd like. Oh, I'm sorry.
Quick.
Yeah, quick, get in.
Run.
Craig, I just had a few clarification. You were just asked if you audited two particular operators. Has Sinclair done, either individually or with different operator, done any audits of any operators?
Yes, we will generally participate with any audit request that comes through to us.
Have you, in those audits, found any cases similar to what you're seeing with Hess?
No.
And then on Exhibit 37, I guess I was kind of curious with your administration percentage, roughly around, looks like April of 20, if I'm lining up right here, might be May of 20. That percentage starts dropping somewhat consistently, and then at 12 of 20, you're down to 78%. Any indication or idea why that continues to drop every single month?
You know what? I don't know. We haven't been provided with information to determine that.
Have you seen any similar deduction drops with your other statements that you receive? And I understand you stated others don't do an admin, but have you seen something similar in a reduction that may indicate cost to do operations has gone down over that time frame or has gone up?
Well, I think if we look at my Exhibit 36, other operators' deducts appear to have a similar trend to them as well. Continental peaks in the early 20s and then back down again, as does Whiting and Oasis.
Have those operators indicated to you why that is? Have you asked that?
We haven't asked that. Primarily because is just the compression treating normal cost. There's no administrative fee being charged to us.
Okay, I probably got a few more in a minute here.
Craig, when you indicated that the audit was denied, who denied the audit? Was it the firm that you wanted to do the audit, or did Hess actually deny you?
No, we reached out to Martindale and Associates and asked them to contact Hess on our behalf, ask permission to come in and perform an audit, and Hess denied that request.
Okay, under what grounds can they do
Lack
that?
of a JOA.
Is that standard operating procedure in industry?
We let, we have JOAs, so we let everybody in to audit us. We're try to be as transparent as we can. I don't know of other situations where we've been denied the opportunity to audit.
I would think there would be some case law out there that would address this. Are you aware of any?
I'm not aware of any.
So that I understand what you're talking about on overhead on wells, you said that typically, say you'll assign $1,000 a month for operating costs and then escalate it according to what COPUS allows on the guidelines. I assume that assessment is done initially when the well is drilled and completed, that you have a set
Base rate.
base rate. That base rate, is that set for the spacing unit, or is it set for every single well when it's completed?
It'd be with every well in that operating agreement that's covered by that operating agreement.
Okay, but what if you don't have an operating agreement?
Well, then I guess you select an amount out there that you feel is a reasonable amount and go for there. Because as you can see on my 838, I mean, Hess does have a base rate that they've started at, and I was able to back into that base rate number and calculate going forward based on what they're charging each month.
Okay, so the recalculation that Hess did in 2017 on their rate is not prohibited because they don't have a JOA with you, nor are they subject to COPUS, right?
I guess you'd say that. But on the same terms, we have no recourse to question or to determine the validity of any cost that they charge. We're just supposed to take it, I guess, because we can't audit them.
Did you ask your attorney if you could audit them?
Yes, that's why we're here today.
Okay. What is your interest in the Hess wells?
Percentage-wise?
Wells, yeah.
The ones in question, I believe we have, where was it? Why am I not seeing the percentage on here? Oh, 26.15%.
And that percent is the same on every one of the subject wells,
The
right?
subject wells is I would imagine the Horst would be the same. Oh no, the Horst is not in the, yeah, 26% in all the subject wells.
Okay, and you participated in all wells?
Yes.
Out of the 100 Hess wells that you say you have an interest, you said 2 had JOAs. Why were JOAs available on those 2?
You know, I don't know the actual reason. I do know that historically, even in North Dakota, joint operating agreements were entered into by parties in the earlier years. And as time has gone on, that trend of not entering or not signing has evolved to where we are today.
Okay, so the original well was probably drilled earlier than on those.
Right.
Okay. But the JOA affects the entire spacing unit, not just those wells then?
Correct.
You indicated that Sinclair has been restricted month after month by the commission due to not reaching the 91% gas capture.
No, that's not correct. We've been restricted by the gas processors for which we have then submitted exemptions and the state has granted. There have been a few times each year, maybe 2 or 3 times a year, where we have been curtailed by the state on a 1 or 2 well-based curtailment.
Okay. And the commission allows, if you're going on a well-by-well basis, we will not restrict a well more than 100 barrels a day. I mean, we will allow you to produce up to 100 barrels of oil a day. Is that achievable by most of your wells, or are they producing under that anyway?
You know, I don't know that I can speak to that of the volume that's being produced. I do know that for the most part, we're able to comply with the capture percentage and reach that 91% on most months
Okay.
after exemptions.
And you indicated that you are complying with the commission's requirements on curtailment.
Yes.
You haven't identified any issue with the saltwater disposal costs, although Missouri River did. Do you have any concerns about the disposal fees that are being charged?
Again, I don't know I don't know that we have a specific concern there. Of course, we'd like to audit that as well and see whether we do have a dispute with them or not.
Are you actually requesting an order of the commission requiring Hess to allow you to audit them?
That would be a request we'd like to make, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Craig, I'm looking at your exhibit A31 and A32. Those are the joint operating agreements that you submitted, right?
Yes.
On page 5 of A31, there's a couple of paragraphs. Article 3, paragraph B, the second paragraph, and paragraph C talk about excess royalty payments or payments of royalties on a price basis higher than the price received by the party. How do those relate to what Hess is doing, which is not taking a royalty owner negative, but charging that royalty to you? And we might have to have a supplement to explain that, but well, anyway. Am I misreading those? When I read those, it would seem that that's what they're speaking to.
Yeah, and I don't know that I'm in position to give you an answer on that.
Okay. Is it possible that, and I don't want to use the wrong name for you, call you Sinclair, SOGC could provide some information on that for our benefit?
I would imagine we could.
Okay. We usually make a supplement list. I'll make a note. And similar language appears in A32, not identical, because
Agreements are different.
this one has some language inserted, but they both contain language along those lines, so, thank you.
Any other questions from staff? Okay, hearing no other questions, you may call your next witness. Thank you.
I think I am all set, actually. Actually, may as well take it. Nope, I'm good. Okay, thank you.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Attella.
Good afternoon.
Just to give you and the commission a bit of a roadmap, I want to do some background with you before we get into the guts of your reports. Getting into the guts is probably a good stopping point. So we have our slides here, and the first substantive slide you're on there is titled Your Work in This Matter, and the first bullet is Professional Background. Could you tell the commission about your current employment?
Sure. Martindale Consultants is who I work for. I've been with them since 1996. We employ around 60 employees, and we have an audit division where we do royalty audits, joint venture audits, ad valorem audits for different regulatory authorities. We have an accounting division that jibs non-operators for operators, distributes revenue. We have owner relations lines. If you call some operators, helpline, we answer that. All things accounting. And then we also have a regulatory division where we file regulatory reports for wells on ON&R lands or different state reportings. Wyoming, I think we do some in North Dakota.
You used an acronym, ON&R lands?
Yeah.
What lands are those?
Natural resources, the federal government.
And you started at Martindale in 1996?
Yes, sir.
What'd you do before Martindale?
Well, I was a financial planner before 89, 90, 91 with a marketing degree. I went back to school and got an accounting degree, and then I went to work for Martindale Consultants.
And my next question was going to be educational background, but it sounds like you have a bachelor's degree?
Yes.
From which institution?
Oklahoma State
Okay.
from 89, and then University of Central Oklahoma in 96, and that's my accounting degree.
And want to ask you, I'll do it this way. Have you been engaged as an expert previously?
Yes.
What types of engagements?
Royalty disputes, class action disputes, we've been defendants and plaintiffs on late pay interest suits. Just about run the gamut, most things accounting.
And you mentioned this earlier. Have you been involved with audits during your time at Martindale?
Yes.
And what does a audit entail?
An audit entails, transactional compliance. If it's an expense audit, for instance, you would take the joint interest billings that your client received, and you would audit those to your JOA, or your accounting procedure, or maybe whatever standards happen to be there in that state if there's not a JOA or an accounting procedure. That's a big portion of our audits. We also do revenue and royalty audits, which would be any royalty owner that's getting checks from a producer. They have a lease that dictates how that operator should be paying them, and we will take that lease and we will get that revenue information and engage with the operator in asking for support and auditing to compliance to that lease.
In your audit work, do you typically go out to the producing assets or processing or gathering assets?
No. So, well, back in the day or before COVID, if you will, we did go to the operators' offices a lot to do audits, whether it was a royalty audit or a joint venture audit. Some operators still require you to go to their offices, but very seldom do we ever actually take a field visit to the well to count inventory or things of that nature.
Okay. And why is that?
It's really isn't necessary. I mean, you see all the charges, you see the populations. You can assess validity and propriety on a Schlumberger invoice is a third-party invoice where it's going to be, you can have daily drilling reports and look at that and make sure that they fracked the well and what they put in the hole, and you can reconcile tubulars from engineering schematics. And you could mostly agree things as source documents. Overhead would be agreed to a COPUS accounting procedure, so there's no really need to typically visit wells, even though on occasions we have.
Okay. And we're going to talk in a minute about what you were engaged to do here, but did you perform an audit of Hess in this matter?
We have not.
Okay. And how would what you actually have done here compare to an audit?
Well, it is a large amount of wells. Well, we just have the 8 application wells, and this is a little bit unique where we have operating expenses or LOE expenses that we are disputing, as well as post-production costs. Those would usually be 2 separate projects, if you will. More of a revenue royalty audit, but then another audit under a JOA or an accounting procedure. So those would be 2 different projects, if you will. We would have different auditors that might be more expensed and more versed in expense audits, and then other ones that might be more versed in revenue or royalty audits.
Okay. Does audit work typically reviewing source materials and verifying accounting entries against those source materials?
Yes, you would look at invoices and agree them to the charges on the joint interest billings, make sure the taxes would be appropriate on whatever state you are in, agree things to contracts, and then for a royalty or revenue audit, you would look at invoices from third-party gatherers, compressors. You'd even see maybe weighted average sales pools where a certain operator sold gas to several different sales points, and they would gather those together and calculate a WASP, a weighted average sales price. And so we would sample those transactions and look for documentation or confirmations that that's what the gas was sold for, things
Did
of
you
that
do that here?
nature. No,
Why not?
none of that was provided.
Did Martindale seek out permission from Hess to do an audit on behalf of SOGC?
I can only speak on this matter, correct?
Right. Well, right now, that's what I'm asking about.
Yes, so this was, I think, in late 2021, I believe, when this was when we were contacted. And when that happens, I usually would delegate that to one of our managers to contact Hess or whoever the operator is to schedule an audit. I can't 100% say for sure what transpired at that time. I feel like that's probably what would have happened, and I might be able to investigate that, but based on what I'm hearing and my recollection is I would have handed that off to me, Matt, or somebody else to schedule an audit with Hess.
Have you ever been denied audit rights by Hess and for other clients?
Yes.
And you've testified as an expert witness before?
We have also audited Hess, though, when there's been agreements.
Okay.
Just fair.
Yeah, just switching gears. And you've testified as an expert witness in other matters?
For audit matters? I'm sorry.
Sure. No, just generally, have you testified as an
I
expert?
have testified some. I have served as an expert in many cases, but not very many of them have actually gone to a hearing or a trial.
Okay. So you've been prepared to testify, but your testimony wasn't ultimately required?
Yes.
So here, what were you asked to opine on?
Well, like we first talked about, we were asked to look at, to audit them. That didn't go over. So we were giving, I think we were given jibs, like electronic, that Ryan talked about, where you can get those electronically. You can kind of look at them. And we were asked to assess that, and also looked at the revenue electronic data as well to see what looked odd, what stuck out, what exposures, if we were to audit, what we would do. During the analysis on the expense, overhead definitely jumped out because it didn't follow trends, COPUS escalating. It didn't. It changed in 2017. It went up, and then it went down, and then it went up. And I documented that in my first report because that's all we
Let me just stop
knew.
you there. Were you asked to look at whether that producing overhead was actual and reasonable?
At that point, I think we're asked to just look at it and see what exposures there might be and where to move forward with. And like I said, overhead definitely rose alarms just by the way that it was treated. I've never seen it treated like that before.
Okay. Ultimately, you were asked to opine whether the producing overhead was actual and reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ultimately asked to render an opinion about whether post-production costs were actual and reasonable?
Yes.
And ultimately, you produced 3 reports, right?
Yes.
And we're going to get into the guts of those tomorrow, but just generally, I want to make sure we get them in evidence now. And you have your book, Exhibit 39. Can you look?
Yes, I have it.
Okay. And it's Exhibit A39-1 is your actual report, right?
Yes, sir.
And in our book, there's A39, 1 through 7, and those are, the additional documents are exhibits to your first report?
Yes. Sorry. Well,
And I'd offer exhibit, well, let me wait till I talk about all of them. And then you did a second report, right?
yes.
And that was marked as Exhibit A40?
Yes.
And finally, you did a third report, which is styled as a second supplemental expert report in January of 2023.
Yes.
And
Exhibit.
that's marked as Exhibit A41, 1 through A41, 13, correct?
It's definitely A41, and I'll. Yes, that looks about right. 13. Yes.
Okay. I'd offer exhibits A39, A40, and A41.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, my understanding is that the parties have an oral stipulation that both sides' expert reports will be admissible, and on that understanding, no objection.
That understanding is correct.
All right, exhibits, and by A39, you include all the subparts to A39, 40, and 41, all the subparts to those exhibits.
Now, Mr. Attella, I just wanted to talk generally about information.
I'm just clarifying, are you including all the subparts to those exhibits?
Oh, yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Those 3 exhibits, 39, 40, and 41 are received.
Now, Mr. Attella, just in broad strokes, and you already started to answer this a little bit, what information did you look at initially before preparing your first report?
So we had what we call JADE and RAID, and that's basically electronic data that reflects actual costs billed to the joint account. That would be the JADE, Joint Audit Data Exchange. And then RAID, which stands for Revenue Audit Data Exchange. RAID isn't a great word, but it's the counterpart to JADE. And so that would be a single line item for all of the revenue payments. It would have, well, sometimes it just has net volumes and values, and then the different deductions, and ultimately gets down to what was paid to the client or to Sinclair and Missouri River.
Okay. Anything else that you had generally in that before your first report?
Yes, it's been a minute, so I'm gonna look.
Sure.
We also had gas plant statements for Tioga. We reviewed Endeavor gas plant statements, Ausable, Palermo gas plant statements. We had JIB downloads. We had some JOA and accounting procedures. And we also reviewed the gathering agreements, the processing agreements, the gas purchase agreement, all the various agreements that with Hess Midstream and Hess Trading.
Okay. What additional information generally did you obtain before you prepared your first report, which is called a supplemental report?
So at that time, we were shooting in the dark on overhead, for instance. We just saw that it was erratic. So we just stated what we saw in our report, or my report, and in response to that, Hess provided, Ms. Adair provided an explanation of what that was.
And I'm just looking, it might help you. Exhibit A40, page 3, talks about some of the additional documents, if the commission wants to follow along.
Yes, so we also received a producing overhead, 2017 producing well overhead rate calculation that Hess created when re-racking their overhead rate. I had depositions from Rom and Mr. Fraley. We reviewed some statements on Hess websites, Hess's 10K, some annual reports, and we also received some of the tariff models, the Excel schedules. We haven't seen those before. I'll say two of the biggest things were the tariff models and the producing well overhead rate calculations.
Okay. And then you prepared a second supplemental report, that's Exhibit A41. What additional documents or information did you receive before that second supplemental report?
The additional documents that we received at that time. During my first deposition, I was asked about some items in my post-production cost analysis, and in response to that, I reviewed some of the already existing documents, realized things like the vapor recovery unit wasn't included. I was asked to look at, or why I didn't look at different months for the post-production costs, so I included that as well. And we also enlisted Dr. Cronshaw to help analyze the tariff model.
Who is Dr. Cronshaw?
He's a doctor of economics and finance. I never get his experience right, but he teaches classes at the University of Tulsa. He taught in Boulder at the University of Colorado.
And why did you reach out to him for additional assistance?
The tariff model, it was something that I've never seen before. We've reviewed cost of service models all over different states with JOAs. We have calculated cost of service for operators. We do regulatory audits for Garfield County, Colorado, Weld County, Colorado. We see cost of service there. We've seen cost of service in the state of Michigan, working for the Department of Natural Resources. And we've never seen that cost of service model before. And it was very complex, using net present values and things of that nature. So we looked for somebody that was an expert in that area.
And is it typical for you to seek outside assistance if there's a novel area like that?
It's not typical, but I mean, it can happen if there's something that's, that we don't quite understand and beyond our expertise, we would be remiss not to.
If you could flip to the next slide. And did you ultimately reach opinions in this matter?
We did.
And what was your opinion regarding Hess's producing overhead rates? Generally, and we'll talk about it in much more detail.
Well, I would say it's not reasonable. I've never seen in my 26, 27 years of auditing where overhead rate was just unilaterally changed. It's initially set, whether it's an Oklahoma well that's been pooled and there's not a JOA, or whether there's a JOA where that overhead rate is set. Initially, it's a negotiated rate, and then it's escalated according to COPUS, escalation factor that they issue in April of every year. And so it was odd to see that they were escalating. They were following the COPUS guidelines because that's the only way you could possibly get an overhead escalation. But then they changed that. They did their internal review and changed their overhead rate, but then they went back to escalating according to COPUS rates. So it's, yeah.
So you referred to Oklahoma well that was pooled, and I didn't ask you about this earlier. What plays have you done work in?
Just about all of them in Texas, Louisiana, Pennsylvania. I'm actually in a ombudsman for a class suit that was against Chesapeake Attorney General. We settle or look at.
What does an ombudsman do in that matter?
They're an objective party that takes complaints from royalty owners after the suit has been settled, and there's a settlement agreement. And if they have a complaint that don't think they're complying, they would submit a question to the Attorney General, and they would look at it and then give it to us to determine if it, or interact between the royalty owner and the producer to see if it's in compliance with the settlement agreement.
And you're the actual ombudsman in that matter?
Yeah.
Did you reach an opinion regarding Hess's post-production costs?
Well, yes. There's a lot of reasons to go into it, but we concluded that they aren't reasonable, and we haven't really looked in depth enough to say that they aren't actual.
And you say you haven't looked in depth enough. Why is that?
I haven't flipped an invoice. If there's a $400,000 invoice for a compressor, they have capital costs in their red sky gathering system. I haven't seen an invoice, for instance.
That information has not been made available to you?
No, sir.
I want to talk generally now about producing overhead, and you talked about this a little bit. And if you could flip to the next slide. And you'll be the third witness today to talk about it, but what is overhead?
So overhead, it started back in 1962 with the COPUS 1962 accounting procedure. And prior to that, there was things called district expense and administrative expense, and they called it the combined fixed rate. And it was things that weren't directly on the well, but maybe you had an office, a field office, or you were having to do some reporting, and those costs that we call indirect costs, not direct costs, not hiring a rig to drill a well or paying a pumper to gauge the tanks. So it became evident with COPUS, the people in 1962, that this is becoming very difficult to account for and allocate to the wells. So they came up with the overhead rate, which is deemed to cover those indirect costs. In a perfect world, it could be exactly what it is, but they're still arguing about overhead today, and that was 1962, so it's been going on for a while.
You mentioned COPUS a couple times here. What is COPUS?
It's the Council of Petroleum Accountants Society, several local chapters, and one national chapter, an office with an executive director, and they are all things accounting for oil and gas, mostly upstream. They have an emerging issues committee where if new things come up that the people haven't seen in the energy industry, they look at that and they might issue guidance on how to account for it. And they issue, the two main documents are MFIs, it stands for Model Form Interpretation, and accounting guidelines, those AGs. The model.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. The model form interpretations, if you will, have a little bit more weight. They're actually used to attach to JOAs, and those are the accounting procedures. Granted, people will take those model forms and they might strike them up and negotiate those agreements. They might not like a provision. You can elect that offsite technical labor is chargeable or it's covered by overhead, and there's things like that where you'll negotiate, but MFIs usually address chargeability of things. They're a little, and it's not just accounting procedures, there's a lot of other things. And then accounting guidelines is simply a guideline on how you want to go about doing something, but you can't address a direct chargeability is kind of the rule, if you will. In accounting guidelines, if you do start doing that, then you have to move it to a model form interpretation.
And that's a good segue to my next question, which is about Exhibit 66. And I don't know if that's in your book. If not, I'm happy to show you my copy.
Okay, let's see here. I don't believe it is.
Yeah, let me just hand it over here. I'll just wait for everyone
Okay.
to get there.
Oh, actually, I do have one of those.
Okay.
I do have one of those, sorry.
Looks like everybody's getting there. What is Exhibit A66?
It's accounting guideline 23, and it's
What is that?
it's a tool or guideline to help parties negotiate overhead agreements on what you might include in it. You do the top-down method or a bottom-up method. It kind of talks about different items that would be covered by overhead, items that wouldn't be covered by overhead. It's mainly, as the title says, overhead rate negotiation and calculation.
Okay. And what application generally do you think AG 23 has in this case?
Well, Hess used it as guidance, because Copus gives guidance and standards to recalculate the overhead rate they're using.
I'd offer Exhibit A66.
No objection.
Exhibit is received.
And you talked about Copus escalation, and I don't want to make everybody get out a different book, because I don't think there's any dispute about this. Ragan, I want to offer A58, the escalation factors. Assuming you don't have a problem with that.
There's no objection to that.
I'd offer Exhibit A58, which I'll just have you talk about. Everyone doesn't need to look at it right now. What are the escalation factors?
It tracks different indexes. There was one index. It's basically, it's not inflation, but it's a way to either escalate or de-escalate the Copus overhead based on what was going on in the past year. And there are certain indexes that Copus looks to and tracks and calculates what a new escalation rate will be for that year. They also use that, for instance, for audit per diem rates. There's a rate that companies will charge each other if they have company auditors. So they don't want to come up with all of those costs and payroll and all this kind of stuff. So they use that rate to escalate what an auditor might cost. Also used to escalate Copus overhead. It's based on different labor indexes, because that's deemed to somewhat cover all those indirect people, things like that.
So how did Hess historically calculate the producing overhead on the subject wells?
Well, I don't know how they initially started.
Calculate's probably not a good word. Charge. How did it historically charge producing overhead?
Well, our data started in 2017. So it's hard for me to say what happened there, even though we have some JOAs and some other wells that do have operating agreements, and we could see that they used the initial rate in those operating agreements, and then they escalated by Copus without exception all the way through. And they also escalated the non-JOA wells in the exact same manner. But I can't tell you where that rate started. We may have correlated some of those to JOAs, but I can't specifically recall. But they did, without exception, escalate towards COPUS, and they still have, even after they re-racked their overhead rate, and then they're escalating
So they escalated according to COPUS until?
they didn't, and then they did.
Okay,
Well, I guess they always did. They just changed that rate in the middle of that 1 year.
okay. Have you ever seen any other operator do that?
I have not.
Have you ever heard anyone describe that as being consistent with industry practice?
I have not.
If you could flip to the next slide, post-production costs. What types of post-production costs did you look at?
All those related to gas and NGLs?
Okay. And we're going to talk a lot about gathering and processing tariff rates. Did you look at every other post-production cost charge? Did you have enough information to do that?
Well, we have the tariff models that calculated oil and rail, all the different ones from the different products. We did focus on gas. It definitely was on our radar because we were getting negative gas settlement statements. So we did focus on that.
I'm just
and
thinking,
we're
for
still
instance,
learning.
like electricity. Did you do any analysis on electric charges?
Those were usually pass-through charges in the tariff model, so they would have been included, but then they would have been pulled out, for instance.
And
Some of them, maybe not all of them. Actually, there are some electricity charges that are outside the tariff models. So like 2019, for instance, this is one that we're super familiar with. It was $287 to gather, and that was one component of the post-production costs. But then there might be a red sky compression fee, a red sky electrical fee, and different fees along the way.
yeah, and I guess my question is, did you have the source data for those other fees?
We really haven't had source data as an invoice, other than contracts maybe, for any of the charges.
That was my question. Okay.
Okay.
So the post-production costs, they're sort of inextricably linked to the midstream assets, right?
Yes.
And what are the midstream assets that we're dealing with here?
Well, we're dealing strictly with our gases going through the Red Sky gathering system and the Tioga gas plant. I know I'm aware that they have a Hawkeye and a Goliath gathering system as well. None of our gas went through there, but those, excuse me, those models were also included in our tariff calculations that we were provided. And we've looked at those enough to know that it's all done in the same way, the same net present value calculation, we'll call it.
So the gas from the subject wells was gathered through the Red Sky system.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about the Tioga gas plant. Are you familiar with any other gas plants in the Baca?
I've reviewed settlement statements from the Ausable Palermo plant and the Lake Robinson plant. I heard Ryan talk about a couple other plants.
Okay. But the ones you're most familiar with would be Robinson Lake and Palermo?
From reviewing the settlement statements, yes.
Okay. And there's been discussion about firm versus interruptible service. Can you describe that difference?
Yes. So, and it's been somewhat described already. Firm service is somewhat of a guaranteed volume that they're going to accept. It's basically the highest priority gas. It's good for the gatherer and the producer because they know they have certainty. The gatherer can build a pipeline because he knows he's going to have gas. Typically, we see with firm transportation is there's a reservation fee. And that might be 25 cents or 50 cents or just whatever it is. And then there's going to be a gathering fee that's going to be charged on top of that reservation fee. And whether you use that pipe or not, you have to pay for that reservation fee. But if it's interruptible, you don't have that reservation fee and you don't have the highest priority of gas. So you may get in and you may not. And, you know, it just depends really on if that interruptible gas is going to be the same gathering fee. Heck, sometimes it could be more, sometimes it could be less. You just don't have the priority, and it just kind of depends, I think, what the market is and how bad they want gas and how bad you want to get in the line.
And I think I know your answer, but can you develop a consistent comparison in the value between firm and interruptible? or does it depend?
I would say it depends on the market, really.
And why do you say that?
Well, like I just kind of mentioned, if that pipe is totally full, you're not even going to get in if it's interruptible, but they might use that to get into that pipeline. I mean, I can't categorically say one might be more valuable than the other, but I would think normally firm would probably be more expensive.
Okay. And how does the difference between firm and interruptible impact the costs ultimately borne by the working interest owners?
How does whether it's firm or interruptible impact the cost?
You know what, let me rephrase that. I
Okay.
asked an imprecise and poor question. Going back to the gas plants, the services provided at Palermo and Robinson Lake are not the same as the services provided at Tioga, correct?
Oh, correct.
Okay. And does that impact have a necessary impact on the value to working interest owners?
Well, from an upstream perspective, if you are just an operator and you don't have any midstream capacity, you're going to want to make the best deal you can with that gas plant. And, you know, if that price might actually be in the processing contract, and if it's an index that might be better than another gas plant, and they both have pipe coming to you, it's really more of an economic thing, because once I settle with that gas plant, you have a fee and then you have a price that you're getting, but after that, you don't really even know what happens. There could be stuff going down the line like transportation fractionation, it's T&F, and say you're getting you're getting an index price that says $3.50 for that gas. Well, it might be it might be an index price less T&F, so you might be getting $3.40 instead of $3.50. But you would never see the 10 cents, but you just know that it's in the price that you're receiving. So that once that's settled to that upstream provider, you know, I have trouble thinking of a reason why I would go, well, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, let me ask it this way. Is it possible that a working interest owner could receive a more positive economic outcome from a gas processing plant that provides less service than another plant?
Is it possible?
Let me ask it this way. If your gas is being processed at a plant with lesser services and your settlement is positive, is that better than your gas being processed at a plant with superior services but results in a negative settlement?
Well, I'd take the positive settlement.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think now would be a good time to break.
All right, just so that my records are accurate, I think you offered A58 and that exhibit is received. We will, after I'm finished here, we'll close the record and we'll be back on the record at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll close the record.